Well done, everybody. It's like everybody had a birthday present all at once there on stage. Thank you very much. Well done. Well, there it is. That was the report. As I said, you can access that via the QR code on your table. So, right, it's time now to move on here for PRC 2024. We're getting steamrollering into today's event. It's time for a keynote speech. Please welcome to the stage Farooq Adam, the co-founder of Find. Farooq, please come and join us on the stage. Good morning.
Good morning.
You have the slides on?
With PwC, a big round of applause for the team for making that happen. So I was told to speak about how India at large, retail in specific, is both accelerating and accelerating at scale. And when we were thinking about writing this keynote, we said we will describe this from our very vantage, right? What we see the future, what might be the present, and how the present and futures are going to evolve. Quick introduction about myself. My name is Farooq. I'm one of the founders of Find. We started Find in 2012. So we now have a decade-long experience of seeing the evolution of retail in India. In 2012, when we started, having intervention at the store was a luxury. Today, this is table stakes. As the report said, starting your journey online or offline, all are going to start getting converged. So a large part of that is something that we've been doing over a decade now. India is shining, right? We are all very gung-ho about India. By 2030, we expect us to become the world's third largest GDP, 7 trillion in size, and retail as of today, which is 1.2 trillion, will start becoming a 2 to 3 trillion share. At Find, over the last decade, we enabled today around 5 billion in sales. Our platforms are used by 2.5 lakh retailers. We serve over 220 million customers uniquely in a year. That has given us a very unique vantage point to see how retail in India is shaping up. What is the best way to create the future? What is the best way to create the future? Best way to imagine, yeah? The best way to create the business to consumer perspective. We believe supply to business to consumer, all of this needs to be cohesively thought through. We need to now be in places where consumers are and work backwards to make our supply chain react to that customer. We're seeing the global examples of this happening in fast fashion. Similarly, we expect this to happen across all categories of retail in India. We will become better at what we make. We will become more effective at how we move this, and we will become better at reducing our inventory risks. Evolution of unorganized retail. Of that 1.4 trillion in retail, 70% of that is largely unorganized. India is a country of entrepreneurs, and we will continue to be like that. Now, what happens is when the world becomes digitally native, the unorganized sector will also become digitally organized. What that means is no longer will these retailers buying by distributors in an offline manner. They will always have an on-demand or an endless inventory to buy from. There's a large implementation that we have done. Walk to a booth, we'll explain this to you. But now we believe there's going to be a leap from the unorganized sector to a digitally native organized sector. beyond online and offline. We've been talking about omni-channel for over a decade now. We've been hearing this as a trend for over 2 decades now. But now we believe in the next 5 to 10 years, we will be able to buy from anywhere. Customers will want to buy from anywhere. Places and devices that they spend time on will become buying surfaces. If there is a smart TV at home, we expect them to become hubs for families to shop together. We expect smart TVs to enable streaming commerce. We expect all large social properties to enable the buy button to check out from any of those social properties. Agentic retailing. What was the name of the avatar who came today to present and start the day? Prachi. We expect similar AI agents to be all pervasive. Retailing, from a customer support to clienteling, will all start becoming agentic. The difference between a human experience and an agentic experience will diminish. All of us ourselves will become very used to this to happen. We would expect telecallers to be agentic and talk to us in a very normal dialect, just like humans. This is not too far off, right? We expect this to happen in the next few quarters. If you have used any of the recent generative AI models, where the voice models are as good as human voice with the tone, with the emotions, we expect all of that to become normal. Lastly, AI native brands and generative fashion. If you notice the cover of this presentation I showed, I didn't make that, or there wasn't any photo that was actually taken. I wrote a prompt in Midjourney, and then I had a collage of images of Indian retail evolution. That is going to become a part of every brand's workflow. AI native brands will have an explosion of designs, explosion of styles. We will start seeing end-to-end AI brands where the physical representation is also generative, the thought of making that is also generative, and the whole cycle is going to be generative. We see this most to happen in fashion, but it will soon move on to other categories also. Those are the 5 trends that we expect, we are betting on, and we are building. If you need to learn more of what we're doing, we are in booth number R89. There's a team that is here. Please drop by, spend some time with us, and we will help you with all these things that we are doing. Thank you so much. Have a great session for the next 2 days, and I'll see you around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farooq. Hey, you're very good on stage, sir. I love your stage presence. You'll be doing me out of a job very soon. Can we get my wonderful team to give me a quick hand here? Right, who opened that report? A lot of mess you guys made, leaving all this wrapping paper on the tables and on the chairs. I don't know, your parents would be really upset with you. Anyway, I'm only joking. Right, let's get on the way. Thank you to Farooq, a great display there. We are going to have a fireside chat. Just what we need now when the temperature is 38 degrees outside, a nice fire in the background. Mind you, I flew in from England yesterday where it was 7 degrees. 7 degrees and raining in London like it is most of the time. So we need a nice fireside chat back home. Right, here we go then to bring you the fireside chat. Emerging tech trends, the physical frontier. The guest speaker, please welcome to the stage Anand Thakur, the Chief Product and Technology Officer of Reliance Retail, and hosting the session.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
We can't hear you. Good morning. Okay, thank you so much for being here. This fashion and beauty segment, mainly if you have heard of Tira, if you have heard of Ajio, Anand is your man, right? Today's topic is experimental retail, but before we dive into that, I would like to talk to you, Anand, about omnichannel.
Sure.
Right? So if you have read the Phygital report and if it's there on your table, omnichannel has not reached the maturity stage that it needs to. It's still not a traditional way of e-commerce. what do you have to say about that, and how can our retailer friends know how to like sort of inculcate that in their tech systems?
That's a great question. In fact, this is something that I wonder myself quite often because, if you look at my career, in the e-commerce space, I started with Lenskart and then, a bunch of companies, Cooves, Domino's, and now I've been at Reliance for a while now. And omnichannel means different things for different domains, right? So I think one of the challenges, let me take a step back, right? So when you talk about omnichannel, there are two parts to it, right? So how do you imagine your consumer journey to be? And it would be very different in a food and beverages world versus if I talk about Tira or fashion, beauty or fashion and so on and so forth, right? So I think what we should not do is standardize omnichannel. And I think a lot of people end up doing that. And I'll talk about that in a second. And the second part is, of course, the underlying technology that needs to enable it, right? So often when we start our retail journey, whether that's offline or online, one might look at the easiest implementation possible or the cheapest implementation possible. And I respect those decisions. I'm not saying nothing is wrong. But as you progress along the journey and when you try to implement omnichannel, you realize that the tech stack that you've implemented, let's say, for your e-commerce journey versus the tech stack that you have on your retail stores or your warehouse, they're disparate, right? They're different.
Right, and the users are also different.
The users are different, exactly. And then when you want to do omni-channel, the challenge becomes that, how does the storefront OMS talk to your retail OMS, right? How does your storefront consumer management system talk to your retail consumer management system? They are two different systems. And then suddenly you need, a tech team, whether that's something that you hire or you outsource, doesn't matter, but there's a cost to it. We have to start the integration. Integrations are always challenging. So this kind of, makes the founders or the decision makers defer omni-channel year after year and focus on some of the, immediate tasks.
Do you think that there is more fear on how the tech is going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's always the fear of the unknown, right? Which is, human nature. However, and this is where I think, Farooq was speaking a while ago. I think, I found Find, no pun intended, found Find. So I found Find to be an amazing, choice because it kind of seamlessly integrates all of that, right? So even Tira Beauty is based on Find. I don't know if you know that, but Tira Beauty, our platform, is based on Find. And the moment we want to integrate it with our retail experience, as in the store experience, right? Since we are deploying Find POS there, I don't have to worry about how does the consumer information flow, how does the loyalty information flow, and so on and so forth. So I think that's the tech part, and I'll probably spend, quick 20 seconds on the consumer journey part, which I started with, right? So, so when you implement omni-channel, I think the first thing that comes to mind is something like a BOPIS, right? Buy online, pick up in store. That has not seen a lot of traction in India. For example, in Tira Beauty, the first omni-channel, implementation that we are doing is that, loyalty should sync across offline and online, right? So if you're earning your loyalty points online, you should be able to consume them offline and vice versa.
Right.
So you need to identify what your omni-channel needs are, number one, depending on your domain. Right. Second is, does your technology allow for that? And that should be a more fundamental strategic, thought rather than an afterthought. When these two converge, that's where omni-channel maturity comes in.
That's like a great answer, I think. And so how has the way, you mentioned about loyalty points, right? How has the way consumers interact with brands in a phygital world changed?
Yeah.
So you need to experiment with a lot of retail formats. You need to merge the bridge between online and offline. So how are the consumers interacting with the same?
Yes, again, you'll find me saying this a lot, and at the cost of sounding like a broken record, I think, it all comes down to the domain, right? So, for example, it would be very different from, what a grocery, platform needs to be like. When I say platform, I'm talking about the entire omnichannel experience versus what a beauty platform needs to be like, right? So, and let me talk about beauty because I'm not a grocery expert, so I'll leave it to grocery experts. But in beauty, especially a brand like Tira, where it's premium to luxury segment, experience matters a lot.
Right.
So when a customer comes in, the first thought is not to somehow sell something to her and get get the money, right?
You need to know her preference.
Correct. You need to know her preferences, her choices, give her the experience, because customer lifetime value becomes more important than the instant transaction, right? So I would rather make her do 3 transactions in the next 3 months rather than just 1 transaction now and no transactions over the next 6 months.
I think if there are any beauty brands sitting here, this is one of the key points that Anand has mentioned, right? You need a lifetime value customer, not just one simple transaction, because beauty transcends through multiple channels, and it is how best you can cater to the customer.
Yeah.
That is how you win a customer.
No, absolutely. That's a good way of putting it. And in Tira Beauty, how we are transforming that experience, for example, in our retail stores, is we understand that the customers want to try the products beyond the testers that we have, right? So the traditional way is you take a tester lipstick, apply it on your wrist, and see how it matches and all of that.
I'm surprised you know this, but I'm very happy about it.
See, I never knew about these things before I joined Tira, but now I know it. So in the Tira stores, we've deployed these smart mirrors, right? So where you can try different looks. And these are curated looks, right? So it's not on the customer to figure out what a look needs to be like. So we've got curated looks by experts, which can be modified, edited, and everything. And once you and these are really cutting edge technology, right? So it would look as realistic as possible.
Right.
When you like a look, then you can, have a beauty assistant come in and you can say that these are the products that I want. Similarly, we've got something called as a fragrance finder.
Right.
Right. So I think, at least personally, I find.
Will it find me Shah Rukh Khan's perfume?
Sorry?
Will it find me Shah Rukh Khan's perfume?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So it helps you understand what your choices are, what are the undertones that you like, and then zero down on the perfume of your choice or whatever fragrance you want. So I think these are the experiences that you want, right, for your customer, and not just come in, buy a product, and get out of your store.
So you mentioned about smart mirrors, right? When it comes to experimental retail, and we have seen a lot of people do this, when does it stop being a marketing gimmick and it actually is customer-centric? Because a lot of experimental retail that we see is just like, okay, it's here today and it's not there tomorrow. So how do you sort of make that a tradition in your company?
No, that's again a great question, because I think it's easier said than done. I can give you the same rhetoric that, it's all about knowing your customers more and so on and so forth. But it also comes down to how invested you are in your own business in terms of not money, but in terms of mental investment. How much do you invest in understanding your customer beyond the qualitative part of it, right? You need to invest in data and so on and so forth. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. For example, in one of my previous companies, let me take names here, that's okay. So when I was working with Domino's, something came to my mind that this would be an amazing technology and, to implement, and my bosses would be floored, and what we did was...
And you'll get a raise.
Sorry?
You'll get a raise.
Yeah, so finally it comes down to that, right? So it's all about that. So we implemented ordering a pizza through Alexa. It was amazing, right? So we went to Dubai, we went to Domino's headquarters in US, demoed it, it's very cool. Hey, Alexa, open, I hope there's no Alexa machine here to get activated otherwise, but, open Domino's, order my pizza, add this topping, add a Pepsi, do this, do that, and, place an order. A lot of, accolades, and, people appreciated that. Can you guess how many orders we used to get, through Alexa? We used to get 2 orders a day.
Per day, that's it?
Per day, yeah.
And the marketing spends were insane?
Marketing spends were there. We didn't spend a lot, but we did spend. So what this tells you is that although this was supposed to be that omni-channel, great implementation, cool, you're ordering over Alexa, and we thought we'll do it on Google, everywhere, Siri, but we did not do consumer research. The consumer doesn't want to order pizza on Alexa, right? So why you're implementing something that your consumer does not want? And that's where we are really good at Reliance. We do a lot of consumer research, both qualitative, quantitative, figure out, what will be gimmicky, what will actually make sense. And thankfully, if you look at Azort, our fashion brand, the technology that we've deployed there, smart trial rooms. Similarly at Tira Beauty. Similarly at Swadesh, we've got Scan and Know. So all of these are implementations that the consumers really like, and they drive customer lifetime value and revenue at the same time.
So if you could give us some actionable recommendations, right? How do you implement omni-channel and sort of stay ahead of the curve?
Yeah. I'll kind of turn the question around or flip the question around in a little bit. I think, most retailers, and I think some of the surveys that the team also presented here showed that I think most retailers are behind the curve by a significant margin.
Right.
Right? So even before they go ahead of the curve, I think they need to catch up a lot. And even before technology comes into the picture, right? So it's primarily the strategic part of it. Again, my same rhetoric, understand your domain. What does omnichannel mean for you? Do your research. Do your qualitative and quantitative research, invest in data, understand. I think that would help you understand what omni-channel implementation will give you ROI. You have to have a focused investment in omni-channel, that's one. Second is read, interact, be a part of such conferences, right? So I'm sure I'll end up learning a lot when I see, other leaders talking about what they've done.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a combination of these two things, explore, read, learn a lot, understand your outward, inward, understand your own customers, combine all of that, create a strategy and implement. I think that's, and I know I'm making it sound probably a little more complicated than it is because it's very interesting. When you get into it, it kind of follows through. But yes, that investment has to be there.
Do you think that there also needs to be a sync between the CXOs and the store managers who are actually going to use the product?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, that's an amazing point because, even what I see, I think Reliance does really good omni-channel implementations across at least some of its brands, right? Some of its multi-brand retail stores. But there also, we've got so many capabilities, right? So whether you talk about our warehouse management system, whether you talk about our CMS systems, I think, unless, that synchronization is there, right? So that synergy is there where the end user of the system understands what they're using, right? What its capabilities are, right? And then only they'll be able to give meaningful feedback, right? So that's the process and training part of it. So that has to happen. Right. So that you can synergize all of this and make it a meaningful investment.
So last question before I pass the mic to the audience and we can have an open round. What are some of the emerging trends that you think that are going to come in experimental retail?
It is super exciting. I think, and being a technophile, I get goosebumps when I talk about these things. I think in omni-channel retail or phygital retail, and specifically I'll talk about beauty for a bit. I think 3D printing is going to be huge, right? So L'Oreal and some of the other brands, very few of them are doing some experiments around that. So what do we mean by 3D printing here is that today you need to go to a store and buy, let's say, a specific lipstick, right? So for an occasion, or maybe you like red, you buy a red lipstick. But what 3D printing will allow for is you buy a 3D printer, and depending on the occasion, depending on your skin tone, depending on the lighting, it will print out a lipstick for you and you can apply it for the occasion, right?
I am going to be buying one, that's for sure.
Fantastic. So we'll have one in Tira soon. So we're almost running out of time, but what I'm trying to say here is that, have an eye out for IoT, 3D printing, and AI is like a game changer, right? So with the advent of the advanced GPUs and everything, I think these three things will converge, IoT, 3D printing, and AI, to just dramatically change the world of digital in the next few months.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Anand. That has been great. And if the audience has any questions, if you could just pass the mic.
Our house brand called Komari, which is an Indo-Western brand. So what do you suggest? As you said, I was hearing and I was a bit having concern that how do we launch it and how do we have a stage for ourselves when we are not able to spend so much money on AI like the big players are doing. So what do you suggest us?
So what's the brand about?
Komari. It's Indo-Western women's brand.
It's a fashion and lifestyle
Exactly,
brand? Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
No, I think, that's a great question. I think that's a question that we often have when we start to launch, something new. And the good part, I'll give you the good news and the bad news, right? So the good news is that most of this technology that we are talking about is commoditized, right? So, for example, again, since I've been using Find for some of my, retail experiences, if you look at their, endless aisle solutions, we were talking about that some time ago, and some of the solutions, they are, pay-per-use, right? So if you are just starting off, your usage will be low, the cost will be low, and that's true for most, platforms that you'll use, right? Even AI is commoditized right now. So with the LLMs coming in, and most of these platforms are baking in some of those solutions into their platforms, you don't have to separately integrate. So these solutions are mostly commoditized, pay-per-use, pay-per-hour, and so on and so forth. So you will not end up spending a bomb in that. The bad news is all of these platforms are as good as the underlying data. That's where some amount of investment will be required. I would strongly recommend, getting someone who understands data, right? Because, for example, an AI platform or any other platform is as good as the underlying data that's powering it, right? So that will require some amount of investment, not dramatic amount, but some amount of investment. And these two can then synergize to give you the best-in-class experience. Sure. You're welcome.
We are at booth number 9. We are fined. So if you want to meet us.
Great session, guys.
Thank you.
You were talking about Alexa and the fact that after implementing Alexa, you realized that there were hardly any users. Now the buzzword across this morning and across the past few months is Gen AI for e-commerce. So given that you are Reliance and Find, what's been the research in terms of users, demand for Gen AI and questions around that to interact? Like, for example, we're looking at solutions like Gen AI on the product display page so that they can ask more questions, etc. But do you think there's that much of a demand in this area, or do you think we're still a little early for it?
Yeah. Again, I'll say that's a very good question, because I think one of the mistakes that we often end up making is the moment we see some technology, we pounce on it, right? And we try to shove it in all places, right? So I think Gen AI is dramatically changing the landscape, right? And where it is changing the landscape is not necessarily the use case that you talked about, which is chatting, which is definitely a use case that's evolving. But Gen AI is changing the landscape in terms of imagery, right? Generating the images for your product catalog, right? So you can now do a lot of cataloging without even having a full-blown model shoot, right? So that not only saves you money, but also time, right? So, and Farooq was talking about fast fashion, right? So in fast fashion, if you spend 2 days in shoots, right, where we're talking about a 17-day cycle, I mean, you've missed the bus. So then the product descriptions, a large part of the supply chain, right, which can be powered by Gen AI. In terms of chats and all of that, I think so in Tira Beauty we've launched that, and you're more than welcome to try that out. Is where somebody wants to do some kind of a consultation, right? If that's an iterative process where you need natural language processing and some the bot at the other end to interact with you like a human being, I think that's a good use case. But there are still support cases where I don't think Gen AI is a good use case, right? Where you need to have options, press 1 for this, press 2 for this. That's faster and more intuitive as well. So I think you need to identify the right use cases. But long story cut short, Gen AI is definitely changing the landscape.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining today. And thank you, Anand, for being here. Anand and I are around. We are at booth number 9 if you guys want to just come and say hi. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ragini. I got your pronunciation there right this time. Thank you very much, guys. Well, everybody, welcome again back to PRC 2024. If you have just joined us because you've been having some snacks outside, I've never seen so many food and beverage options in one daytime event. There's plenty for you to choose from, so we hope you enjoy that, as well as our wonderful sessions that we have for you. Now, the next session that we're going to be bringing you here on the stage is Opportunity Bharat. The session dives into the diverse facets of India's vibrant retail landscape and explores the dynamic opportunities and challenges present in the Indian market, renowned for its diversity, rapid growth, and untapped potential. Please welcome to the stage your moderator, who will introduce his panel. Please welcome B.S. Nagash, the founder of Train, and the panel. Welcome, everybody, to the stage. Could we get BS's mic up, please? If you come this way, BS, he wants to work on the floor.
Hello, hello, yeah. I won't be on the stage. I'll be on the floor with the audience, so please give me mic all around. Hi, good morning, everybody, and let me bring my audience, my panelists here. Can I have my panelists here? Ajoy, Vineet, Rajesh, Sandeep, Akash. I know all of you would have got your booklets. You would have known the The panelists, you would have read about their backgrounds. I'm not going to spend time introducing them because we just have some 40 minutes. Please. We just have about 40 minutes, and I want to give some time for your question and answer session. Come in the center. Akash, come here. Okay, before we start, let's get a feel of the audience. How many of you are retailers? Raise your hand, please. Oh, about 10 of you. How many of you are developers, real estate guys? Oh, another 5, 6. How many of you are techies? How many of you are brand owners? The balance are what? There's some of you have not raised your hand yet. What are you doing here? Anyhow, wonderful. Welcome to the session. This session is a 30,000 feet high strategic session. Opportunities in Bharat. I think we have one of the best panelists sitting here, people who are running businesses across the country, people who understand customers, people who understand business, and we have somebody from food and beverages, we have somebody who's running a QSR, somebody who's running the country's largest jewelry chain, you have somebody who has fabulous fashion brands. So we have a wonderful panel who are sitting here, and I'll start our discussions with the consumer because that's most important for us. So you know there are some retailers, some techies, some developers. I'll start with you, Ajay. I think you are there in the maximum number of cities in this country. Probably you know Bharat more than many of us because you're not only selling jewelry to the family, but you also know the inside of the families in terms of women as to how much they're consuming, what they're consuming. How has the customer changed over the last 5, 10 years, especially the women and in the hinterland, tier 3, tier 4, small towns? Give a little more volume there, please. Mike? Yeah, better. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Nagesh. It's a privilege to be with you and other esteemed panelists here, and happy to be here. We have, as you rightly said, we have significantly enhanced our penetration in what I would call as small town India and a little bit of rural, not so much of rural, but sub 10 lakh population, all the way up to 1 lakh population towns. We've added about 100 stores in the last 5 years in tier 2, 3, 4 towns. And today, this segment of towns contributes about 30% of our overall top line, which is a healthy number of crores and buyers. What we are seeing is we are surprised by the fact that even 2 lakh population towns start seeing top line move very quickly. So which means there is a lot of aspiration for a brand like Tanishq. We see a lot of desire already there, perhaps due to a lot of digital penetration that has happened in the country over time. We see there is aspiration for the latest design. What we hear is that earlier we had to go to the next big town to be able to get the latest design. So there's a lot of desire for design. We see because of adding a store in their respective town, in the neighborhood, there is frequency of purchase. Otherwise, it would be all bunched around an important festival or a wedding. But now, because there is a presence there and there is desire, a lot of everyday wear, a lot of fashion wear, a lot of, so there is certainly a skew towards gold versus maybe diamond studded, but we are taken aback many a times by the ticket values. So the customer is willing to spend even higher ticket value compared to metros, mini metros in the, let's say, top 50 towns. The customer has certainly moved in terms of both aspiration, the desire for brands, and I think they are extremely delighted by the service and professionalism. They're expecting professionalism, but they're delighted by the service, if you're able to give them service of a certain. And I think this is changing at a rapid pace, including our, if I see local players also, they are upgrading the quality of store ambience, the quality of service, and even policies for transparency. Not just because we are there, I think the customer is ready and seeking that.
Just tell me one thing, if it is not very, very confidential, what will be an average customer's purchase in a 100,000 population town?
In a 100,000 population town, we have seen a dispersion of, on an average customer purchase in a year,
Yep.
maybe a lakh and a half to a lakh, maybe even 50,000. The dispersion could be 50,000 to 1.5 lakhs at the
And,
mode.
and it'll be the same for a million population town?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, maybe 10, 20% lower, but not that much far off. For a wedding purchase, it could be even higher.
Yeah.
And we see greater traction for wedding contribution in smaller towns.
Wow. So I think it's a very interesting fact. When we are talking of Bharat and we were talking of India, I mean, we have this perception that Bharat is probably that poor India, or Bharat is probably the India which is still growing. But here is an example of a town or a small town which has only 100,000 population, and a town which has 1 million population. Those of our guests who are more used to millions and billions, and you have $1,000 to
Sorry?
$2,000 purchase. An average purchase will be
More than 1,000. I would say about
more than $1,000
1,200.
purchase. So that's the
1,200.
consumption, and this is in small town, which is the aspiring India. I love the fact of aspiring India, whether it's small town or big town. Sandeep, coming to you, you are selling food and groceries and all kinds of merchandise in your JioMart. Is the aspiration there also the same? Are people in the smaller towns buying premium products? For example, they'll be buying Dove, will they be buying Saffola, will they be buying organic foods? Or is it that small town behavior on consumption is still very different than the big town?
It's rapidly changing. It's rapidly changing, Nagesh. So what we observed is, I'll answer this
Bring the
question.
mic a little closer to you.
Is this better? This is better, no?
Yep.
So I'll try and talk about this in 2 layers. The first layer is just the sheer adoption of e-commerce, right? Because I'm JioMart and we are doing e-commerce. I'll talk about that. That is penetrating at a breakneck speed. Numbers that we've never seen before. Obviously, with the advent of 4G, now 5G, entering tier 2, tier 3 geographies across India, the adoption for internet and hence e-commerce is rapidly growing. And number 2, like you said, right, premiumization is at an all-time high. A phenomenon that was limited to tier 1 metros for the last decade or so. A lot of luxury brands have been introduced. The premiumization effect has been rapidly growing in tier 1, tier 2 cities also. Right now, for JioMart, 2/3 of our sale come from tier 2 plus cities. Significant.
So, Sandeep, just a quick question. What's happening to the mindset? It is the OTT platforms which has changed? Is it the online content which has changed? What is making their mindset shift towards premiumization in a tier 2, tier 3 cities?
I think you answered the question yourself. I think digitalization at multiple fronts is helping this change, right? One is access to products. Imagine a decade ago, a tier 2 city or a tier 3 city would not have showrooms that we just spoke about, did not have stores, did not have access to it. There were small kirana shops if you wanted grocery. There used to be 1 or 2 stores selling fashion clothes, and that would be catering to the masses, right? If you want a premium fashion apparel, or you want to buy electronics which is premium, right? You wouldn't have access to it, even if you had the intent to. Right now what's happened is, one, the awareness for the brand, awareness for the benefits of a particular brand or a particular premium product has grown, awareness has grown. People are watching it, like you said, on OTT content, people are seeing the usage of this. And social media coming, social commerce happening, the access to information and hence access to product has grown. With access to product via online, people are just buying it. Now they have access to something they didn't have earlier.
Vineet, what surprises me is, whatever be the GDP of the country, 3 trillion, whatever, the per capita is still around $2,200, okay? And per capita is spread all across. 60% of India is still maybe below that. How are the people consuming? Where is the money coming from, even in a 100,000 town, to spend this kind of amount? I mean, is India rich and Bharat poor? Or is India all across Bharat and there's nothing called poor and rich? What's your experience of the kind of consumption that's happening?
Questions to me?
Yes.
So I think I agree to all the people in the panel. I think the exposure to digital is changing. And I think I'll say it the other way, and a lot of people might not like it. I think the Bharat is richer than India because they are not in debt. I think if you are in the urban part of the world, you are all in debt, right? So spending power is a very large challenge. So in the Bharat, I think it's not as much of debt. It's all about saving economic money still and buying for it, right? We use winning jewelry. Tanishq is a brand by itself. So they rather buy a brand than buy a store from a local guy. The same we are seeing in our category also. In fact, in the smaller towns, our ticket sizes or the ASPs are sometimes higher than even main towns because the consumer's availability of brand is limited. So whoever are the early adapters of fashion, who are people who are fashionable, who are brands are less. So I think that is helping Bharat grow for brands like us. And I think we are spending a lot more today. If I have to put a ratio, our business in Bharat and main towns will be 50-50. And we are growing.
And
very rapidly.
based on population, I mean, the number of people who buy in Bharat must be much more as a percentage. Their spend must be much higher. Less number of people spending more.
Yes, that's what I said. We don't get tons of footfalls there, right? Our conversions are far better. Our basket quantities are better. But in a smaller town, in a bigger town, you have more options. So they want to go and spend in many more brands compared to what we are seeing in Bharat. So I think that is...
Ajay, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, Nagesh, I think the money was always there. It's not that Bharat is poor and India is rich. Migration of labor results in enough poor people sitting in India in the way you've defined it. I think the opportunity, because once you go to that market, you realize that customers are there and they want. Earlier, they would have to travel. Secondly, competitive intensity relatively is lesser because the quality of number of brands, number of opportunities that they have to spend. So the share of wallet can...
Rajesh, coming to you. Chai is a chai is a chai is a chai. Am I right?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. So maybe it is not. Okay, how is chai in Bharat different than in India? How are people consuming so differently? I mean, I never thought, I mean, if even today you go to Calcutta, you get a cooler chai for some 10 bucks or something, and you really enjoy that. But people are willing to spend 150, 200 rupees for a chai. What is it? For those of you, chai is tea, yeah? What is it that is making this kind of consumption come through? And you were talking...
The younger generation is one which has grown up on social media, right? So earlier it was like an individual who was living in a Lucknow would take aspiration from Delhi, or someone who was living in a Jalandhar would possibly take aspiration from a Delhi. Today, everybody is equally exposed to that latest European cafe concept or that latest Korean bubble tea concept. So it's a generation which is growing up in a much more globalized world, much more aware, much more aspiration which comes out of it because of that desire to be a part of certain lifestyles. And also sharing a lot more, also that pressure of experiencing more, maximizing every moment. So I think in that terms, there is, right, like that was, when we started off chai delivery, for us, the idea was this is going to be an office use case. Today, 80% of our orders come from homes. So, that kind of shows in quick commerce as well. I myself end up doing 8-10 orders a week on quick commerce. So there's a lot of behavior change towards instant gratification. I think to answer your question on how is chai perceived, when we started out 11 years back, people said, "Yaar, tum log bahut mehenge ho. Chai cannot be so expensive." Today, any kind of survey we do, we are rated as possibly the highest value for money cafe brand out there.
Wow.
Because this is what people have over a period of time accepted that, look, I want a great chai, I want a great experience, and I'm willing to get that delivered to my house, which I'm going to get in 20 minutes. And I would rather do that as opposed to making that chai myself because I don't have the time for it.
And this behavior is the same whether it's a small city or a big city?
So we are present in relatively smaller number of small cities. We are only 7 cities right now. And our 200 store presence is across those 7
Let's
cities.
take Mumbai. Is the behavior the same in Thane, Borivali, Kandivali, Vasai, Kalyan?
Yes, very similar. Very similar.
I think this is a very important statement he has made, and all our panelists are saying, don't look at Bharat as separate. Look at Bharat, India in the same. Just look for the customers who are actually shopping in these places, and customers who are aspiring, and customers who are willing to change, and customers who are getting influenced by the internet and the social media. Wow. Akash, you have supermarkets in smaller towns in Maharashtra. Tell me about the customer behavior. How old is your chain?
Our chain is 30 years old.
30 years old. And how long? You look like in 20s. How long have you been in the business?
I've been involved in operations since last 6 years.
6 years. So what is the change you have seen in the last 6 years? Let's talk about the consumers of interiors of Maharashtra. Jalgaon.
Consumers in interior of Maharashtra are still the old Indian consumers who is a value conscious. The brand who gives value for their money, the consumers will trust that brand more. And the consumers, for his groceries, staples, nuts,
Give me
he
one
will
mic.
trust the private label more compared to the national brand because we are the face of the brand there and ensuring the service and the quality throughout last 20, 30 years. So consumers are aspirational. At the same time, they are very value conscious and they take time to trust you. Once a farmer comes to your shop and he wants to buy for his groceries for, say, a period of monsoon or 3 to 4 months, his basket size is large, but he wants the value at the same time.
Wow.
So they are still value conscious. They are still aspirational. They are the basket has changed in last 5 years. They are trying new brands, but which are providing value to them.
So tell me, if you look at the consumer and look at the men versus women shopping, do you still have a lot of women coming into your supermarkets and shopping, or it's only the men who come and shop?
80% shoppers are women.
Wow. Look at the change that's happening. These are all innovations, you know. About 25, 30 years back when I was involved in the retailing business, when I was talking to some of the women customers, they would say, you know, going to modern retail is a very big occasion for us. So I actually asked them, describe what this mean. You know what she said? In my time when I used to go to shop, I used to go in my nightie. But in today, if I have to go to a shop, I have to dress up and wear my makeup and go. You know, that's the behavior change that she was expecting. I think one thing this panel has established, there is consumption happening, there are consumers, and there are consumers for all kind of product, from chayos to jewelry to fashion. Before I go on to the next one, what is on top of your mind as an audience? Is there something which is either a problem or an opportunity or something that you want to know about India and Bharat and opportunities? Any one person? Then I'll probably move the panel discussion in helping you try to get the answer. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm really curious how the consumers are viewing homegrown brands versus international brands.
Yep.
So where the premiumization is coming, is that only coming from international brands, or are homegrown brands are also being seen as more and more premium?
Wonderful. We'll take that up. Anybody else has some thought? Yeah. Yeah. Keep it quick and short.
Thanks. I think I just have one question. Are we over-glorifying Bharat? My perspective and question is, what is the profitability of store in the tier 3 and above versus tier 1? And what's the time frame in which you achieve break-even?
Wonderful. Okay. Somebody else said. That's the last question. We'll go back to the audience.
Yeah, so my question is around ONDC. There's a lot of hype around how ONDC will revolutionize the whole commerce game in India. So do we really see that happening?
Okay.
Do we see that transfer?
So we'll talk about it. I think we're talking about Indian brand, homegrown brand versus international brand. Vineet, you've been running all international brands, okay? And I have seen homegrown brands do very well. I mean, when I started Shopper Stop in 1991, from there to now, if you look at it, Mufti is a co-sponsor of this brand. Mufti had probably one shelf in our Shopper Stop. Biba has become a big brand. Lots of these homegrown brands have become big. So I personally feel there's no ceiling to the homegrown brands. You can grow. There may be challenges which are different, but you have seen international brands and homegrown brands. How do you compete?
So I think the consumer definitely differentiates a homegrown brand to an international brand. There is affiliation in the Indian aspiring consumers to buy international brands because we are an aspiring country. I think all of us have grown up. But I think if your purpose is right, if you find the right niche, there's a large opportunity for homegrown brands. Also because you can customize. You're much closer to the customer. You understand global brands, customization as per country. Every brand cannot do it. Our brands, to a large extent, we do. But a lot of international brands cannot change their product mix, price mix because of restrictions that they have with the brand globally. So I think the homegrown brands definitely have a very large opportunity. India is a very large market, I think, and there is dearth of brands. I think if you look at fashion as a category, it's very difficult to even count 100 brands in a category today. Look at how many international brands are there. So I think the opportunity size is very large. There are a lot of niches that you can work around. There are a lot of consumer segments. So decide what you want to stand for, because if you want to stand for everything, then you cannot compete against an international brand. But if, like Nagesh said, if you know what you are standing for, like Mufti or Biba, they have created business, very, very large businesses in India. So stick to your DNA, know what you want to do, spend quality time and be consistent in doing that. Don't try to run away and doing okay, international brand is doing this, let's copy that. That's not going to work.
Which is that one homegrown brand competitor of yours that you really admire?
So I think I'll tell, there are many actually, but a brand that surprises me a lot is a brand called Latin Quarters. I think it's in Shoppers Stop. I'm very, very surprised the kind of sales per square feet that they are able to generate. While it might not be a direct competition, but it is competition in the category. So I have very large regards for what they have done.
But Latin Quarter as a brand looks like an international brand. Right? It is not one of those Indian names. So I think it's about how you build a brand. There is opportunity. I think customers are aspirational. I think they're also wanting fabulous product. Okay, and there are Indian brands which have grown. Tanishq, which is a multi-billion-dollar brand, is an Indian brand. Absolutely born in India, brought up in India, and growing in India, and has a huge market share. Second question was on the profitability of smaller towns versus larger towns. I mean, my opinion, if a business is doing well, it should make more profits in smaller towns. That's my perception. Anybody wants to pick this up? Ajay, you want to pick it up? Yeah.
So for profitability to come, it's about hitting scale. And we are seeing that even in smaller towns, within a year, most stores break even and make money. That is, the franchisee makes money. We, of course, make the money as soon as we are seeing the sales start coming up. And at best, it may take, if it's a very small town, like a 1 lakh population or 2 lakh population town, and there's a very strong local player, it takes us maybe 2 years for the franchisee to start breaking even. So profitability does get impacted also by the mix. More gold versus more diamond studded product will give you better profitability. But within a couple of years, 1 to 2 years, profitability is in for a small town.
I think it's also about customizing your model as per market and the right sizing. You cannot have the same size in Bombay and you can go to Jalgaon and open the same. So I think your model needs to be flexible. And how can you customize to that? India is not about doing what you're doing in Bombay and copying it in 100 places. India is about being right for that customer. What is that right size? And I'm sure, I think Bharat can be more profitable than India.
I agree
especially
with
because
you
of the rental issues, costs of operating.
I think is bang on the point. Let me share an example of, I have gone through, I was part of a concept called Hypercity, which was one of the largest boxes in this country. It was amongst the top 100 boxes in the world in terms of hypermarkets. We opened in Mumbai and it was 120,000 square feet. And fabulous, it was doing 200 crores and very, very profitable. And then we thought, oh, this is a fabulous model we'll take it to every place. We opened 100,000 square feet in Amritsar and it bombed. Okay, so I think you're absolutely bang. You need to look at what is the size required, what are the kind of merchandise you want to bring. Another example, we went to Jaipur and opened Jaipur and we thought we will do the merchandise assortment for Jaipur and we failed. When we went back to the customer and asked them saying, we always used to go to Delhi to shop. We wanted you to bring Delhi to Jaipur and not give us another Jaipur. So I think the customers are really, really very, very aspirational. They're wanting to see what big town is because they're seeing the same thing on the television. On your question on ONDC, I think we should get into a different session. I can only tell you is that ONDC will be the Amazon of India. The fact that even Amazon has got into ONDC, I think this is a great platform which is getting created. And everybody should watch the platform and see where are you. Are you on ONDC?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, why don't you just share your example of how it has helped you?
Yeah, so I think it's an early start to ONDC. We're starting to see some traction across the food industry. It's just a great channel for us to leverage our existing customers. It's a new channel that opens up possibilities where we cannot access through channel partners. So I think still early days, lots to be done there, but I think it looks promising.
Sandeep, is ONDC a competition for you, or is ONDC a partner, or?
It's a partner. The ONDC protocol, I think conceptually is very powerful. The idea is very powerful. I think it is going to take the commerce in India into a fair and zone that ensures more participation both from the consumers as well as service providers. The last 1 year has been crazy for ONDC. Just in December, they released a report where they said they clocked 1 million orders per day, which not many e-commerce platforms also do, right? Except for the larger ones like an Amazon or a Flipkart or a JioMart, right? But that's significant. But the evolution has been slow and in a different direction. There is product commerce, there is service commerce. Service commerce has picked up a lot on ONDC, right? Ride booking. Namma Yatri in Bengaluru it happens on ONDC only. Then there is food delivery, like you mentioned, right? Food delivery is happening a lot. Almost 60 to 70% of commerce via ONDC is service commerce, not yet product commerce. I think that evolution needs to happen. The protocol needs to be defined a little more strongly. The rules, the regulations have to be solidified. I think there's a journey to be covered. Hopefully over the next 1 or 2 years that will happen, and then it'll be encouraging.
Also, I think those of you who want to look at digital commerce, ONDC in India, should also have one strong faith and belief in what's happening in the Indian digital ecosystem. All of us said the same thing for UPI. All of us had similar issues when JAM came in. Okay, but today, look at it. We are probably the fastest developing transaction happening on UPI anywhere in the world. So if you have the belief that India is able to bring digitization to the grassroots, look at what Jio has done to digital, look at what it has done to the penetration, then ONDC is a platform. The way we are seeing in the last 2 years is growing very well. So I don't think it is a nice-to-have platform. At some point of time, it will become a must-have platform for most of us who are in business. It has started off with service. I'm sure even the digital will come into play. Are you also online, omni-channel in your supermarket business?
Online for us will be WhatsApp, because we are developing app this year, but the delivery as percentage of sales is hardly 5 to 7% in tier 3, tier 4 towns. So people still like to order on phone, order on WhatsApp, or they'll come in shop, fill their trolleys and just tell us to deliver them to their home.
But you are on some kind of a digital connect channel, which means...
we do have. We are the entertainment place for them in tier 4, tier 5 towns. So they don't have many avenues there.
This is a very interesting thing, and I would definitely like to quote one of our famous retailer friends, Kishore Biani, and he said, India has to come to shop because in India there are only 2 places to go. Either you go to temples or you go to malls, because this is where you actually can get entertainment. And it's true, a lot of people come into malls just to entertain themselves. If summer 40 degrees, go to the mall because it's cool. Yeah, we'll get into the next part of our session. At least one thing is established, there are opportunities. And there is no doubt that there is no opportunity in India, whether you go to small town, big town. And don't forget, in larger cities, there is a town within every city. Once we did some comparison and we said Borivali is as big as Jaipur. Okay, Thane is maybe much bigger than Lucknow or equivalent to Lucknow. So when you look at India, please don't look at India as tier 1 cities and tier 2 or tier 3. There is a microcosm of each tier within a large tier. So you can be in India and you can still be in any part of the Europe. In Mumbai and you can be any part of the Europe. So look at India from that perspective. Now, if you have opportunities, there is business. And if there is business, there is growth. But for all this, you require talent and people. Okay, next session, I want to spend 5 minutes with the team. If you can grow, are there talent at the top level available? Or you think we have to still groom them to reach the stage? Because we don't have too many billion-dollar corporations, too many billion-dollar retailers, maybe just a few of them. Top talent on the front end to serve the customer. Are they available, or we have to make them? Or you think this is a long journey that we have to go through? Ajay, from you.
So top talent, I think, in general, there is a opportunity and a dearth. I mean, they don't have to be based in the respective markets. But yes, for talent to move, for us to exploit the opportunity, let's say in Bihar, we have 35 towns in which we are present in Bihar. So we actually look at Bihar and Jharkhand as one cluster by itself. It's a region. And it has got sales guys, it has got a merchandising guy, it's got a trainer, it's got a customer experience person, it's got a VM person. So it's a self-contained unit. So we have to create these, whether it is for Bihar, Jharkhand, whether it's for UP, whether it's for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana or TN. So we've broken ourselves into 12 regions. And how can we ensure that they're complete by themselves? So that is the talent that is needed. At the store level, when you certainly go to a 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh or 4 lakh population town, there is a need to be able to groom and train them. I think grooming as important as the training, both are critical because they need to serve customers as per the brand standards. They may not necessarily speak fluent English. They may be very good in the local language, but the sophistication of service as well as the professionalism and the explanation of, in a jewelry transaction, there's a lot of stuff. There's gold exchange that's taking place. There is melting and validating of the purity of gold. There is a lot of conversation on the diamond. There is a lot of conversation on the exchange value in the future or the golden harvest scheme. So it is a fairly complex exercise. And I must say that it is needing, but it is not that in the top tier towns, talent is readily available. Very often, attrition is much higher in the top. So once you do a good job in developing that talent, spending at least a month and a half training and grooming that talent, maybe through other stores. And we have to go down to those markets to train. You can't say you come to Delhi or you come to the next district headquarter town. You need to go closest there and train.
Get local talent.
Yeah, we have to get local talent and we have to develop them.
I think
it is a long lead time
something I want to add
activity.
to this.
But you know what I'll add here? It takes about a few months to get the right talent team in place, but it also takes sometimes 5 to 6 months to build the right property. For us, build to suit is very important. So it's quite possible that the moment you start building to suit the property, you start looking for talent.
A couple of perspectives on this. I think Lenskart faced this problem when they were scaling up. They couldn't find enough trained optometrists to be able to do an eye checkup at their store. So they invested into that Lenskart Academy, kind of invested into training people to get them ready for that. So I think at scale there is a requirement to invest into that right level of talent. The second perspective is that at the end of the day, your store experience or your brand experience is very unique to you. So bringing in that right cultural element, investing into that. I was speaking to somebody at Indigo a few days back, and they were talking about how they have 90 days before an individual actually goes on board the flight. So it's a 90-day training program to incorporate culture. I think increasingly as we want to differentiate ourselves as retailers, I think investing into that early period of cultural integration is going to be very important.
I would totally agree. In fact, I'll give you 2 incidences. Since the trust that I run also skills people both with disability and women, and we actually train them for 30, 45 days before they go into the industry. So we have 2 sets of retailers. Somebody who just takes a person and puts them onto the job in 3 days' time. And we have retailers who spend 25 to 30 days. And my question to all retailers is, you spend 10,000 rupees per square foot on capex before you open a store. How much money do you spend on OPEX to train a person before you start the store? Okay, the numbers are very, very small. So if there is opportunity, if there is local talent available, I think it is important for you to invest in the talent. Most companies spend a lot of money on investment on head office stuff, but if you're able to really put money on the front office and actually train them and skill them, I think they'll retain. The second is the attrition. When we go back and talk to these kids saying, why do you leave the jobs? They say, if we have to grow, somebody has to invest in us to develop. And when we go and talk to the retailers, they say, you know, these guys leave every few months, so why should I invest? It's a chicken and egg. You have to take a call, but if you're building a brand, like Rajesh said, if you're building a culture, I don't think you have an option not to invest. All the best brands in the country have all invested very, very heavily on the last mile connect, and I think we need to really do that. That's an important part. I have another 5 minutes. I want to come back to the panel. Anybody else has a question in mind which has been bothering you? You won't get a panel like this. Anybody has? Yeah, please. Go ahead, I can listen to you. I'll repeat your. Yeah.
Yeah, before going to a business, you do an R&D in that state or like city?
Do you research the city before you go and enter the city? What is the process by which you decide to enter a particular city or a particular location? Any one of you? Yep. Go ahead.
I think any market, when you enter, you obviously have to size the market right. You have to also look at the consumer, how much can afford your brands, what is the amount of consumers that are available. So we look at multiple data. I think it's easy now more because banking data is very easily available. You can look at that. You know the amount of people who are employed. So all those ratios definitely help. Penetration of cars, automobiles is a very, very good data to look at before entering the towns. For us, we majorly go with shopping malls. 90% of our stores are shopping malls. So I think the infrastructure that the shopping mall creates makes more sense for us. And hence, that's a very large criteria for us entering a market. But in smaller markets, it's purely looking at all these parameters before deciding to invest. Also, some places we open shop-in-shops much before, so we have a lot more data available to see what kind of numbers are we doing and can a retail store make sense. So it depends on many parameters before you decide to enter a store.
But you know, one thing I can add is at one point, right, say 20 years ago, any brand, any setup that wants to expand, go into a new city, had to do research afresh. But right now, everything's done. Everything's available, right? For example, a person who wants to put a Pizza Hut does not need to do research. Find the nearest, where the next Domino's is, go and put a Pizza Hut there, right? That's how the industry has evolved, right? There are so many brands. I'm sure Ajay would agree. There is adjacency, right? There is a D-Mart. Beside a D-Mart, you will find a Smart Bazaar, right? In that vicinity, right? So that's how the landscape has evolved. There's not much research required. You will find everything online. If you are looking to expand, then you'll have sufficient resources online.
This is very interesting. You know, you create the market. You go to a location and create the market. You have a Domino's, next to that you have a KFC. But you know, there are other challenges I must share. Like Vineet said, you find a great mall happening, go and get into the mall. But you don't know there's another mall happening next door. I mean, we've had situations where you go to the mall and say, this city can take only one mall. This is the only plot available. Next to that is a hospital. It will never be a mall. And somebody decides to demolish the hospital and open up a mall there. So you have two malls next to each other and competing. But yes, I think there's a lot of data and a lot of insight available today to really take this on. Okay, before I get into the last segment, there is opportunity, there is talent available. Is there enough capital, enough resources available to start a business or grow a business? Fortunately, here we have two people who come from very large global houses and Indian houses. So hopefully the capital is available to them. In fact, 3 of them. And there are 2 of them which are family and a venture capital backed. Let me start with you, Rajesh. Tomorrow, if suppose you have 190 stores?
Yes.
So you have 190 and suddenly you say, I can open another 200. Will you get the capital immediately? If not, how will you approach that? If 200 is a guaranteed opportunity for you?
So thankfully, in the last 6-7 years, we've had access through VC funds, PE funds to adequate capital. I think global investors want to invest into India, and global investors also realize that there are very few brands which are available, especially in food. The number of 500 crore brands, you can literally count them on your fingertips. So for a nation of this size, people really want to invest. Of course, it goes through funding cycles. So I think just getting to a critical mass and becoming profitable, that is the key, so that you can sustain. You're not dependent on external funding. But yeah, in an ideal situation, would want to be in that kind of space where we are generating enough profit to be able to fund expansion or be able to get debt from.
Are there any aspiring entrepreneurs in this hall? Anybody who wants to start a venture, start a business, start retail, start a brand? No? Wow, this is India and Bharat. Oh, here is somebody who wants to start a business. You want to start a business fresh? Okay. So you are in the manufacturing business. Are you short of capital or there's enough money? You have enough money. He's got enough money, Rajesh. You can also ask him if he wants to lend you some more money on that. Yeah. Anybody else who wants to comment on capital? What about you, Akash? You have six supermarkets?
Yeah, we have approximately 10 supermarkets in our family. So the route will be taking inspiration from Tanishq. Like our brand name is known in our region in 100 kilometers, 3 districts. Take up local partners, joint venture with them, and then expand. Rather than taking a debt for retail, we would like to prefer franchising and through the own funds, expand as per in our region, जहाँ पे हम लोगों का brand name चलता है. So the customer is, we know the product master in the region. We know the likings, we know the dislikes, we know the price point to play. So we are taking inspiration from the established brands, trying to copy that in retail.
It's not only you're taking inspiration. I think one of the India opportunities is the number of entrepreneurs we have in India. I think 90% of our business happens through MSMEs and SMEs. These are all entrepreneurs. These are all people who have this running a business in their blood through generations. And actually, if you look at organizations like Tanishq, Titan, or the Bestseller Group, they have really capitalized on these entrepreneurs as their franchisees. If you have a great idea, you know you can create a great product. I think India is a land of entrepreneurs, and they are not in thousands, they are in millions for you to partner with them and really take on to the next level. I think our time is almost over. I will leave last one comments with each one of the panelists. Go ahead, Ajay.
Just adding to the last point, we find that getting franchisees and entrepreneurs is a very ready base of capital. The issue is not about getting people with capital. The issue is about getting people who will do a good job in running the retail business. And for us, that's the challenge. How do you assess? You get enough people with money. We can give bank guarantees, deposits, even do a full buy and sell model. But are they retail and service oriented? Are they people oriented? And are they customer driven? And that's the challenge, and discerning that out
I have a
becomes a
very
challenge.
quick fix solution for this. Anybody who wants to start a franchise business, go and find out in which city who is the Tanishq franchisee. Find out if he has a son who's doing nothing, and he'll start a franchise. Rest of the boxes are ticked. They have one of the best franchisees. Same thing with Bestseller Group also. Good. Anybody else has a comment to make? We'll close otherwise. Rajesh? No. Vineet?
No, I think franchise is a great opportunity to expand into Bharat. You cannot, as a corporate, sit here and say, I am going to operate the whole country. Like sitting in Europe, I cannot operate India. It's the same thing. Sitting in Bombay or Delhi, you cannot operate the whole country. So you need partners who have more local understanding. I'll just want to give one point on the cost of capital. While we are large corporates, there is availability of capital, but I think the capital is also chasing multiple opportunities there. Yeah. So it's still, you have to be relevant in that same space that the capital can be available for you, because globally there are many other opportunities also. India is not the only opportunity that we are talking from a bestseller perspective. So I think till the time your fundamentals are right, you are having the right teams. I think globally people look at teams. Is their team capable enough to, and then you can get capital. Otherwise, capital is a challenge.
I think Vineet has a very fair point. At the end of the day, you require return on capital employed, or you need to ensure that you have created terminal value. I still remember when we started Shoppers at that point of time, what I used to get from the promoters was at a higher rate of interest than what I could borrow from my bank. So I actually went and borrowed from the bank, because they were charging much more. But that's holding you accountable for what you're doing, yeah? Great, ladies and gentlemen, I think here it says time's up in a big way. A big applause for all our panelists here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel.
That was a very, very weak applause. Maza nahi aaya. Didn't enjoy or what, yaar? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let me also come.
And wonderfully moderated there. Thank you, sir, for your time. It's wonderful. Well done, panel. Just before we bring on our next fireside chat for you, who's very good at social media here? Is anybody good at social media? The reason I ask is last night I was talking to a colleague of mine and I said, I had a tweet last night about a certain subject. I had a tweet last night. And he said, you can't call it a tweet anymore, it's X. However, where I come from, if I said I had an X last night, that means a totally different thing. So what do we say these days when we have a message on X? Anybody know? No? There we go. That's one to ponder on throughout the course of today. So, yeah, what do we call when we get a message on X? No idea. Anyway, guys, thank you very much to the panel. Welcome to one and all if you've just joined us here at PRC 2024. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so we are going to be moving on at a quick rate of knots, and we are going to be changing some of the timings to the session so we can get you all watching the session that you want to see, and that we can all CEO of Arvind Fashions, and even getting a screaming round of applause. Welcome, guys. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a very special person and a special company that he leads sitting next to me on my right, Venkat. Look at Trent. I was trying to see the market cap today, almost 1.5 lakh crore. Share price was, please, it's a rare company, please give them applause. Share price around 4,500 rupees. And they've added almost like $6.5 billion to market cap in the last 6 months. How many companies are in India They have a $6.5 billion market cap. This is the delta. This is the addition to the market cap. And you know, the big companies are like 2 billion, etc. They've added like 3 times a big company in the last 6 months. That's the kind of market cap. It's very, very inspirational. In my 32 years in this industry, very rarely I see a company in our industry performing that well. And I'm going to start with 1 or 2 questions from the audience, not to Venkat, but to gauge your interest, what kind of question you want. Trend at 900 rupees. So he recently called me less than a month back. He says, now the share price is at 4,000 rupees. Should I sell? You are in the industry, so tell me. I said, they're growing at 50%. You know, look at last 2 quarters. Trend has grown, NSV at 50% plus, and EBITDA also at 50% plus on a scale which is more than 10,000 crores, right? So on that scale, somebody's growing at 50%. I said, you'll be mad, my friend, to sell a company which is growing at 50% in these market conditions. Then he said, but my share price is at 900, might come down. So he said, should I sell half? I said, don't sell half, you're my friend, sell less. And now, you know, that discussion was about 4,000 rupees. Now the share price today is at 4,500 rupees. I messaged my friend saying, boss, you sold 1/3 at such a low price, you could have waited and sold that. You know, that's one story I want to tell. Second story I want to tell, recently I was in BKC, and a friend of mine was saying that I'll acquire something in your industry at 30,000 crores and take it to 1 lakh crore. And I said, 1 lakh crore? There are how many companies in our industry you're talking about, you know, at 1 lakh crore? But there is a trend. Now, what has happened, Venkat, is that because of the trend, it's given a hope to the people. Like this industry also can have, you can think of buying a 30,000 crore company and hoping to, you know, like try and take it to 1 lakh crore. Not easy, not going to happen. You know, it's a rare success that we are fortunate to have Venkat to share his story with us. Anybody wants to give me 1 or 2 questions, that the kind of question you want to ask? Venkat is not going to answer those questions. That for me to gauge your interest so that I can guide this conversation towards the interests of the audience here. Anybody? Can you give the mic to somebody? Yeah, I can see a hand there. Can you tell me what kind of question you want to ask Venkat?
Yeah, hi. I would love to hear the success recipe of Zudio. I mean, that's something of great interest.
That's going to be my first question. Anything else? Any last one more question? I see Palki here. Yeah, Palki.
What was the mistake you were making for the past 5 years, which you found and corrected?
Okay, we'll also ask him about some challenges and everything. I get a sense, one more question at the back. Last question, then I'll start with the fire chat. That you and your companies are working on. Over to you, Venkat.
Sailesh, first of all, I think that's much of what you said was gross exaggeration. So I start with a complaint. That said, thank you very much. That's being very kind. In many ways, you can't make a baby in 2 months. Trent is not something that's been cooked up in the last 2 years. And in many ways, I would argue that there's huge amounts of opportunity. Nagesh, sitting there, you know, talked about opportunity in India. I just couldn't agree with you more, Nagesh, that there is clearly opportunity. But the issue for us as businessmen to think about is how many of us are being comfortable that it takes time to build some of these outcomes that we seek to chase. And Sailesh, the reality is being slower is somehow gotten a bad name. And I think it's an opportunity for us thinking about it to say, how can we really set up for the medium and the long term, make choices which deliver big outcomes? If you have been exercising for the last 10 years, and I look at you and say, oh my God, you know, this fellow looks fabulous, and I'm going to compete by exercising, you know, 7 hours a day for the next 2 weeks, I'm just not going to be able to do anything to match up with you. And in many cases, I think a case like Tanishq, you know, Ajay was here a few minutes back, the reality is it was built over 25 years. And you talked about 100,000 crore market cap. We still get told internally, oh my God, look at Tanishq, look at Titan. 4 lakh. And yeah, you know, we're still way off the mark. So the reality is there is so much to look forward to in India, but I would argue that a lot of the outcomes in the consumer spaces are about sticking to choices which we have conviction about for long periods of time and executing consistently.
So, Venkat, one thing I pick up from what you're saying is a patient approach. It's a long-term, and I see like you're doing Samo and or a Taneira in the Tanish side, that Tata Group, those two companies, that you take up a project called Samo and you're doing a trial. Zudio was one such, we saw a little bit of trial and then it's scaling up, or in some other group. So one thing for the audience I can say is that you're saying a patient, focused approach versus trying to do something like a short-term high energies. But can you also tell us some more theme? Because see, you can't build a 1.5 lakh crore company through just patient, right? And that's not just one theme. I'm sure we want to hear some more double clicking. Can you tell us 3 themes that are working in favor of Trent?
So good shouts. And I think it's not, you're good at pushing me back. Take for instance, this business about being completely own branded. We don't sell any third party. India is a big enough market for all kinds of models. So it's not to say that the playbook that we use in Trent is the only playbook for success in the spaces that we play, but it is a playbook that works for us. And being completely own branded is so integral to so many choices that we make. We just do not sell any third party brands in our business. And that kind of willingness to, again, if you go back to the point that I was making, it's slower. If you don't have brands in your stores, or whether it's online or in physical stores, at the end of the day, it means you're going to get a slower flywheel to turn, at least in the initial years. Or for the matter, let me take one more thing which probably some in the audience probably don't necessarily appreciate outside in. We don't distribute. We used to be culturally a retail company. At some point, my predecessor said, no, why retail? We should be a branded business. So we are a brand business which has a lot of retail presence. And we're increasingly a distribution business which has reach, which is leveraging the outcomes that we have from the brands. So we totally control every bit of distribution. We're totally direct to consumer. Or for that matter, a third choice. When is the last time any of us saw that we advertise? We don't do anything above the line. So the commitment is that we will turn around and build something organic. Now, there are about 20, 25 of these choices, which are material choices. And one of you in the audience mentioned, what are the mistakes that you have made? Oh, there are too many to count. That's the reality. And what works is what you double down on, and what doesn't work, as long as you have control over the chain, hopefully we turn around and eliminate.
So Venkat, again, I'm doing a summary of few themes that emerging. One is patiently building a business long term. You said focusing on own brands. You said no distribution, direct to consumer, own retail. You also mentioned that we don't advertise above the line and sort of create this. Any other theme that, Venkat, I can push you into, like sort of double clicking? Because I've also done some channel checks and I'm going to do it after that. So over to you first.
No, Shailesh, I can go on. For instance, take inventory disciplines. We are very, very clear that we're not going to be on sale for 10 months of the year. Now, it's a huge problem because then you can't intervene with what you put out for the customer on basis market conditions. You can't turn around and say, last week it rained a lot and therefore I need to do something for a city. Now, there are different models. You can turn around and say, no, I'm going to customize extensively, or like what we do, we are saying, no, we won't customize. We won't customize the offer. Now, or take one more, which I will give you, since you probe. The market's huge, the market's growing, and the market's clearly gone online in very significant respects in the spaces that we operate. But if you look at the choices that we make on online, in Westside, we are again purely direct to consumer. Even if we are listed on the Tata platforms, we are only listed on the Tata platforms and Westside.com and the app. And we did last year about 2.3 million units on Westside.com plus the Tata platforms. And we are entirely direct to consumer. In the sense, actual transaction is between the Trent and the end customer, and it's never an intermediary. Or for that matter, take Zudio. Now, Westside took this route. In Zudio, we said, listen, it's a great opportunity being online, but with Zudio, it adds so much complexity, we will not be online. In fact, Zudio, Shailesh, used to be online in 2019. We pulled it off. I'm very thankful to all my senior colleagues who decided it's a great idea to pull it off. And it just reduces complexity enormously. Now it's a choice. Now it is not to say this is the right choice for every brand, but it is a choice that you make for a brand at a point in time. And if it is right, you double down on it.
I think, Venkat, you touched upon a very, very core problem that this whole audience and me and all of us suffer. It's the high discounting. If I have to say one enemy of the fashion, retail, or accessory-related business is discounting. And, our USAs have sort of got preponed where the weather pattern have got postponed. And today, very difficult to sell winter wear at full price because the winter, this recently peaked in India from mid-Jan till mid-Feb, where the USA started by 20th of December. So, discounting is a number one enemy of this industry. And what you just mentioned that, 10 months you don't discount. And you need courage to do something like that. And I was doing some channel checks and people told me, and Venkat, you can sort of give inputs from what I heard about your company, saying that they put a style code in the stores, and if it doesn't sell for 8 to 9 weeks and shows lower sell-through than what it should be, they pull back. They don't discount it. They pull back and keep it in the stock room. And when the USA starts and they bring it back, it's true for Westside and Zudio. That's what I'm told. So I think, can you tell us there are learnings, Venkat, for the industry, how to reduce discounting?
Sailesh, I think there is a whole bunch of mistakes that you make as a business. As much as individuals, we make mistakes. The reality is being willing to acknowledge that it's an internal problem first, not an external problem, not a customer problem. And the answer to mistakes is not a reduction in price, is the ethos. And the answer to that is take your own poison, take it quickly, and then move on and correct it properly is a pitch. And it's worth thinking about why we shouldn't do that. And the other corollary to that statement is, why don't we simply write down on one sheet of a paper and say, what does our brand stand for? And then try to be really true to that pitch of saying, what do we stand for? If we do some of that, I would bet that we'll all be better off. And there'll be different models, Sailesh. And that's why I gave the contrast of Westside versus Zudio. We're very happy for Westside to have the convenience of being shopped online. At the same time, in Zudio, we do not want to give the convenience. Now, it's a choice. Now, can we be true to both those choices? And it's not about A choice and B choice being contradictory, like in social sciences, Sailesh, like you very much would appreciate. Opposite of A can be B, and which can also be as right as A. So it's a question of choice. And two, it's a question of whether we can stick to the choice and not get too tempted by peer pressure.
In fact, I can ask you that. So what does, in a simple language for the industry, what does Westside stand for? What does Zudio stand for? Let's hear from you.
I think everything about Westside is being aspirational and yet at amazing prices and in a nice environment. That pretty much summarizes what Westside seeks to stand for. It needs to be aspirational fashion in a nice environment delivered at amazing prices. And we will do that while it is completely own-branded, completely direct-to-consumer, and something which customers continue to appreciate the consistency of what the brand delivers. So we will not be available on Myntra, period. That's not about Myntra not being good, Sailesh. It's about a brand choice that we are making. On the other hand, Zudio is everything about accessibility. We'll never have as many Westsides as we will have Zudios. Why shouldn't we be available at every other location which is relevant for shopping, for this kind of space, for the customer? In the case of Zudio, is a question mark that we answer internally. And we do think accessibility is a great opportunity in India. And if quick commerce is taken off, quick commerce is wanting to have it now. And in this kind of spaces that you and I operate in, why is it that if you're 10 minutes away from a store, why isn't it interesting enough for the customer?
And what about Zudio? What does Zudio stand for?
Zudio stands for accessibility. I probably didn't phrase it well enough before I went on about accessibility, Sailesh. Zudio is all about accessibility. It's accessibility in terms of fashion, accessibility in terms of price, accessibility in terms of location.
What I'm picking from Venkat, he's used the word complexity, say reduce complexity, and sort of simplicity is a theme that's saying keep the business simple, channel choices, pricing choices are coming about. You know, simplicity is a one theme. And I also sort of, again, did some check for this fireside, and people said the use of fixtures in West Side, and it's very easy to shop, accessibility of merchandise. People said in Zudio, you don't use too many colors. The color themes are very clear, etc. So for the benefit of the audience and all of us, just take us through a little more. How do you keep business simple? And I think one word you use is choices. I think when you are very clear about choices you make, then what leads to is simplicity. Somewhere you are saying, I picked up ease of doing, easy, simplicity, and choices you make. I think these two things I picked up while you were talking, Venkat. So can you tell us a little more about how do you keep business simple? How do you keep complexity less? How do you, make very decisive choices?
You know, you have the privilege of grilling me, Sailesh. I'm going to turn around and reciprocate with kindness, in the later part of this fireside. Take, for instance, RFID. We've gone 100% RFID for all practical purposes in our fashion businesses. Now, most businesses and consultants and people who advise want us to do the customer-facing aspects first. I have some of my senior colleagues here in this audience, and the instinct was internally, no, we'll flip it exactly the other way around. We'll do everything other than the customer-facing aspects first. Because it is going to take time to digest the complexity of changing processes to land outcomes that we are seeking to address, Sailesh. And the reality today is the tens of millions of garments and merchandise that we are currently able to handle would not be possible but for the fact that we are using technology. But the technology is not necessarily customer-facing technology, but it's delivering customer outcomes. Now, that kind of choices where you don't get brag rights are actually a very important aspect of saying how do we keep the business simple and fast and changing significantly. So if we can build that into culture, it makes a huge difference, Sailesh. So cultural anchoring of choices and disciplines are something which probably would help brands land customer outcomes much better.
I think I would urge everyone in this room that, what just Venkat said about culture. See, what happens is that the whole industry has a FOMO. Oh, if somebody's doing this, let us also do that. And they try to copy whether it's part of their DNA or not. And I think what Venkat is saying is that the rooting of things in the cultural context is very, very critical. And that's a big point and big learning for me, Venkat, we said. I'm going to move to some more simpler questions now. You don't do any investor call every quarter. And, of course, your results speak for themselves. You don't have to talk after that. When you're growing your top line last 2 quarters by 50% and the EBITDA by 50% in these current market conditions. But just take us through why you don't have a quarterly investor call.
Sailesh, you manage so much more complexity than we do. We take very simple exam questions and turn around and hopefully get better marks. But look at the complexity that you're solving for. So whether it's US Polo, whether it's whether it's Tommy, whether it's all of the brands are such different outcomes that you need to land in such different markets. And the complexity that needs to be solved, therefore, is much greater in some of the businesses, Sailesh. In our business, things do not change in quarterly dollops, is the bet. And my feed to investors and analysts and this whole community is the less we talk and the more we do, the better the outcomes that we can hopefully seek to land, because the story doesn't change. So I'm not going to help you by answering why my inventory provisioning last quarter was worse or better, because it doesn't say anything about the future. It just says that we have a bunch of disciplines which we are following, and it'll show up in numbers, and it'll be a little more volatile than what you would expect otherwise.
I think what I'm picking up from Venkat here is that if your business is rooted in long-term thought process, then the quarterly investor calls lose a little bit of importance. And I don't want to say anything wrong about the quarterly investor call. But you're saying if it's a long-term process, then a quarter to quarter doesn't make much of difference.
It's linked to our business model, Sailesh. There are other businesses which are very relevant. So I'm not against investor calls. It's a choice that we're making. It's again a choice of saying we don't do it because we think our business model is relatively simple. Our business, if you look at it, it's 3-4 brands that account for 99% of our business. So, and most of the story is said in our annual report, annual general meetings, and we do have a few analyst interactions 3-4 times a year. So we hopefully do reasonable amount of justice, but I get a lot of complaints, and once in a while I get arm twisted by the Sailishes of the world to do these fireside chats.
Perfect. And Jack Welch famously said that your chief HR officer should be the second highest paid person in the company because the importance of HR. Here is Venkat, who used to be the CFO of the company, got promoted as CEO and then running a business which is growing at 50%, both top line and bottom line. So Venkat, you come from a background, a functional background, now leader for a good time, really performing well. So who is your number two? Like Jack Welch said, that your HR head should be the number two, in your organization. Who is your number two now? As you have, transitioned from CFO responsibility to CEO responsibility, who is or who are your functions? Who are your number twos?
Sailesh, I think we are only as good as our teams are, and a lot of times we get to enjoy the joy of being in the spotlight because the teams do a great job, and that's the reality of it. There are possibly about 10, 15, 20 senior people in the business who are all super important and make an enormous amounts of difference to the business, and that's why you get to see some of the right answers that land. And that said, we do make a lot of mistakes, Sailesh, and that's a reality. And I'm not even saying it as in passing. The reality is, if we don't make mistakes, I think we would not be moving the business as fast as we should be moving. So, are there key people in the business across the board in the leadership which make a huge amount of difference? I would say yes. And two, I would bet there is a lot of young talent which is blossoming, which is also delivering outcomes. And for instance, Manish joined us from Tata International. He's taken over as the head of HR. So we've had a whole bunch of management changes in the last 3-4 years. Almost all of it organic. And many ways that's landed reasonably okay and has continued to deliver results while with all that change, because I think we do have a culture which accommodates a lot of diversity.
Last two questions from my side, then we'll throw it open to the audience to ask Venkat, a very rare chance to catch out of Venkat like this. So second last question from my side is that I see in trend a lot of foreign talent who is actually your employee sitting in Bombay head office. I'm told there are design heads, who are foreign nationals. They come and sit, dedicated resources, not consultant, but employees or whatever consultant sitting in your office. I just want to ask you that what the thought process and what are the learnings for the industry by having these dedicated full-time foreign talents who I'm told are seniors, and you can throw a little more light on that. And then I'll have my last question. Over to you, Venkat.
Sailesh, I think, for instance, we know this here, he's probably been in as many years as I've been in Trent. And we do think yin and yang works. You want to be able to take youngsters who are in the business and let them blossom. And on the other side, every once in a while, adding a fresh throw of talent into the business in specific dollops, in specific areas, does deliver outcomes. But again, I think having a cultural wiring to get people horizontally and getting them to deliver value, not only to the business, but to themselves. Because if they don't enjoy doing what they do, we won't get outcomes. And that ethos is pretty much been set in the business for the last 20 years. And we're just continuing to leverage it, Sailesh. And do we therefore have expatriates working with us? Yes. But is it the only model of talent which delivers outcomes? I think it's not fair on the rest of the business, if I say so.
I wanted to double click on having foreign talent. I'm not saying that it takes away from the local talent, etc. I'm just saying very few companies get expats as full-time employees, senior level role, and sit. Often we use consultants, but what I saw a difference in trend was having them as employee or as a full-time sitting in your office, dedicated role. That in that context, I asked.
Oh, I
that question.
completely buy the argument, Salish, and it is not normal, and it's not even normal within the Tata ecosystem always. What's kind of worked is, if they have an amazing track record and they're super passionate about an individual area, then I guess it's really worth having them as full-time participants in this game rather than part-time consultants.
Last question, and then we have another 8 minutes for audience to ask questions to Venkat. So last question is, what's the way forward for Trent, Venkat? What are the 2-3 things, themes that you get motivated with, or what are 1 or 2 things which make you not sleep at night sometime? So what's the way forward for Trent?
Salish, if we can one day become a platform like you are, like you are in Arvind, you run multiple brands with divergent ethos and positioning and still bring it all together to land customer outcomes. If we can add what we have plus become a portfolio of strong brands which deliver customer outcomes, which have substantially differentiated market positionings, then I think we have done a decent job of where we could be going from here. And I would say that the opportunity for us is, how do we add more growth engines to the portfolio? Why not take the same playbook and deliver in proximate spaces, but deliver with different brands and not just be limited to delivering with A or B or C? So we're very excited about Star, for instance. Now, Nagesh spoke about Hypercity. I can put my hand up and say, Nagesh, that I have a lot of scars and cuts and bruises to count on the food side as much. But that said, that doesn't take away from the customer opportunity at all in India. The reality is the customer opportunity exists. How can we do justice in a viable way which allows us to build a credible business for the long term is what we are chasing. So that's one part of the answer, Salish. The other part that you threw at the table was, what are the things that keep us awake at night? The reality is, for all of us, if we feel that we have done it, I think we are already dead. Complacence is the easiest way to dig your own grave. And in a kind of market that we are in, with the kind of opportunities that are being chased by almost everybody in the world, looking at India, the reality is we have not booked any sales next month yet. And every day is a new day. And if we don't chase being relevant and not being disrupted, I think we would be dead even before we start. So there is enough to be worried about, for granted as the disruptors. So enough and more to be worried about and be prepared for.
It's been wonderful talking to Venkat. There are hands being raised, and I'm going to start with Nagesh. But before that, I'm seeing a common themes what Venkat is saying: long-term approach, few brands being built with clear, views on what they stand for, simplification, reduction of complexity, making decisive choices, discounting, which we discussed earlier, online for some reason, or other channels, it's more direct to consumer, and less, channels in between, cost, speed, cultural routing. There are a lot of sort of learnings from Venkat here that led to, over a period of many decades, Trent becoming a 1.5 lakh crore company and growing at a 50% quarter on quarter on NSV as well as on EBITDA. So Nagesh, you want to start? You raise your hand. So please give the mic to Nagesh.
I already have the mic. So now my question is to Venkat on a more personal level. A CFO Venkat versus a CEO Venkat. Okay, what are the changes that you had to go through in a personal, from an individual?
Nagesh, it's almost unfair that you're sitting on the other side of the table. But nevertheless, we're far more used to you being here on stage. Nevertheless, Nagesh, I guess most importantly, you become a people manager rather than a number manager. And if you don't become a people manager, you fail. And that's been the biggest change, that you have to learn to change your instinct to look at numbers first and people next to people first and numbers next.
Very well put, Venkat. Who else? Yeah, I can see gentleman here. Please give him mic.
Good afternoon. I really enjoyed the interaction. My first walk into a Zudio was in Goa in Porvorim. Till then, I never walked in.
We don't necessarily think of, for instance, do we think Zudio plays in the value space? Very much so. Do we think Westside plays in the value space? Very much so. They're just positioned differently in terms of what the customer can expect as the spectrum of choice that you get. They're both meant to be, quote unquote, real good fashion, real aspirational fashion at really interesting prices. Yet, they're positioned differently in what they offer, not necessarily by saying it's A versus B. And in many ways, if you look at Inditex, it's a good reference point to think about a global business that has worked for decades, running multiple brands, which are positioned differently from the customer standpoint, yet they're deeply integrated at the back. So what we do with Westside and Zudio and Star and everything else that we do today with respect to the other brands that are there in the portfolio is very intended to be very similar. Deeply differentiated at the front and deeply integrated at the back.
Gentleman behind Nagesh raised his hand. Yeah.
Venkat, delight to hear your insights with such well-crafted questions by Shailesh. I have two questions. One is on a CFO hat question on Zudio, and second is on the product on Westside. The Zudio question first. Generally in conglomerates, the cost structures are not as nimble as, let's say, startup world is, right? And with Zudio, such tight gross margins, how are you basically managing your fixed costs and the operating leverage kick in to really churn the money out there? That's the first question. And second is on the Westside side. In the world of fashion and apparel, getting designs right is really difficult time and again. So how is this whole magic of your products, your sell-throughs coming in, freshness coming in, is really ticking right again and again? Because honestly, many brands struggle for that, right? And because it's a subjective world of fashion, I'm amazed by the consistency Westside is delivering.
I'm seeing the watch, so this will be the last question. Sorry, because I know a lot of you are interested, but the clock is ticking. We have just 10 seconds more to go. We need to have respect for the time schedule. So Venkat, we'll keep that as the last question.
That was, Sailesh, thank you. That was more for me than for the audience, I presume. The one on Zudio, I think it is relevant for the whole of the retail business would be my argument. If we are not efficient, somebody else who would be efficient and take your legs off. If 20 people try, there are only 2 that need to win to take your legs off. So I don't think so we have a choice. And efficiency should be ingrained again into the culture so that we choose to be efficient, not because we are forced to be efficient. The second part on Westside is, if we talk about mistakes, I think one of you talked about mistakes. The reality is we make ton loads of mistakes in product, in what we land up as fashion. But the good thing about the business that we are in, and I hope Sailesh would agree with me for a change, the reality is the customer votes with their money. And all you're seeking to do is learn from those votes and say, okay, fine, we got it wrong, madam. So hopefully I've given some half-decent answers to the questions. They're very interesting questions that have been posed. I would really thank Sailesh for being so nice a host and peppering me with questions. Unfortunately, I didn't get a choice to grill you, Sailesh, but that's for another day then.
No, I'm really feeling enriched by a lot of insights that Venkat has generously, provided to us, and I think we are richer by our experience with Venkat today. Thank you, Venkat, for your time and sharing your insights and about your organization, Trent, with us. And thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sailesh. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. A wonderful session there, wonderfully narrated and wonderfully discussed. And thank you to our audience members who actively participated there. Big thank you to you guys. Right, the guys are just going to have their photograph taken and we're going to move on to our next session. The panel are ready. Are you guys ready? Maybe. Oh, okay. We hope so. Anyway, the next panel is all about what's hot in retail. Where's it going? Where's it heading towards? Emerging consumption categories, retail formats, and the channels therein. Please welcome your panel to the stage. Kavindra Mishra, the MD and CEO of Shoppers Stop. Paul Warren, the head of convenience business at India Reliance BP Mobility. Rajiv Nair, the group CEO of Kaya India. Rajneet Kohli, the CEO and ED of Britannia. Vineet Gautam, the CEO of Bestseller India. Yanira Ramez, the country sales manager of H&M India. And wonderfully, come on guys, join us on stage. And wonderfully moderated Biju Kurian, the chairman of Retailers Association of India. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel and your moderator. Round of applause, please.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to all you ladies and gentlemen. I know it's the last session before lunch, but let's try and keep it short. I know I thought we had 40 minutes, and I can see the timer is counting down from 25 minutes. So could we reset it, or do you want us to reduce the time to crunch it? Is it? Okay, sure. Good. So then there goes my opening remarks, which were actually about the fact that we're only focusing on what's hot in retail. We're not going to talk about what's not in retail. There's a lot which has already been mentioned about the various technologies, changes, consumer behaviors, how retailers are to adapt to all these changes. So what we have here is a group of retailers from different categories. We also have a FMCG veteran who has spent some time in retail before that. From Britannia, we have Rajneet Kohli. So we're trying to focus on a few areas that we think make a difference as far as retailers' lives and consumer companies' lives today go. What seems to be trending in the market. The first of this is in terms of technology. The second is in terms of the availability of data about your consumers, customers, wherever they are. The third is in terms of the ease of being able to supply goods to consumers, and of course, the similar ease for them to be able to return it to you. The fourth is in terms of payments and the various kinds of payment modes which are available in this country and the difference that it has made in the way consumers are able to transact with you. So these are four key things that we are looking at. Let me do the first question with Rajneet. Rajneet, of course, is the MD, ED, and CEO of Britannia. What I'd like to ask you, Rajneet, is you wear two hats. Your previous hat was at Domino's, and your current hat is with an FMCG company. And I'm sure, as an FMCG company, what you've seen are changes in the way your consumers are consuming media. Traditionally, if you had a print plan, a television plan, you had a radio plan, and if you had little money to spare, you put it on outdoor. That made your overall media plan. But today, you have physical media, you have digital media, you have social media within digital media, and several such ways in which you can communicate. even the best program in India, which is IPL finals, doesn't get to double-digit TPRs today. So when you think about it from a consumer marketeer's perspective, how do you actually look at addressing this issue of being able to connect and communicate your message to your consumers?
Thank you. Am I audible? Thanks. And thank you, Vijay, for having me here. Absolute pleasure to be back at the Retail Forum. And at the heart, I'm still a retailer. From the age of 14, my father ran a retail shop in Chandigarh, paint shop. So from the age of 14, as a son, you would be, asked to sit on the retail shop. So it's in my blood, I would say so. And, I've had a journey of running 1,700 stores with Domino's. So some bit of experience there. Just for people who not from FMCG, Britannia is 100 years young company. I don't call it an old company because we keep reinventing our pack of Britannia every month to every Indian. So having said that, you absolutely said, how do you kind of change, and bring in digital thinking in terms of, looking at hyper personalization now. Just an example, I talked about, we have a brand called Bourbon Biscuits. If you know about Bourbon Biscuits, launched in 1955. And why would that be even relevant now? And a lot of us are not born, even me, by the way, in 1955. Why would it be even relevant now? So we launched a campaign last year called Bourbon Football Fever, wherein we got augmented reality, wherein you could scan your QR code on the biscuit and you could, as friends, play together on one platform and really enjoy the football game together, playing together against each other. So that's one example of how you can use a different kind of a way, not just media in terms of print, digital, but actually using your own packs, using a QR code and getting them immersive and interacting with them. The other one is NutriChoice. We had NutriChoice, diabetic-friendly kind of a biscuit, where on the World Diabetics Day, we kind of launched a campaign which is mix of print, media, and the digital as well. So a lot of technologies coming together. You had a print ad which had a QR code. You could scan that, and we had Ryan Fernando, who's a famous dietitian, would give you a personalized plan using WhatsApp chat, and give you a personalized diet plan. And then once you kind of subscribe that, after a week using augmented reality, he would create a personalized video speaking to you, Bijoy, saying, hey, Bijoy, have you been following this and doing this kind of work or not? So that's another example of how you can use technology and merge that. Another example, and a lot of us, it's all about social listening, and we are in retail here, where we picked up that people in South, and I'm from Chandigarh, so glucose, and we know all those, but South, if somebody is there, Milk Bikis. It's a milk-based biscuits, 1,300 crores kind of a franchise, cult following, and it's an old, people say it's a fuddy-duddy, young generation will not kind of interact with, Milk Bikis there. So we customized using the words, nicknames. We all have nicknames. I don't know what yours was there, but in our household, you'll be called by your nicknames, right? And you customize your biscuit replacing Milk Bikis with the names in Tamil in each of the packs that we sold. So, for example, there was a word called Nadar, which means like a Nadar, the Muni who would go and spread words there. So Peter, which means person who uses a lot of English. So that enabled the parents to actually interact with the child there. And the last one, and I'm not going to take too long, is a very recent campaign we've done. We got a tie-up with the Greek company called Chipita Foods. It does croissant in India. But I don't know how people would pronounce croissant. So I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it right or not. So we just rolled out a very interesting campaign which says you'll give 3 lakh rupees for 1 day stipend if you could pronounce croissant right. And we got 50 million impressions worth more than 2.6 crores of media by using just this campaign. How much did we spend? I just realized 3 lakh. That's what I'm giving. So I'm just sharing an example of saying how, as retailers as well, we can use different means of getting consumer excited. So we have all kind of entries with croissant being sent, and by the way, the actual French pronunciation of the croissant that I used to call is called croissant. It's K-W-A-N, croissant. So all I want to put across here is, people we heard just now has called FOMO, which is fear of missing out. I have FOBO, which is fear of being obsolete. So I want to come here back again and learn from all of you and know what's really happening and how digitally we can transform our business.
Sure.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Raj. And that is wonderful. I think the lesson in all of that is that there is a requirement to be innovative in the way you're going to be using media. There are different options which are available, but don't follow the conventional method. Use these media, do it innovatively so that you're able to create great bang for the buck. The next point I wanted to kind of bring about is the fact that, as countries evolve and as consumers evolve and consumers get richer, what you do discover is that newer consumption categories emerge. And these newer consumption categories are reflective of the way the consumer takes to something because of the change in their own lifestyle or in their aspirations. One of the areas that we have seen is beauty. And in India today, we have a whole host of D2C beauty brands. And we have two people here for whom beauty is a very significant part of the business. One is Kavi from Shoppers Stop, and the other is Rajiv from Kaya. Kavi is the principal beauty products retailer in India with a whole host of international brands, and now has morphed into also creating, niche, what you might define as retail formats in order to be able to cater to this specific need. On the other hand, with Rajiv and Kaya, he started from services with a little bit of product. So what I'm going to just basically pose to them is, how do you kind of understand that a category is evolving enough for you to be able to make an investment in terms of how you want to address the customer? And the third and the most important part is, how do you actually use technology in a category like beauty, which is pretty complex? So Kavi, the first question is to you.
Thanks, Biju. Yes, so I think the journey of shoppers and the investment of shoppers with beauty has been a long one. So we have been working with Elka brands, Estee Lauder brands for 15 years now. The stores which you see of MAC or Bobbi Brown are all done by us. I think we hold a position of India's largest and the most premium beauty retailer, and that's something which obviously over the years we have done. At some point of time, we also realized when we looked at the data that the consumption of this category is increasing at a breakthrough speed, and that's when we decided to open SS Beauty stores, which is what Biju spoke about, opening flagship, very, very premium stores. I think there are two parts of it. One obviously is the product, but no longer the consumer is coming and interacting with you basis the product. It's also about the services. So while we started with the product, we're very, very happy to share that we do close to 1 million makeovers every year. The customers come to our stores, she gets a free makeover done. The conversion of that particular customer is close to 50%. So what we are doing is, we are using a category to build service. And I'm saying that not only in beauty, but across categories, you will find that no longer the retailers will have a position of strength if you are only selling the product. Because the campaign which we run, by which we'll say, hey, you bought this MAC lipstick from us, come back and shop. So personalization, the use of technology, which becomes an important way to communicate to the customers. I think other thing which we are doing is, there are a lot of AI-driven tools. So we have got things like a fragrance finder. So depending upon the mood and the personality, we will tell you which is the fragrance you can choose. So I think it's a mixture of working on a product category for a long enough, hitting that inflection point where you start seeing that the category starts over-delivering for you vis-a-vis rest of your things, then using service to ensure that that customer comes and sticks around with you. Because I think it's very important that, and I think this is true for each one of us, for all the categories we work in, we cannot hold the customer only by product. It has to be a product and a service coming together. And I think that's the heart and that's the secret sauce by which we are building the beauty category. We opened our India's largest beauty store a month back. It's doing outstanding numbers. It's in Quest Mall. I would request a few of you or whoever can go and see that. It's an amazing beauty experience. And I think that's the way we are looking at building the whole category. And I'm sure Rajiv will have his point of view because he comes from the service to product. Our journey is product to service.
Rajiv, if you can add to it, from services to products and services and technology.
No, I think there has been a huge amount of... There's been a huge amount of change.
Go ahead.
Yeah. there's been a huge amount of change in the way, consumers consume data information. And I think the major facilitating factor has been COVID, incidentally. And I think the beauty has always been part of, the lifestyle of people, largely women in India. But I think COVID's actually made internet provide that level of accessibility to information about beauty. So at some point, because I've been part of the product businesses in India as well, I think people largely looked at products from a care perspective. There was no cure component in the entire segment. So anything is got a simple care philosophy of a 400, 500 rupee product. Services were way more expensive. Services were accessible to a very, very small part of the audience in India. So expert services are even beyond that, because our kind of business actually drives in providing these services through doctors and dermatologists. That was almost unheard of long time ago. If you now see the, complete morph in the last 2 to 3 years, there are millions of influencers who are actually providing access to information and data about beauty. People have started getting into peer-to-peer confirmation and information about beauty. So all the information that is coming to people is about people who are like the girl next door or the guy next door. But in addition to that, one big change you may have seen is that even doctors have become influencers. We call them skinfluencers. And they are also doing the same kind of social media messaging to be able to get the client and give them information, at the same time attract them to the businesses that companies like us offer. Now, if I were to take this one step ahead into customer journey, the customer, once they come inside the clinic, also expectation of technology has actually increased, okay? Because they are saying the fact that, okay, you know what? Internet companies offer a lot of technology. What do you really offer? Because otherwise it's only products and services. So the use of AI in consulting is going to really leapfrog going forward. In a lot of things, like just listening to what the doctor has to say, they prescribe some solutions, we take the solutions. Now we are able to interact with a tablet, with an AI-based system, where we are able to show the concern or the problem that the customer really has on a screen. And whatever be the core problem, there is also recommended solutions for the doctor. The doctor may provide her own color to that solution, but that's there. That's one part of it. Secondly, there are a certain amount of pre-post images that can be created, which creates a level of authenticity about what will happen if I take those services. And by the way, to complement all of this, along with services, there are also products available, so you can do your own DIY sitting at home. So I think what's happened is the fact that I think the services, from being a very niche segment, is now starting to become a more democratic segment, and internet has really helped that, technology has really helped that. And I was just saying, funnily enough, 20% of our business now comes through EMIs, which means people are really willing to invest on themselves large value of money by actually going to the bank, borrow money, and actually provide the services to them, about 20%, which means youngsters are also coming into the play today, and not just middle-aged consumers who are looking for anti-aging solutions. So
Thanks, Rajiv. We also have on the panel Yanira. Yanira is the country sales manager for H&M. And she comes to India from Sweden, spent the last 4 years in India. Yanira, in India, we always pride ourselves on the fact that we have a very young consumer base. We also pride ourselves on the fact that there is a growing, let's say, preference for fast fashion, of course, accompanied by a lot of low value. So when you look at the consumer, look at the product, look at the location, stores, etc., what you will, of course, generate is, terabytes of data, which is across all of this intersection. How do you use this data to, one, improve your own business in terms of consumer insights? And the second is to also empower the people in the stores about how they can serve the customer better.
Thank you very much. I hope that everyone can hear me. I am struggling. I don't know if everyone, but I try to be as clear as I can. And I know we have little time, and there is still a couple of colleagues that need to participate. I am not super sure that I understand your question, but let me just answer and then see if I can elaborate a little bit more. Yes, data is power, right? And what we need to make sure is that we are using it correctly. What we have learned a lot through the customer behavior, through digital as well as through offline in physical stores, is what they are looking for. And then, of course, we see it around social media and in different websites, streaming. What we are trying to do is to be as relevant as we are able to, and we need to work on it because the trends are coming super fast, and the behaviors and the desire of customers are changing a lot. And this presents a very big opportunity, but also a very big challenge to be relevant and to give the experiences that the customers are wishing for and expecting from us, and then also for us to be fast and catch up with those trends and desires that they have or experiences. Thank you very much for mentioning this about our staff, because as I told you earlier, staff for me is probably one of the most important components of what we have as a business. Our colleague before has mentioned it. If we have happy staff, they are going to make happy customers. And I think many times we forget that. We think about the products that we offer, but also we fail to secure that our staff are understanding what we're supposed to be doing, and then also developing them and giving them training, and then also giving them the tools and the right data information so then they are able to support consumers. I hope that I have answered a little bit.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Paul, next question to you. Paul's the head of the convenience business with GeoBP Mobility Solutions. In the case of Paul, what he's actually building out is a whole a chain of convenience stores. And I'll leave Paul to try and explain to us as to how do they see an opportunity in fuel retailing for convenience stores, because India is anyway a country of shopkeepers.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think I'll go back to your original statement of the session, which was around what's hot in retail. And for us, I think what's really changing is that traditional retailers, the lines are being blurred around what the products and services they provide are. And to be successful in the future, you need to really understand your customer, understand how they shop, how they live, how they work, and then look at what are the opportunities to add in products and services. So we are a traditional fuel retailer, and it's a commodity product that people don't really like buying, and therefore it's a very transactional activity. So what can we do to make people's lives easier, to look at what we can provide differently? And that's the opportunity around convenience. So India has the second biggest road network in the world. The amount of roads being built, the amount of cars, two-wheelers on the road means that there is an opportunity to meet more of the needs of the customers as they have less and less time. So for us, we've created a food offer, a coffee offer, but it's very difficult. How do you take 80,000 fuel stations that don't have a shop and convince the customer to come into your shop, and that you have a great tasting coffee, you have a product that is as good as anyone else? And that's some of the challenge that we have. But our coffee shops on the highways have comfortable seating, we have free Wi-Fi, we have music, we have a barista served coffee, we have great staff, and that's an experience that you're not normally expected. With electric vehicles coming in now, it takes 30, 40 minutes to charge your vehicle. So that's another opportunity for us to capture more of that customer's wallet whilst they're actually waiting. And that'll make their lives easier, because the more services you can have, the better. So I'll go back to what I said at the beginning around blurring lines. But why can't you in the future get all of your banking needs, your laundry done, your food needs, your shopping needs. Why can't all of those happen whilst your vehicle is being charged? So.
Sure. Thanks, Paul. So I think the lesson from all of that is retail is not just offline and online. Retail is actually wherever the customer is. So if there is an opportunity in airports, if there's an opportunity in railway stations, in metro stations, at gas stations, then that's the place where you should be, because you get a chance to be able to interact with the customer. And then, of course, we have Vineet, who's been a veteran of the fashion retail industry in India, the head of bestseller in India. So Vineet, if you were to think about, what you started with 15, 18 years back in terms of the way stores were designed and what service they provided, versus if you look at the stores today and the way they are currently positioned for the customer, how have you seen the kind of differences from the store of the past to the store of today?
Thank you. I didn't know I was a veteran, but I'll try to answer that question with whatever limited experience I have. I think, Biju, in the clear sense, nothing much has changed. Service was important 15 years back. Service is important today also. Indian consumer is a customer that loves acknowledgements, needs service, needs to be helped. Whether they want you to be part of the decision making, that does not matter. That used to matter a few years back. Today, they are more independent to take decisions, but service has not changed. The expectation of service has changed. What kind of service you need. Today, they need more assistance in trials. They need assistance in case of styling that better. But few years back, service was even pulling the garments and handing it over to you. So I think that has become self-service, but service has not changed. But India is a very large country, so treating the whole country with one thought process of service does not work. What works in metro is very different to a smaller town. A metro customer still wants to be left alone and when need be available for a size or a trial. But in a small town today, they still want to be acknowledged, because especially for brands like us, which are international, which are still quite aspirational, the consumer set is very limited. So this customer is actually looking for, first thing is acknowledgement. You are acknowledging me that I am a customer for you. And I think that is a very large aspect, which is very different to any part of the world. So any international brand that steps in needs to relook at the model of what service is in this part. Also, it changes on a region basis. So I think if you go to Punjab, the kind of service you want, and I think we learned it the hard way. I've been very stubborn that we need English-speaking staff everywhere. Then we learned in Gujarat that it doesn't work. You need people who can speak in Gujarati, and okay, English is important, but Gujarati is much more important. Same is in Punjab, and the same is in maybe Andhra, Tamil. So I think it's a very wide country. It's very difficult to set one parameter, but the only thing that is still consistent is we need service. You cannot have, I know a lot of people are trying to do this self-checkouts, all good things to have. Is there a real ROI? Is there a real use case of it? And I think that is currently not there. But I think a lot more things that will change in the future, I think, is going to be how can we provide information, product information to customer. Because the consumer journey has become phygital, as it says. So in the digital environment, they're getting all data. But in the physical environment, is our staff able to give the entire data of how the product is, what can you pair it up? So I think that's going to change. And I think that's the next level of service which retailers like us will have to figure out. I think Kaya does it very beautifully because they have a lot of data which they can provide, but they can also train because the retention level in their businesses are very different to ours. But I think it's a big ask for all retailers, and we need to continuously do that much more while we improve our product, our store look, feel, but service is a given in this country, and I think next 10 years also, I don't see it much changing.
Lovely. Thanks, Vineet. Thank you very much. I know I'm getting some signals from the side saying time's up, so it's unfortunate, but we have a very good panel here. We could have gone on longer, but in view of the fact that we have to be able to close this session, thank you very much, panelists, for being able to share so generously of your own knowledge and being able to cover different aspects of what is hot in retail. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Bijou. Thank you for your understanding, panel. I know that time is one of those things, but we have to manage it so everybody else can get in before midnight. But thank you very much, one and all. Right, there we go, guys. We've got a couple more things to go for you before we get on towards lunchtime and then on towards this afternoon's sessions and then on into the Tech Awards, which will be happening in Hall 2, which is on the other side of this fabulous arena today. So big thanks to Bijou and his panel again for all that wonderful, inciting conversation. Again, apologies for time cutting short, but we're going to move on with our next panel. Well done, team. Right, could I have to the stage the person who's going to be speaking about our next keynote session, IKEA anchored meeting places to eat, shop, work, and play. Please welcome to the stage Vasco Santos, the Global Sales and Leasing Director of Inca Centers. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Hi.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Just give you some space for this amazing panel we had before. It was super good. Okay. So, yeah, it's difficult to compete with lunch, right? At this time of the day, you are more focusing on having a good food, a great food for Mumbai. So, hey means hi in Swedish, and I'm super happy to be here, to be back into this amazing city. And I'm coming so often to India now that at passport control, they don't say welcome to India. Now they say welcome back. It's always a great pleasure. And after this 15-20-minute session, I'd like you to learn 3 things. The first one is that Inca Centers is a truly global retail real estate developer. Inca Centers is a platform for innovation and co-creation. And maybe the third thing you can take with you is a few Swedish words. You never know when you have to use them. You can even put in your resume that you speak a little bit of Swedish. But before, I just want to entertain you with a 50 seconds video that shows who are we, who is Inca Centers. So let's, oh, sorry, that was, maybe, okay. Here it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, repeat after me.
Like the video, has a good tempo, right? So this is who we are. And you don't see a lot of shopping centers there, right? So you are a real estate developer, just about people and movement and energy and life and communities. So that's what we are about. But let me just start with introducing this gentleman. Maybe some of you know him, or some of you don't know him. Mr. Ingvar Kamprad. He was the founder of the IKEA business, the furniture retailer. Swedish gentleman. He's an amazing person. He's no longer with us. He passed away a few years ago. And he was a visionary. He was obsessed with what? Obsessed to create a business that could make an impact on people's lives. So that was his obsession. How can I create a business that really improves how people live. In this case, how people live life at home. And you would spend hours and hours in the stores, in the logistics centers, talking to employees, co-workers, talking to customers. And there is this small anecdote where in an opening of an IKEA store in Sweden, the first day, the store was super packed. Ingvar was there. He was, around looking at people's faces, looking at the co-workers running, trying to serve the customers. And then he stands at the cash line, trying to help one of the co-workers that was working at the cash line, at cashier, trying to help him with packing things, helping customers. And then there is a mother and a son that comes with the products to pay for those products. And the mother starts, carefully educating the son. Say, look, son, if you don't study at school, if you don't do your homework, you'll end up like this old man working at the cash line of a store for the rest of your life. And Ingvar gave a very nice smile to the boy, like saying, you better study. That's how he was. He was the owner of the company, but he was there talking to the people, looking at their reactions, how they would interact with the products. So that's Ingvar, a huge legacy. And everything started in 1943 in Sweden. This is the first store. Well, you can say that for the size of the store, you wanted to keep rental costs low, right? And also operational costs. But that's how everything started. And then 30 years later, also in Sweden, it was a huge store, oversized store. And Ingvar was thinking, how can we make use of the space? We have too much space. So he started inviting other retailers to join, to be neighbor to IKEA. So that's how everything started about doing shopping centers. So I have other retailers with IKEA. So that is 50 years ago. That's when Inca Center's business started. So it is a long way. And today, we are in 13 countries. And soon we'll be in India as well. And just to share with you our most recent grand opening, a huge success. And this is Liva Xi'an, 125,000 square meters, 400 stores, dozens of restaurants, 25% of the GLA with leisure, with entertainment, anything you can think of. It's massive. And it's an amazing success today, already, after 15 days of grand opening. And it's more than a shopping center. Even before it opened, it started to be a community place. It started to work with the local sub-communities, with the local groups. Are you passionate about cycling? Come here, let's organize something for the community. You're passionate about skating, you're passionate about Tai Chi, you're passionate about so many other things. This is your place. This is a place for the community. And that's what our meeting places are. Retail lab, but they're places for the community. So this is even before the grand opening. And then, of course, it's also the core is the retail, right? It's IKEA stores, but it's also the other partners. Out of the 400, 254, they are in this city, this huge city, with their, some of them the first time in Xi'an, some of them the first time in the net part of the country, some of them in their flagship formats, with special concepts. We really incentivize our partners to focus on how can they be in their best version when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to community engagement. So we're really making a difference in that market. In 4 days, we got 1 million visitors, 1 million visitors, and 200,000 loyalty members to our loyalty scheme membership. And this is not just showing that it is an amazing place for shopping. It's a place for the communities where people, they feel this sense of belonging. And this is translated in amazing business for our partners, right? Because at the end of the day, we need also to make sure that those that are with us, they're happy with their performance. And of course, why I was showing this in Xi'an is also we want to do the same thing in India, in all our projects in India, and specifically in Gurugram, where we want to infuse Gurugram with unique spaces and experiences. We want to bring here our vision and our approach, which is to create vibrant spaces for the local community. That's what we want to do also here. Is a place, is for the people, is community-centric. But let me share with you, because maybe that's, I can talk about the Gurugram project, it's nice, it's beautiful, but I'd like to share with you is what are we doing around the world that is different, that is maybe a bit innovative. And start with EAT. What the image you see here is our food hall. We opened a couple of months ago in San Francisco, in California, US. It's our own food hall. We have designed it, we have curated the space, and is already today, and San Francisco, you might know, San Francisco is a city, is going through some struggles, and we have created in downtown San Francisco a new destination, a new landmark. When people are a bit skeptic about San Francisco, we are investing there. We've done our food hall. It's not only about the food, but it's also about communities, about a cooking school that is working permanently. It's focused on plant-based food. And that is why I wanted to do something that is reflecting what we believe in, according to our manifesto. So we have gathered around cuisines from around the world with local chefs, local people, and it's becoming an exciting place in downtown San Francisco. This is our operation. Retail, as I said, we want to partner with the best local and the best international retailers, of course, in our meeting places. But this is something different, what I'm showing here. I'm bringing here two examples of co-creation, co-development. The first one, Atelier 100, in the top and bottom left, is a co-development with H&M brand and Inca Group. So this is a concept to welcome designers in London, manufacturers, makers. It's with an approach of hyper-local, sustainable. And we have done this in one of our meeting places in London. So the co-creation with H&M. Then on the right side, this is Circuit, the home of circle choices. So this is also a concept that we started in Stockholm, in Sweden. We are now rolling out in other locations. So we curate this space. It's all about circular choices, about repair, recycle, reuse, swap, pass on, things that you don't use anymore. It's about giving a space for the local people to embark in this journey of circularity. So this is a 700 square meters unit that we run this space. We create this space. So once again, it's not just to have the big brands around from the world and the local brands, but it's also how can we be a home for innovation, for co-creation, for co-development. Work, of course, is a big component nowadays of mixed-use developments. And what I'm showing here is our own concept, a workshop of flexible working space. We have this in Stockholm, San Francisco, in Paris soon, a place for freelancers, for big companies that are looking for flexible space. Is also co-developed with the IKEA business. It's based on IKEA design principles, inspiring, playful. It's a great space, inspiring space for those that want to work out of the office or out of home. And the fourth component is the play component. You can go back home with a shopping bag and you feel happy, right? You feel happy you bought something that you were wishing for, you've been saving for that eventually, or you bought something that you wanted to give as a gift, right? But the best thing you can bring home is the smiles of your kids. That's priceless, They spend an amazing day at this meeting place. And they come back home, they are happy, and you are happy. You gave them something, gave them some time of quality time. As I said, and Xi'an is an example, we dedicate a big part of our shopping centers is to the leisure, the cultural, the entertainment, playtainment, all these components. And we even have our own supervised play areas where creating great time for the families. Yeah, and then we go back to Lycklig Gurugram. So I promise you learn a few words in Swedish. You've learned hej, means hi. Lycklig, well, it's coming from the Swedish word lycklig, which means happy. And Lycklig Gurugram then intends to be this vibrant place in Gurugram where we will promote the well-being, the joy. We will inspire people, we'll inspire communities. As I said, we are people-oriented, but we are community-centric. So that's the ambition with Lycklig Gurugram. And it's an amazing project with innovative spaces, F&B, leisure, entertainment, all those components, and offices, a very impressive space of 25,000 square meters of office space atop of the retail area, connected to the F&B, connected to this very nice outdoor garden, and of course, with our IKEA store, a 25,000 square meters IKEA store that everyone in that part of India is waiting for to come. And yeah, as I said once again, our aspiration and our commitment is more than an aspiration, is a commitment, is to build spaces that are transformative in the sense of, to give the communities a place to engage, to socialize, to show what they care for, to show what it's important for them. And some of these spaces you see here in Gurugram, without talking about sustainability, something that many of the developers are taking extremely serious. We as well, we are passionate about this topic. The Ingka Group, IKEA Retail, and we Ingka Centers as a retail real estate developer. It's about the way you take care of the planet, about the selection you do of your partners, but it's also about the building. It's about we have this pre-certification LEED Platinum pre-certification, but it's more than certification. It's about real actions. It's about the energy efficiency. It's about the waste treatment. It's about how you empower women with skill developments. It's about mobility, and that is something that is very much embodied in our projects. So just to wrap up this presentation on Ingka Centers and our ambition around the world and also in India. Our founder, the gentleman you saw in the third, fourth slide, used to say most things remain undone, meaning we feel like we've been doing a lot of things. We are in this journey about how can we innovate with the retailers, with other partners, how can co-create, but so many things can still be done. And that's our, the way we are in this business is be open to many other people out there that have great ideas, have great people with great skills, and you can come to us, say, hey, you know what, why don't we do this together? I mean, we have something amazing idea we could do with you guys, and you are so open for that, right? Because once again...
Thank you very much, Vasco. Do you know the one great thing about what you guys do is no matter where I go around the world, sometimes when I'm not sure of my bearings, where I don't know, when I go traveling around the world, where I'm not sure of my bearings and where I can go to eat and which is good value, like in Dubai, in Festival City Mall, you have an IKEA, and I know I can get a hot dog, an ice cream, meatballs, and a shawarma for like 5 dirhams and things like that. That's always the great thing about what you guys do, community, and people love what you guys are doing.
Absolutely, that's about communities, absolutely,
okay.
About people.
Well, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you
chat.
so much.
Take care.
My pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks.
One more time for Vasco.
Thank you.
And of course, with any of our speakers, we've got one more panel session to go before you guys can ebb and flow towards lunch. With any of the speakers or the teams that are here on stage, please feel free to have a chat with them afterwards. They are wonderfully lovely people, and they are looking forward to engaging with all of you, as I can see already a queue of people heading towards Vasco, and of course everything that they do with the Inca Centres. So thank you very much. Right, last little session before we go towards lunchtime now. Again, apologies for the slight delay, everybody. We have been chasing up with time and getting everything ready as quickly as we can to follow on to the times that you've got allocated. So here we go then. Our next panel session is Accelerating Retail at Scale, Aligning Strategies for India's Next 500 Million Consumers. That's what it says here. Okay. Please give a warm welcome to your panel. We have Asta Almas, the co-founder and CEO of The New Shop. Deepak Chabra, MD of Timex India. We have K. Radhakrishnan, the co-founder of Tata Star Quick. We have Kumar Nitesh, the CEO of Agio Business and Trend Footwear. Nitin Chabra, the CEO and co-founder of Ace Turtle. And Sushant Dash, the CEO of Tata Starbucks. And to moderate your session, please give a warm welcome to Sagar Daryani, the co-founder and CEO of Wow Momo Foods. To the stage, guys, the floor is yours.
ये है क्या है? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Easier for you here.
Okay. The panel is on, accelerating retail in India. How do we get the next 500 million customers? How do we go out there, grab them, and accelerate to, capture that market share? We have an esteemed panel here, and I would say it's a wow panel. Great mix, people from different domains. We'll quickly start. I guess don't want to keep you guys away from the lunch. Sushant, I'll start with you, because you're firstly just the closest to me, but you also come from a similar fraternity where I come from, the food industry. So, India is no more about the bhel puri, about the vada pav. It's also idli sambar, it's daulat ki chaat, samosas, now even momos, right? And, I keep saying that हमारे देश में अगर एक चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है, मोमो वाला भी कुछ कर सकता है, but आप क्या tier 2 में coffee वाला बनते हो, या you try and create that cafe culture? Because it was really insightful to know that, you're there in 62 cities, right? So, if I have to break it up, I would say the metros and the larger metro cities would be like 10 to 12, similar to metro cities. Then you would have the tier 2. You would have the non-metro cities, and then you would have tier 2. So getting into 62 cities, giving India that coffee, that experience, how do you draw out the entire strategy to, capture new markets, create those experiences? It'll be very insightful for us to know.
Right. So thank you. I think, as you rightly said, the people, according to me, exist. Whether it is in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and now with information being available and knowledge being available, everyone is actually looking forward to the experiences. They're aware of what is available out there. They want to experiment beyond what is available for them in their city. And in many ways, I think tier 2 and tier 3, because of limited availability, the aspirations are higher. So if you can reach them and reach them in a manner where you make profit, so if you get your back end right and if you get your P&L right, I think the opportunity exists in tier 2 and tier 3. You have to create the model for yourself where you are asset light, you make enough money even at that point and get the back end in place. In terms of what the people want, I think you need to be careful, and I think you mentioned that in a sentence. As you expand, I think the big challenge is how do you maintain your standard, what you stand for at the core, while also looking to localize and in some ways influence the new set of consumers.
So that balance between what you stand for, in our case, for example, we are about coffee. We, at the end of the day, are an American brand. People, when they come to Starbucks, expect a certain kind of connection, ambience, certain kind of food and beverages. We need to give that. But having said that, we also need to localize. We also need to, we are in the food and beverage industry. You cannot say that all taste will remain the same. So you'll need to localize, you'll need to figure out what exactly is, and in India, as we keep saying, and the best example that I have, mainly when I am dealing with people in the US or outside, is think of India as Europe. Every country has a different culture, every district has a different...
Rather, every large city is like a country in a country.
by itself, right? And in terms of
So
social
Shashank,
cultural-
this differentiation is in the product, comparing a metro to a non-metro, is it the service? Is it the kind of people who are serving the consumers also?
So that is a challenge. I think there is a bit of a difference in terms of exposure. So when you expand, one of the things that you need to be very, very careful about is your learning and development. You need to ensure, and mainly in an industry like ours, where it is about the connection, where it is about the service, it is not just about the coffee, it is also about making that connection with the consumers. So you need to ensure that the standard of people who are there in your store, the partners as we call them, in a Mumbai or a Delhi, is the same as a Raipur or a Siliguri. So the training becomes important, them understanding the nuances of what the brand stands for becomes important.
And do you also use vernacular when it comes to training?
Absolutely. If you don't do that, you cannot...
Localization.
Yeah, if you don't localize, so as we have expanded, as you rightly said, we are in 62 cities right now, so we are in all the states. We just opened Jammu last week.
Wow.
And so we now, so we have our learning and development all in vernacular.
I'll come back to you, Shashank. I'll move to Asta. Asta, the new shop defines convenience, right? And when you think of convenience, you largely look at the urban India. You look at the metro cities. And I was amazed to know that you're in 33 cities, right? And you're serving 33 cities convenience 24/7. So India puri raat jaag raha hai, right? And the other thing is that in today's day and age of quick commerce convenience, right? How are you trying to, decide on micro entrepreneurship? That would be super helpful.
Awesome. So before I go into, explaining why we're doing what we've been doing, I think it's very important to define what really convenience retail means. A topic grossly misunderstood in India. And as there are multiple retail formats all over the world, convenience retail is one type of retail format where a customer goes to find products and services which they consume within the first 1 hour of purchase. And proximity to the customer, where they live, where they travel, where they work, where they study, is what makes convenience retail so successful and almost like a $3 trillion industry globally. So an interesting fact, when we were starting out New Shop in India and with a proposition that we'll be open 24 hours and we'll target the top 100 cities of India, the first thing people asked us was, but India is not a safe country. And, you're going to be creating bloodbaths and, I'm by the way a female and I'm obviously very thoughtful about safety concerns above everything else because I put myself in the same shoe. And an interesting fact is 66% of our sales happen between 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. And this is a number that is consistent in not just metro cities, but even tier 2, 3, and tier 4 cities. So I think I can proudly say wherever New Shop is, that city becomes safer. So we have 6 stores in Meerut. And we've been around in Meerut for almost a year. No bloodbath so far. In fact, you will see that the cities and the locations that we are at, we lit up our stores beautifully. Like they're very well lit. And on the contrary, you actually see more women now stepping out of that house after 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. because they think it's safe to do so. I've grown up hearing, "Achhe ghar ki ladkiyan bahar nahi jati." And I'm proud to say that I'm changing that notion because India is now a safer country. So yes, there's contribution of infrastructural development. OTT has, by the way, been the biggest fuel, right? If you see Netflix and Amazon and all OTT consumption, content consumption, it actually peaks after 10 p.m. And once that happens, customers have their needs. There is nobody solving for those needs and nobody thought that these new needs can get created. So thanks to convenience retail offerings 24 hours, that these needs are being met. Now, those needs may not just be a packet of chips, but even things like quick on-the-go food, need a new pen drive, a battery charger, forgot my son needs to do his or her homework. I need to get a packet of crayons, or oh, I forgot to print out something and I need to now rush and print out my boarding pass or my ticket, or I need to now send, or withdraw some cash. Maybe I'm not going to be able to find an ATM at this time, so why don't I just go to my nearby convenience store? And we also have electric vehicle charging stations at some of our stores in highways. So it's this wholesome category that provides for all the products and services that a customer in that location needs. And that is what really is convenience retail and the power of it. Now, convenience retail is something that we always knew at the back of our mind that has to be very entrepreneurial driven. And, convenience retail is something that is like the DNA and the pulse of every single country in the developed world. Why? Because all countries went through this massive revolution where there were these mom and pop or kirana stores or corner shops, and which were the easiest businesses to start. But as time progressed and the countries modernized, developed, and the cost of real estate and opportunity costs of running that kirana store versus renting it out, and the new generation finding better employment prospects at like more fancy locations that have a higher social currency, come into play. These all stores would have to be evolved and upgraded into what the modern India would need. It's happened time and again in multiple parts of the world. It will happen in India, and we saw that revolution happening forefront. So it was the core DNA of our entire business model was how do we make entrepreneurship democratized and accessible to everyone. I mean, it's sad that typical franchise models have not really been entrepreneurial driven in India so far, and that's what we wanted to change. There have been many success stories of how convenience store owners in different parts of the world started with one convenience store and are now multimillionaires, and that's the business opportunity we wanted to create for young India. And another interesting fact I'll tell you, there's a recent survey that was conducted, and it said that 83% Indians want to become entrepreneurs given a chance, and that's much above the global average of 53%. And even in white-collar workforce, 1 out of 2 people would quit their jobs if they had a good business opportunity. But unfortunately, long gestation periods, lack of skills, training, financial resources, and of course, limited understanding and adoption of technology make it very difficult for anyone to pursue business ownership. We thought that convenience retail is that one opportunity where anybody does not need to have super extraordinary skills or great know-how. But if we create a business model which is kind of like idiot-proof and can make anyone a business owner, then we will be able to upgrade Indian status and social standard of living, provide multiple job opportunities, and take this to not just the heavily overserved metros, but the real Bharat and true India. So our vision has always been we will empower 10,000 entrepreneurs in India by 2030, and this entrepreneurship is coming from the top cities, top 100 cities outside of the metro. So I hope that answered your questions.
So yeah, I think you're going deep, you're going wide. We can safely say that पहले हम हर locality में बोलते थे there was a security guard और वो बोलता रहता था पूरे रात को कि जागते रहो. I think in that locality now we need to have a new shop store and everyone will be awake.
And most of our stores are run by 20-year-olds. The average age group of a franchise owner is about like 21.
Super. So you catch them young, grow with them. I'll move to Deepak. Deepak, Timex, as far as I recall, has been a time memorial brand of our times. And how are you catching up with the changing times? How are you seeing Gen Z being different from the youth of Bharat, or is there a similarity? And also the reach that we were all talking about, right? I mean, today you have exclusive stores in 62 cities. Via distribution, you get to 300 cities. How far and how deep can you go to, or you intend to go to capture the next level of consumerism in the country?
Yeah, thank you, Sagar. So, we know our core competencies, and we know we are a brand, and we are.
Just keep the mic closer to you. Yeah.
I hope you can hear me. Yeah. So basically, what we are playing to is we are playing to our core competency. So we know we are a brand and we are a product company. So we are rather doing strategic partnership with our distribution partners, our technology partners, supply chain partners, and even our OEM partners. So largely what we are trying to do is we're not trying to do everything ourselves. And that's what is needed if we have to really go to, say, next 500 million consumers. If all of us try to do everything from product, marketing, distribution, retail ourselves, then probably we are not clubbing together our resources. I think that's precisely we have been trying to do, wherein we do have stores, which are franchised, of course. Again, we are not a retailer ourselves, we are a brand. So we feel there's somebody else who can do a better job at retailing. Similarly, on the distribution side, we have got into strategic partnerships. So whether it is distribution network or CNF network, so largely our go-to-market strategy is clear that we are not going to do everything ourselves. We are going to focus where we are, what we know the best, which is to roll out the best of the products, the best, build the brands, and create, demand, and leave the rest of the things to our partners who can do a better job. And that would be more, cost-effective as well. I cannot be there at, say, 1,000 cities, even if I want. The second part is, there is nothing called physical or digital. For us, everything is same. Howsoever we can reach to a consumer, we want to reach. Even if it is, say, tomorrow through, say, TV marketing. I don't know, Korea, 60% consumption happen on TV marketing. So we have to be open on exploring all channels, how you can reach the consumer, rather than being stuck, this is the only way to do. Why I need my own stores only, Timex World or Just Watches, why I can't sell from, say, Malabar, jewelry, why I can't sell from apparel store. That's what we are thinking ahead, so that we remain focused on our core competencies rather than creating a network which already exists. So that's our on the gen, how the consumption is changing between millennials and Gen Z. I think they are a bit more aware. They are more experimentative rather than going by the book. They don't mind trying new things. They want it sooner than later, so speed becomes important. Yeah, but of course, watches as a category, you don't need a Blinkit to supply. They can wait, but of course, they are not ready to wait for longer period. And that's where we service through all channels. E-commerce is becoming bigger. Our .com is growing at a faster pace, while we continue selling from 5,000 point of sale. So that's how it is. So largely what I would like to summarize is, if we are looking for the next 500 million addition to current existing 800 million consumer, we as a cross industry has to, collaborate rather than all of you or all of us trying to doing the same thing. Then it will be difficult. We'll create an infrastructure which is like unviable because we are not pooling the resources. Let's see who has better core competency in a particular area and pool it together. I can offer something else which I'm strong at. I think that's the key. Else, all of us creating infrastructure on everything, whether supply chain or everything else, will be a state where none of us will be viable because the cost of operation would be much, much, much higher. And it becomes relevant when it comes to technology. We want partners because I know I cannot develop technology. But when it comes to distribution, I'm a bit hesitant because I know I can develop distribution, but why do I have to? When there are people who have that core competency, let me focus on acquiring more consumers, giving them the relevant merchandise, doing assortment so consumer need is fulfilled by the local taste. So that's what I feel, Sagar.
समय बदल रहा है, समय के साथ साथ एक घड़ी बेचने वाली कंपनी बदल रही है. अच्छा लग रहा है सुन के. But I'll come to Nitesh ji. We were just talking about Ajio business, and India is a country where the taste, the trend changes every 100 kilometers. And you mentioned to me that you've chalked down 2,700 towns and cities to enter, which is massive. It shows the depth of India, right? Tell me one thing, through Ajio business, how are you trying to evolve or be that change when it comes to tier 3, 3 or 4, the real Bharat? We all know what you know, what is happening in the metros, because हमारे को जो दिखता है हमको लगता है वही हो रहा है. But you know, how are you penetrating into the fashion segment? You know, opening these stores that you mentioned. You know, you have ambition to get to 10,000 stores. If you can just you know, give us some insights on that.
So in Ajio business, we started doing basically online. We were serving retailers. We had 1 million retailers listed in our portal, and monthly we used to serve 300,000 to 400,000 retailers. And they were ordering a small options, small quantity, and logistically it was becoming very difficult. What I did, I have changed the whole game, where we have gone from online to offline. So through traditional distribution and through traditional wholesale market. So I am going into the wholesale market in Kolkata, Bada Bazaar, in Dadar, in Chickpet, in Bangalore, in Gandhi Bazaar, and opening a wholesale store, 10,000, 20,000 square feet wholesale store with a local partner, and trying to give our all private labels to these retailers. What we are trying to do online, I'm trying to do offline. In the pyramid, we as a business is trying, the consumer is a market where people still want dhania free. So is a regional knowledge is very, very important to cater. When I started doing networking, where I can go with this. So what I did this again, we are good in dealing with the end consumer. So we started also doing B2B2C. So launched a brand called Fashion World, where we plan to go to around 2,700 cities.
Wow.
So below 2 lakh population everywhere, we are going and opening.
There is a market everywhere below 2 lakhs.
Yeah. So store will be 3,000 to 5,000. Is all unorganized retail in fashion, where I want to go and open our fashion stores. And a kind of price point. So we as an organization believe giving the good quality product in a good price. We do not believe in everything earned today only. We believe in taking market share. So his idea is to go to the market and give a feel of organized market through franchisee route, and through we are trying to create a small entrepreneur in the small cities. So the first store I opened in Sitamarhi.
And what made you think about the franchisee route when you're going more deep in India?
Because they know better, those consumers, than me. Sitting air-conditioned office in a metro, they understand, as I said,
The power of that micro-entrepreneur.
Yes. So they understand those customers well in a small cities. So I opened a store in Sitamarhi. The guy said, "Sir, Lagan ka time hai, I need suits." I said, "Where you will sell suits in April, May month?" So I sent him some consignment, every piece sold out.
Wow.
Because of the marriage, right? So sometimes sitting in one place, we have worked definitely in a market, but still India is beyond 7 metros or maybe another 14
This is super
cities.
insightful, because someone, you know, coming from Ajio, you wanting to franchise, the reasons behind it. I mean, you know, everything doesn't happen in Excel. You can't have logic for everything, but reasoning for everything becomes very, very important. That's very insightful. Very insightful. I mean, we've always believed to do Coco stores at WOW. But today, you know, when we look at tier 3, tier 4, we feel that having that one micro entrepreneur in an Aizawl makes more sense than, you know, you going and running it yourself.
So look, if you want to run a premium brand, Coco is a different ball game. You want to go in market, you want to open a store in Imphal, you need a local partner in Imphal. You can't succeed.
True.
Right? You are from Calcutta, you know this better.
True.
Right? So Northeast is a gold mine for any business.
True. No, it's super.
You want to be in Northeast, you have to be with local partner. You are safe. Your business is safe. Your money is safe. And you are doing what you want to do.
And you grow faster.
Yes.
Super. Radha sir, I'll come to you. You know, we are seeing Ajio moving from B to B to C, from digital to also getting into the physical wing. And like Deepak said, you know, it's the phygital world. You know, nothing is digital, nothing is physical anymore. The convention is also called PRC, which is Phygital Retail Congress. But Radha sir, you have been a veteran in the supermarket grocery space in FMCG for years now, right? I mean, I just got to know that when you were with Sumeru, I was not even born, not even thought of. You know, coming from you, you know, today, how are you seeing adoption of technology in the tier 2, tier 3? and how are you using technology, for expansion, for growth? How are you looking at going wide for distribution, right? I mean, you gave some amazing insights, which I also want you to give to the audience, that, the reach in India, can be massive and can be infinite. If you can just define that for us.
So, no, I think grocery, by definition, is a very localized business. This is why it has never been the success factor for e-commerce players. There is no e-commerce player today who has done grocery at the level that they should be doing, because you cannot courier from here to Guwahati. So Guwahati e-commerce must happen inside the city. And even doing city-wide, a complicated city like Bombay, it's not easy being present in Vashi as well as being present in South Bombay. So there are challenges as far as grocery is concerned. It is very, very local. And I remember when I was involved in the company which started the first retail outlet, there were so many strikes that happened from the unions saying that modern trade will close down the Kirana shops. Actually, what has happened is the Kirana has closed down many of the modern trade shops. I'm not sure many of those guys who started along with us are still alive. I'm not sure many of the grocery chains, except a few, are really making money. The issue is that grocery is a very local business. And going to tier 3 towns, well, we are 140 billion people. I mean, 1.4 billion people. Everybody is eating every day for the last, ever since they have been born. So it is not as if grocery is not there. The thing is, if you want a particular kind of grocery to reach there, then you have to do something else. So I'm connecting these 2 points that you mentioned. Really, the question is, do we have one brand from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Haldia to Jamnagar? Is there one brand which sells everywhere? I'm not talking of dominance. Even being present, we will struggle to think about one brand which is everywhere, whether it's biscuits, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's toothpaste, whether it's detergent powder. This country is completely like millions of small islands. मैं Meerut का राजा हूँ. Asta, you will become the king of quick commerce in Meerut. But what about Salem? What about Trichy? What about Karur? What about Kottayam? Affordability and access. The story for India will have to start from town number 5,419. What we have seen so far since independence is hardly 10% of what India is going to be in the next 20 years. So technology has to change. People have changed. People don't have any more social inhibitions in the way they speak, aspire, buy, and adopt. So I think I wish I were, 30 years younger. I mean, but really, it's a good time to be alive.
No, I think that's super insightful. I was reading one article which even mentioned that HUL, with its hundreds of brands, is able to only reach to 93% of the households in India. So imagine even someone like an HUL is still, pushing it out there. And while we were chatting, Sushant rightly mentioned that, it's about the first movers advantage. Who gets where first to be available there and grab that market share.
93% of all households in India, I think he's got his data wrong.
And the other thing, before I come back to you, Radha sir, I quickly want to go to Nitin. Nitin, you are using technology to, for the go-to market for brands that are global brands, and we all talk about artificial intelligence now, AI, right, which has become the new thing. Where do you see the role of AI comes in when, we come off the metro cities, Have we still adapted to it? Is it just for the seller side where, it helps him or her to make their brands more available in the ready-fit market, plan better? Or even from the consumer sense, you feel that when you, market these products, the consumer also from uses AI in a way to determine, what is good for him or her, or the noise around a particular product. Like today, if I talk about something, I see the ad of that same thing in Instagram. How it happens, I don't know, but someone is listening there, right? So what do you think is the role of AI in this entire?
And I'll talk about specifically on the retail side.
If you can just keep the mic, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll specifically talk about on the retail side of the business. So where we see the role of artificial intelligence coming in, and I'll also share what we are doing so far, because it's a journey. We just about kind of started. Because we started off as a tech company, and then we realized almost all large brands used to work with us. We had FMCG, like a Procter & Gamble, and we would have fashion brands, watch brands, almost all categories, including pharma brands. But we were solving only the omnichannel commerce problem. And then we saw that tech is a smaller problem, right? We can write a code, develop the tech. But the larger problem which the organizations have is the adoption of tech.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because they have systems, processes built over decades. It's very difficult to change those. And that's why disruption always happens from outside, right? So, but the consumer doesn't have any such constraints. Consumer keeps evolving very, very fast, right? And during pandemic, of course, we saw what all happened, and that behavior just got accelerated by kind of 10x. So during the pandemic, when we saw opportunity to acquire some of the business of our clients, and we thought we could solve some of these problems. And so where we use, just coming back to specific question on the AI bit, we see the role right from manufacturing, design, supply chain, logistics, all the way to the consumer. So the role has throughout. Just to share with you what things we are doing. Again, like I said, it's still a less than 3-year journey. So we first started off solving problems at the front end, because we couldn't solve all the problems. That's why we let go all of our SaaS clients about 1.5 years back. So now we focus our entire tech bandwidth only solving our problems, because we saw the commerce platform which we were offering was only one part of the problem. You have front end and you have back end, so front end is a dark store because online is easier, at least for us. But the offline side of things where you don't have enough data, which you can capture, the opportunity is immense. But how much are you capturing so that, because if you have to build AI engine, you need to have data platforms in place. So first you have to digitize the operations to see how can we capture the data from it. And similar was the scenario from backend. So we first focus on the front-end side. So I would say largely on the front-end side, what we wanted to do, what we have done. So the first step was to digitize entire retail operations. Say, okay, how do you digitize retail operations? So every activity which you do, whether it is training, whether it is visual merchandising, the dwell time of the customer, understanding what's lying on what shelf, because on online we know the browsing behavior will get all the data, right?
Yeah.
But on the brick and mortar, you don't get it. So what we did was that we deployed ESLs, or let's call them electronic shelf talkers, on each of the shelf. Our initial purpose was because when we change the price of some product online, it changes immediately, customers are able to see. But offline the POS changes, but doesn't change on the shelf. So how does the customer know? We say, okay, let's start with this. Then we start putting that. So now when our engines, the pricing engines actually, that's where AI is also being used. When they decide based on rate of sale and our inventory, that what should be the pricing for this, shall we reduce the pricing? So the auto pricing engine reduces the pricing, and the pricing changes immediately. So online you see it, offline you will see on the shelf talkers, it seems very, very clear what the new pricing is. But then we started realizing there are other data points we started getting, which was that what's lying on what shelf getting picked up at all. Is it a question of location? Shall we change the area?
So you can project better.
Exactly. So we know that what's getting tried, what's not getting tried. So what we can improve upon it better. On the other catalog side, I remember the old days when we were on the SaaS side, we used to have an army of people writing content and descriptions and all of that. And thanks to be honest, now through Gen AI, it's become very easy. We are 4 people now.
Wow.
Right? We are only 4 people who manage it. And largely, they are largely there because we are launching, every year we launch a new brand. We have to supervise it till the time, the model is working fine. So it just takes a couple of seconds.
So a lot of solutions from the brand's end, from the
Yes.
seller's end. Anything from the buyer's end that you think you need to work on, or you think we're still ahead of time?
We are trying to now understand the consumer behavior.
Okay.
Right? To say, okay, for example, now on the fulfillment side, if I have to say, we get, of course, customer data on all our own channels, but on third-party platforms, which are a large part of our business, like Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon, etc., we don't get the consumer data, but we get fulfillment data, where somebody is buying. And we are realizing that, that's become part of our, penetration strategy as well. Wherever we're getting decent amount of, online orders, we actually now putting up a store there. The moment we put up a store there, in most cases, we are realizing that the demand increases. At the same time, our fulfillment cost is reducing because now we're shipping out from the store. So today, 18% of our sales are coming from store sales are coming from online orders shipped to the stores, right? So we are delivering to the consumer. I would say not as fast as we would like, but definitely at a much lower cost because
Inventory management
is getting
becomes
shipped
cheap.
out.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, as consumers are walking into the stores, whether you say it's they are seeing a physical manifestation of the brand in their location, so there's building more trust, but we are realizing that not just the online sale is increasing, even the offline sale starts to increase. And the more customers walk in, we try and understand them more, what they are liking, what they are not liking, what gender is coming to the stores. But I was discussing with Asta before we took over the Leon Agro business, they had stopped, the women's merchandise completely. But our AI-enabled cameras were telling us about 12 to 13% of the footfall was women. And then we launched women's wear. And fortunately for us, it's kind of worked out. It is now almost close to, I would say, 8.5 to 9% of our sale, and it's only been one season. It's the second season we are launched.
And I'm sure every success case would just make you evolve
Yes, it's a
more
journey.
and more
There's
deeper
a lot
in this.
more to do, but the first step is build data platform, start getting all the data, onto that platform, and then you can, layer it on with AI later on.
Okay, so for us, time's up. Very quickly, I think when you want to attract new customers, we are all talking about the future, nothing about the past. If I want one word from each one of you, what do you think you need to do? One word or one line for massification in the right manner. What would that be? Radha sir, I'll start with you.
Sorry, Sagar, I didn't get that.
So I'm saying if I want one word or one line from all of you, that what we need to do for massification, because we're talking about the future, we're not talking about the past, right? India is the future, the next decade, the next generation. If you have to tell me for massification in one word or one line, what would be your go-to strategy?
Create value outside the top 30 cities.
Super. Beyond 30, uske baad socho. ठीक है. Deepak, what about you?
Yeah, I would say collaboration. That's important if we really want to, go to a wider.
Very
set
true.
of
It's no more about competition, about collaboration, brand collaborations. Yeah. Asta,
I think marry aspiration with affordability.
buying aspirations. Interesting. Nitesh.
So there is a consumption in India, in the last corner of the country. The right product and right price you try to give, you will win your battle.
Got it. Value, right value. Yeah.
So I would say get the data. It will also tell you what the future holds for you and how to be more efficient and effective.
Data
The
will
growth
continue
also
being the
lies
king. Super. Sushant.
I think it's about the people for us. To right training, right development, so that you make the right connections as you massify.
I mean, Sushant and we were chatting. Starbucks is one organization that gives 2 days weekly off for all its employees. It ensures insurance for the parents. And I think it's an industry. I mean, our retail industry is by the people, for the people. And I think focusing on people will definitely be important. That's it, guys. I think time's up. Thank you so much. Have kept you guys away from lunch. But thank you so much. Please enjoy the lunch, enjoy the momos, enjoy the Chinese from Hong's Kitchen and everything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much, lovely audience. Thank you, guys. A photograph is required of you in the middle of the stage, if you don't mind. Thank you very much indeed. Well, there you go. That is it, guys. We're going to take a quick 30-minute break for lunch. Our next panel session will be on the way for you in 30 minutes' time. The feature of that panel this afternoon, let me just check on my schedules for you, is seasonless collections and capsule drops. That's going to be...
E-commerce merchants. Time is of essence in our fast-paced industry. Every second counts for captivating your customers. But there's one critical Did you know? More than 40% of all COD orders in India get returned to the warehouse before delivery. This problem is called Return to Origin or RTO. Orders being returned before delivery means your true conversion rates and profitability are lowered. So why does RTO occur? The reason for RTO are multifold, especially in a market like India. GoQuick's Risk Intelligence gives you the necessary protection against RTO. Our Quick Predict model is a periodically evolving intelligence framework that combines manual rules specific to user behavior with an evolving RTO model based on the network effect. This segregates orders under 3 risk levels. GoQuick's proprietary tech helps tackle the adverse impact of RTO. How? By enabling safe COD based on filtering options, providing a COD confirmation prompt, blacklisting high-risk users. After purchase, we constantly engage customers to ensure successful delivery. Through these smart solutions, GoQuick has been able to help Lenskart expand its COD serviceability by 358%. So protect your business from RTO and unlock real growth for your e-com business.
A world full of hustle bustle, a world full of endless worries, and a world full of people like you who want to embrace themselves. Endless love for Vogue makes us travel destinations. Soothing our soul and bringing out the inner beauty is a daydream to live by. Who doesn't like a planned and a systematic world? Just an easy life. A small break from the huge rise and falls. A roller coaster in the monotonous life. Different stories and endless feeling of love, surprise, excitement, and all the drama is worth after a long day. Why travel to different places when one can get all the delicacies in one plate? Different diversity, one place, endless experience. Explore Infinity Mall.
This is the age of digital natives, dwelling in a boundaryless digital space they call home. An ideal space for e-commerce brands to connect directly with shoppers. But to do this, you have to gut through all the chaos and digital noise. The key is to not just sell, but to engage. The tool that can help you declutter and engage with your shoppers is WhatsApp. Introducing Quick Chat, the only WhatsApp solution you'll ever need for your e-commerce brand. With click to WhatsApp ads, redirect interested customers from ads to WhatsApp, where you can take personalized conversations ahead with the industry's first two-way conversation flow, leading to 30% lesser customer acquisition cost. Deliver a native experience with full product catalog discovery via industry's first headless checkout, seamlessly integrated with our quick checkout. Experience industry's best abandoned checkout with 20% higher recovery rate. As you bring shoppers back using personalized messages, product-level abandoned checkout recovery, and exclusive discounts. Enjoy best-in-class segmentation of marketing campaigns with over 50 plus parameters to ensure only the right shoppers get the right messages. Quick Chat also helps brands increase their deliverability by enabling flows like cash to prepaid conversion, risk-based confirmation, and constant order updates, and seamlessly integrating it with our RTO intelligence. Stock communication templates can turn off shoppers. We can build custom workflows for customer engagement along with shopper response-based contextual conversations. That's why Quick Chat is powering more than 500 million conversations for over 300 top e-commerce brands. Leverage the deepest 100 million shopper network that seamlessly interconnects our solutions. Multiply your ROI by 20 times right on WhatsApp with Quick Chat.
India, one of the fastest growing economies, thrives on the growth engine of New Delhi's National Capital Region. NCR demanded a new avenue for progress. The all-new 16-lane Dwarka Expressway is that lifeline. Coming up on the prime location of this expressway is MVN Aero One, the region's largest lease-only shopping center that has seamless entry and exit from the expressway, which means zero diversion. With strategic connectivity to the IGI airport and key city hubs, it paves the way for unparalleled accessibility. MVN Aero One. Welcome to the future of luxury retail.
Thank you, Dia. So, as usual, post-dinner sessions, we have very limited presence right now, but I think as we continue, okay. So even our MC is not here. He is also enjoying his lunch. So my name is Rajesh Jain. I am the Managing Director and CEO for a brand named Lacoste. I head the India operations. And I have an amazing panel today and a different type of topic. But before we start on that topic, I would like to invite my panelists here. They're amazing guys, very dear friends, all of them. So I would start with Manish Kapoor. He is the CEO for Pepe Jeans. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Next we have Sanjeev Rao, CEO Being Human. Then we have Sheetal. Sheetal is the CEO for Lifestyle. Charat is the CEO for Indian Terrain. And then we have Saurabh. He is the co-founder and CEO for Latin Quarters. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Thank you, friends. Thanks for coming here. So I'm sure as we progress further, the hall will start filling in. So, a very interesting topic. So far, we have all been talking about technology, how we can change something in technology to take the brands further, to take the retail forward, to attract the customer. But today, perhaps we are going back to our roots. And we are not talking about technology, although technology is something that creeps in anyway. But that will be a very limited part. The important part we are talking about here today is seasonless launches. We all know as retailers, especially in fashion retail, that we have two main seasons, autumn, winter, and spring, summer. But today we are going to talk about seasonless launches, capsules, and all things related to that. Is it possible? Is it helpful? Is it difficult? And as I said, that I have an extremely intelligent panel with me. So, shall we start? So, I will come to that side only. Okay. Saurabh, my first question to you.
Sure.
Seemingly very easy question, at least the first part of it. The second part might take a little difficulty and you will have to really think hard perhaps for that.
Sure.
Very easy question. How many launches do you have in a year?
So first of all, thank you, Rajesh. So the way I mean, that's a very easy answer. We try to launch a capsule every month. And except for the EOSS season, we try to refresh pretty much every month. I think the second part, yeah.
But when you say month, every month, you don't have the two major launches of autumn, winter, and spring, summer like most of the fashion retailers have?
So the answer is yes and no. The way we think about seasons is, I think it's in the Indian context, it hasn't really made a lot of sense to have these set autumn, winter, and spring, summer seasons. I think there's a lot of diversity in India in terms of cultural diversity, in terms of climatic diversity, amongst other diversities. I think India is a country, there's a lot of countries within a country. So every state and pretty much regionally, you find a lot of diversity there. So I don't feel the traditional way of classifying collections really does justice to that. And the way we thought of it is, since we are evenly spread out across the country, there's a lot of festival-based buying. There's a lot of, during winter seasons, are selling something completely different in north, but when you go down south or when you go into the west, they don't really experience winter in any meaningful way. So it never really made sense to have like the traditional way of having collections. Instead, what we have tried to do is to kind of have a customized product assortment, so during Durga Puja, you have a collection which is going only to East stores. Then you have Pongal, you have Onam, you have all these regional kind of capsules that are going to those particular locations only. Also allows us to be nimble. We are kind of more flexible in that way. You are not, held to some arbitrary cutoff dates that, okay, now EOSS has started and now you are under pressure to give discounts. So I think there is a lot of benefits that at least we have seen over the years in doing that. There are a few operational challenges that, you...
As major launches, and then perhaps you would do some sub-launches, but very interesting to know that you're doing monthly launches also.
Right.
You started in 2006.
Yes,
this
we
brand
did,
was started in 2006.
Yes.
So now the difficult part of the question, as per you, with your past experience, how many launches do you think are ideal for a fashion retailer in a year?
I think it really depends on a few factors. I think the primary one being how you are distributed geographically. So
from your brand's perspective.
Right. So from our perspective, like I just explained, since we are trying to cater to a lot of different geographies and cultures at the same time, for us, it makes sense to kind of refresh every month, as opposed to somebody who's maybe, let's say, focused more in the north. So you are experiencing a similar type of climate. I mean, winter, so you have to give winter wear if you want to be relevant. Otherwise, you are not really part of the conversation at that time. So I think it makes more sense to kind of refresh it every month. Like I said, there's benefits associated with that, at least we feel. I think better sell-throughs, maybe potentially better margins. So yeah, that's the way I look
Wonderful.
at it.
So I actually have a lot of questions, a lot of follow-up questions on that, but because I have other panelists also, I might come back to you later if we have time.
Sure.
I will now go to Charat. Charat, normally, autumn, winter, spring, summer, these kind of two major launches are normally booked for normal hero products or the launches, major launches, or the primary products that you have. But do you think that these sub-launches or capsules, they are meant mainly for those products which are growing, but maybe still haven't reached there? They are like a secondary products which are growing in their journey, and once they become big enough, then you would like to involve them or include them in your primary launches also?
Not really, I think...
you're not visible or audible.
I don't know. Is it audible now?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
audible now.
So I think actually the concept of, even for your mainline products, as you call it, so I believe that one of the things about this whole seasonless versus season concept is that there's a difference between brands and retailers. So if you're a brand, one of the things is that you want to try and hold a certain type of a design aesthetic. It doesn't mean you have to be the same every time, but there's a broad design aesthetic that you want to retain. And to that extent, if you want to retain that year after year and develop within that, some pre-planning is required. So the concept of a loosely put word of a season makes sense to me for a brand. Within that, obviously, you want every month to be something to be highlighted. So that's what you could call the hero product or the hero story. Having said that, even in the main categories, it could be shirts for us or trousers, you definitely want to be agile enough to know that there is trends happening quickly. And therefore, capsules make sense actually in your mainline category itself. Could be to test, could be to try out something small, which is you're not 100% sure, but it makes sense to add it. If it's doing well, you can scale it up. And therefore, capsules have an important role. There's like alongside your main story, there is a very important role for capsules to be had every single, not if not a month at least, whatever is the frequency. For us, we feel the frequency is maybe along the main side, along our main line, twice at least.
Yeah, okay.
At least
so
we
that's
feel.
what I was about to ask you. So in case you're saying that even for the mainline products, you would sometimes bring them as capsules and launch them somewhere between the seasons.
In between. So that is seasonless in the sense that there is no start date or an end date for that. It is something you see and you think that is important enough to start testing the ground with. So you must plan for it, you must launch it, learn from it, and if it is big enough as an idea to expand, look to pilot. So I'm a very big believer in the idea of piloting small, anything, piloting any idea. So capsule is nothing but a pilot for me. So you test it, it could be new idea, it could be extension of an idea, it could be a new category, it could be anything, but the biggest benefits I believe come from in your biggest categories to test out new ideas as capsules.
Wonderful. That's a new knowledge. Actually, I'm also getting some new insights here because I was so far under the impression it's only the fast fashion brands, let's say the Zara's or H&M's or bestsellers of the world, who would like to refresh their stores very, very fast and remove the old inventory and launch the fresh inventory. But it appears that even the brands like Latin Quarter or Indian Terrain, they also have launches, sub-launches, capsules, all those things to bring freshness to their stores. And that's amazing. So with this thought, Manish, I would like to ask you a question because you're in a completely different category. When we normally talk about these seasonless launches, capsules, it has a certain degree of immediate responsiveness, efficiency. The customers' likes, dislikes, you understand them and start building towards that. But you are predominantly in a category. Of course, you have all the kind of attire, but your predominant category is denims and trousers. Do you think that these capsules, sub-launches, freshness, efficiency, they also work well in denims and trousers? And if yes, how do you do it? Because that will be interesting to understand.
Sure. So, as you rightly said, so what the reality is that as in while we are predominantly bottom wear, 45% of our business comes from top wear, and then you need to keep doing that on top wear for sure. But again, when tools or as in what we call as quick response drops become very, very important whenever you're looking at trying out a new fit. That becomes very important because across the world, 18 months back, we did something mid-season in terms of trying out with 4 products. It worked. And then today, if I look at it, 40% of the business in North is coming from straighter or looser fits. So it becomes and again, also understand that within denim also, it's not just about a blue indigo denim, as in you also have colors and variations and a lot of wash techniques that keep changing. It's very important to test them out through these capsule collections. Again, when you look at bottom wear, as in think of it as in there is this whole news or as in what should I say, consensus that's building in terms of wherein people are saying that denim is slowing. The reality is that denim has changed form. So if you look at it, denim is not slowing. Probably the streetwear part of the denim is slowing, but the workwear is increasing. Again, you look at cargos are becoming big. So denim cargos are becoming big. So all these are trends that you need to look at, as in test them out through capsules, and then if they work, as in make them bigger. So that's how, as in it works on the bottom wear, especially denim category.
But very interesting. Just want to understand one. Maybe it's a trade secret for you, but would like to understand it. And that is if you can explain it to us. You said when the fits change, you would be able to respond to it and change those fits accordingly. What is your normal response time for if you find a new trend in the market?
So effectively, as in, especially on denim, and see again, the good part with denim is that if you look at a wash or a fit, as in you can change it just before production. So effectively, from a time wherein you decide, okay, so you hold the fabric and you say that I want to change it into this, effectively you can have it on shelf on 45 days. Our quick response system, today we are able to deliver from effectively concept to on floor in 65 days. So I think what we have also realized is that denim, while as in it's a difficult category, but as in it has this sort of a flexibility wherein you are able to make changes during the production process, during the value chain, which effectively makes it easier for us to respond quickly in terms of any changes that we see in the market.
And you, which perhaps would summarize everybody who has just explained a lot of things about their business, which is, what kind of challenges do you think could be there in this seasonless approach for not so fast fashion? And do you think that there are abilities or there are ways where you can mitigate those challenges?
So Rajesh, challenges are definitely there. I mean, specifically for our brand, which is a very fast fashion, we basically cater to the Gen Z and the millennial. So what happens is, you suddenly get to see that there are new fits which are coming in, there are new designs which are coming in, there are certain things that you need to do, otherwise you kind of go off, or maybe that's an opportunity which is lost. So I would rather say that, we also follow the similar pattern that everybody else in retail follows, which is the autumn, winter, spring, summer. But the fact that we control very well is the fact that, the number of capsules that we do based on these trends. So what we catch on is to the trends, and we work on the trends and drop the capsules. And as rightly everybody said that, if those capsules work for us, then it becomes a part of our main line. Right. So we have done many such in the past, and what I feel is the difficulties that we face in today's date is, the time to react to these changes.
Precisely the question I had in mind.
So the time taken to react is, one has to be extremely nimble. So, for us, we are not dependent on any international, approvals or anything of that sort. We have a pretty tight team, and we basically do the trend forecast, let's say for this month, and we say, okay, this is what moves in online and we must try this out. So we drop about 4 to 5 capsules literally every 8 months into the online channel, and we try that.
This is in addition to your major launches of spring, summer and autumn, winter.
Yes.
I'd just like to hold you there. You also are present in different countries, in fact, from Middle East to India to Australia and to Canada.
Yeah. Sizing, for
From
example.
country to country?
Yeah. So, for example, in India, if somebody who uses a medium, so a medium in Canada is actually XL. Because if you see the size of people there, they are tall and they are huge. So we need to build like that. So even when we do capsules for those countries, we'll have to work in those ways. Initially, we thought, our winter wear will work there. In the all green, this is what works there as a color.
So I would just like to stop you here and come back to my original question, having these different scenarios, different countries, different thought process, different fits. Despite that, if you are able to manage that seasonal launch or capsule launch, there I'm sure that you would have more difficulties as compared to other brands who are operating only in India. Of course, India is also several markets merged into one country, but having different countries altogether with different scenarios, there it would become perhaps more difficult. What kind of difficulties, what kind of challenges do you face there? And how do you mitigate those challenges?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the multi-country scenario.
Yeah. So today, just to take it a little further, as you said that I take a little time, but yeah. So the point is that, when we launch something in India, I know very well that in South India, checks work. Check shirts sell in South India. But I can't think like that for Canada. Because if I think about Dubai, Dubai still works for us, what we do in India. Bangladesh still works, what we do in India. If I'm looking at Sri Lanka, it works in India. But as he's sitting in there and is dependent on what you're basically sending him, basis the trend forecast that he sends. If it doesn't sell, he doesn't order any more with you. So we have to make sure that it sells. We have to make sure that our capsules work. And if the capsule is working, then it becomes a regular affair going forward with those countries.
Perfect. Thank you. Sheetal, I intentionally kept the last question for you from this first round. If time permits, then we'll go further, which I don't think is the case. But you work in a completely different environment. It's a multi-brand environment, large format, and you don't necessarily have control on all the brands that are there in lifestyle with you. In your view, do you think that this seasonless launches, capsules, they work or they are good for the customer base that attract customers? How do you manage all these things?
Yeah. I think, Rajesh, let me answer this because I'm an extremely strong believer in this concept of seasonless. And it is, in fact,
could you please bring the mic closer to you?
More than probably lifestyle, let me give an example from Max Fashions. You know, we have 500 odd stores. We sell almost 10 million garments a month. And we have truly moved into, in fact, if you walk into the store nearby and even speak to the store manager, there is no language called spring, summer, autumn, winter. There's no such language. In fact, he will tell you that right now the S5 is running. So in our style codes, in our company's vocabulary, the seasons like spring, summer, everything has been long buried. And we're not talking about capsule launches and drops, etc. This is about every single month, wholesale transformation of the store. Every store, every month getting a new planogram, windows, cluster looks, collections, and the store needs to be set up in the first week of the month. And in fact, in the middle of the month, you do a refresh. So it's a deeply embedded concept, and I think it works like a magic if you do wholeheartedly. Benefits are very, very apparent. First is, instead of working probably 6-7 months out, the fashion cycles are becoming shorter and shorter, and our ability to react by working 3 to 4 months. And therefore, your ability to raise your fashion quotient in your store goes up. So customers are able to get latest trends, fits, silhouettes, etc., etc., and it directly reflects into your full price sell-throughs. And from where we started off 70-75%, now we are nearing early 80s as our full price sell-throughs, and it's a direct benefit of this. Second, and also the buyers, designers are able to express themselves much more. Second is, at a time where the demand is volatile, it keeps fluctuating. Your ability to take a call so close to the season allows you to plan well, keep your inventories under control, and I'm sure the finance folks will love it, so therefore your inventory turns are much, much higher. And for us, how do we keep inventories, system inventory, including the DC or pipeline inflow, in 2-digit is a task. And third is customer loves it because customer is getting fashionable product, which is much more fresher, because every month you walk into the store looks a bit different, and therefore customers also love it. So I think the benefits are immense. However, the word of caution is that you can't do this half-heartedly, because I've heard, and no offense meant, but I think lots of people use seasonless in a very, sort of a different ways, So I'm not talking about launching some collections or some drops, etc., but truly operating that way, where right from the back end, which is the way the design works, and therefore it's not about that designer will work for, spring, summer, and therefore you create capsules and supply them differently. This is about design working 12 times a year. Design presentations end-to-end, buying activity, the trade shows, whatever you have systems, everything at the back end working 12 times over, going right down to the store where the store gets overhauled with completely new planogram. I mean, April planogram is gone. Every product where it was there in April and where it will be in May, because some products, I don't mean just because you have 12 months, every product is meant to sell out in 30 days. You may have 60 days product or even 75 days product. But where will it go after a month? It moves in the store. So the entire orchestration needs to be done. So if you do this wholeheartedly, end to end, from the back end to the front end, I think benefits are absolutely amazing. It's just this journey has just started, but I think more and more people will adapt this, given the inherent benefits which are visible, low inventory sort of a cover, much higher full price sell-throughs, and even your vendor systems. Almost 12 months you're able to feed them, and you don't have to think, oh, I committed 8 months back and now the sales are down or up, I need to change it. Because you're working only 3 months or maximum 4 months out, you're going to be much more accurate. and continuous pipeline for the vendor. So even the vendor finds this extremely efficient way of working.
Amazing. Very interesting. I have only 4.5 minutes left now, and I have two options, either to throw the session open for the audience to ask question or ask one question from you guys. So if audience has any question, that's the first preference. Audience, any questions from any of the panelists, please raise your hand. Otherwise, yeah, please. Can we give him a mic, please? Could you please introduce yourself first?
Hi, Manigandan from Tirupur, doing baby garments. But my question is, in India, usually...
From whom? Who do you want to ask the question?
It's open to all.
Okay.
Because the fashion comes from Mumbai and then it goes to even Kerala earlier. Now now we are doing tier 2, tier 3 also. How the fashion changes from you launch the product? How you take the reaction when it's launching good or not?
From the launches perspective, you're saying?
Yes. How the fashion changes from state to state, how the decision will be.
Okay. So I think all of them are national retailers, so they should be able to answer
if
that.
I were
How
to
do
sort
you,
of just...
how do you address the state-to-state changes in terms of launches?
I mean, I'm sure other panelists can also add to it, but my first answer is from what I see is increasingly those differences are vanishing. Leave alone what is there in West or South or Tier 1 or Tier 2, but even what is there in Europe and what is there in India, that itself we're seeing things are merging, and particularly in the last 3, 4, 5 years post-COVID, post-advent of online, and particularly if you have a younger clientele, I think there are differences are only reducing. That said, one of the tools which we do for a variety of reasons, what we call a test and invest. So if I have 500 stores, some new things we have to try out. We try out, let's say, based on various things, 6 different type of stores. We pick up the 10 stores in each category and launch a product in 60 different unique stores and learn when it is at a pilot stage that this really cutting edge fashion, is it going to work in A, B, C, D, E, F? All categories, launch it 10-10. And then if the trend works only in the top 3, then when we roll out only in the 3 segments. If it works only in the top segment, then we reduce it to only top 100 stores. If it works everywhere, then we sort of go for a mass national rollout. So test and invest kind of a model also we have developed, which allows us to sort of gauge the response before a rapid rollout.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Do you have the mic with you?
If you get the positive result only in 50%, whether you will do the production only the 50% of the quantity and merchandise to those stores alone, or you will do it?
Yes. So as I'm saying, we have, let's say for a 500 store network, we have 6 category of store. So if it is a latest fashion, earlier what we used to do it, launch it only in the top store. Now we don't know whether that was the right decision because our belief is increasingly that fashion is getting adopted by much larger number of store than the buyer thinks. So now what we do is we pick 10 A category store, 10 B category store, 10 C category store, likewise D, E and F, launch it in 60 stores simultaneously and then gauge the response. If it works in all, then we go for all 500 store. If it works only in A, B and C, then we go only for, let's say, 250 store or 300 store. So we gauge the response by launching product in each category of store when it is at pilot stage and not only in the top store. Because if you do that, you will never know whether would it have worked. And I was giving an example during the lunch to Charat that, I mean, for example, a couple of years back, I mean, this oversized came and we were hesitant. But through this model, we realized actually right down to the last store in the smallest town, there is a huge requirement for oversized tees. And today for our, let's say, young men, which is almost 70% of business, almost 70% of knit tops which we sell in our store is oversized. But we wouldn't have caught that if we had not launched the product in the bottom store also as a pilot.
But at the same time, just to add to this, Sheetal, just want to ask you, one, you are categorizing the stores into A, B, C, D, etc. But don't you change those or don't you customize those depending upon the weather condition? Let's say, suppose if something is being launched in the north, that may or may not work in the south. So do you differentiate in the merchandise?
This ABC includes all possible things, your sales, your fashion adoption, your regional things. So this categorization captures all of that and not just the
and
sales
the merchandise could vary from A store in north to the B store in south. Okay, okay.
Sorry, one more question.
Sorry, if any other question or is there anybody else who wants to ask any question? Okay, already the time is up. If it is really urgent, then you can ask. Otherwise, you can take it offline.
Sorry. In case of online, which is a best-selling product, we will keep on repeating the same design and print once it get reduced. But in case of offline, it's not like that. Even though it's a best-selling product, the same product is not going to merchandise in the next production. It happens regularly. Why it is not? Why you can refill the best-selling products now? Just.
So anybody wants to take that question?
Thank you.
No, it's not true. Actually, we do that. We have a mechanism by which we measure what we call 15-day rate of sale. And we have a red, amber, green system. So sometimes we capture at within 15 days of launch, something is selling much higher than what even we had anticipated. We know that we're going to run out of it. We end up quickly auto-triggering a repeat of exactly the same design. The challenge obviously is getting it within a short period of time. So that means you have to go back and rejig, like Sheetal mentioned, your entire supply chain cycle to then figure out how are you going to be able to respond to that quick turnaround. And that is the difference between the ability to make sure that you can stretch the length of a design. So that we are a little advantageous because we have some part of our manufacturing integrated. So we are able to work, but a lot of it is working back all the way back with your partners to make them understand why it is important to turn
Thank
around.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting to know that it's not only tech that is driving or attracting the customers to the stores, and whether it is online store or offline store, it is also the age-old merchandise that you are bringing freshness every now and then. It's not limited to only spring, summer, and autumn, winter. You have capsules, you have sub-launches, and that brings the customers again and again to your stores. Very interesting to know, and I congratulate all of you and wish all the very best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Ceremony coming up tonight for all the techies involved in retail. A little nod to that award ceremony later on this evening. And then, of course, the big award ceremony, the Images Retail Awards, tomorrow night in this very room. Yes, we've got fashion shows, we've got dancers, and even the odd MC and guest celebrity will be here tomorrow night. Right, we're going to move on to our next session this afternoon, our next keynote speech, actually. So it's only a very short speech, around about 10 minutes or so. A leap towards sustainability, from linear to a circular supply chain. Please put your hands together for our next speaker, Vikas Anand, the MD of DHL Supply Chain India. Vikas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon all. I think since morning we have heard a lot about India versus Bharat. We talked about B2B, B2C. We talked about omni-channel. We talked about seasons. And I think when you look at the product being manufactured by brands and by manufacturing and reaching the end consumer, all the dots are connected by logistics. And I think I represent the logistics industry. And I thought we'll give you a 15-minute snapshot in terms of why sustainability is a good idea. And how can we all together, being sustainable, can create supply chains for retail, which can be a win-win for all the parties. So if you look at us, generally, sustainability is an India problem. I think we overall generate about 7% of the carbon globally. We're a very large country, and therefore, just by thinking that we are a third world or a developing economy will not help. And we need to all work together towards that. After China and US, we are the third largest polluter. So that's one data point for you. Another one is around, we talked about a lot of fashion retailers talking here. We heard a lot of brands. We had a lot of content talk around that. But we basically have about 7.8 million tons of fabric being wasted in India, which is about 8.5% of a global textile waste. So I think when we talk about circularity, we talk about waste. This is not real sustainability. And how can companies like us, how can logistics really help the ecosystem in making it more sustainable? And the last data point is around, when you talk about logistics, we talk about, connecting the dots with all of you, from a retail perspective. if nothing is done, and that's a picture of Mumbai when the AQ levels hit very bad last year, if we don't do anything about it right now, we'll be contributing 40% more to the carbon globally. So I think the data points talk about that sustainability is good for business, sustainability is good for retail, and then I think we'll talk about how can work together, what are we doing to make retail more sustainable and more effective. So what's in it for all of us? It's not we got in the audience or in this program people from, there are end consumers, we got malls, retailers, we got brands, and we got service providers like us. So what's in it for all of us from a sustainability perspective? And therefore, when you look at, any manufacturer or retailer, I think this is the general supply chain. I think starts from sourcing with an end of life. And every touch point has got a certain sustainability angle or a manufacturing angle or a distribution angle to that. And we'll touch base on how we can look at each one of that and be more sustainable in a way. So when we see the industry overall, I think we all believe tech is at the highest level of what you call recyclability. When you look at mobile phones or the tech, we serve a lot of tech customers, and we believe the technology customers get it, and they are on the forefront of recyclability. And the retail teams have to catch up. The retail business has to learn from technology and catch up around that, for sure. Talked about waste, about when you look at the circularity of garments in India, only 25% is recycled. And I'll come back to that at the end of my presentation in terms of what can be done to make this better. And that's where we're talking about a lot of product getting incinerated, a lot of landfills, a lot of use of product which is not the right way of using that product, and what can be done around that. And therefore, when you look at sustainable packaging, some examples here in how can we be more sustainable and not use plastic, be more sustainable, shredding machines, paper, etc., helping the industry generally in terms of packaging solutions which are more sustainable in nature as well. And therefore, what's in it for all of us? I represent DHL, world's largest logistics company, and one of the stated goals we have is to decongest cities. I think that's a problem that all of us have. How can we all together decongest cities? And I think we've got a lot of thoughts around lean time replenishment. How can we take a lot of trucks off the ground during the daytime? There are a lot of intelligent ideas generally called using a larger truck, doing lean time replenishment. And what does that really mean? You take the vehicles off the ground or off the road during the daytime, and you do replenishment during the night time. These have worked very well globally. And I think you would have seen in malls, you would have seen in your business, we use smaller trucks, which are very, very inefficient. And therefore, how can we really change? We heard in the morning from a lot of brand leaders that the business is now getting a scale. And therefore, let's use that scale and make our cities and decongest our cities. And we as DHL, as global logistics companies, have got a stated goal to make that happen. And that's really, really doable if all of us come together. If you happen to be at the back end of a mall, you will really find small vehicles, inefficient way of managing logistics. Retail brands as well, we handle a lot of them. And therefore, a lot of things can be done because India now has a critical mass and the economies of scale will start kicking in. And therefore, when you look at it, what can really be done? I think the malls can be more efficient. Ultimately, malls earn money by rupees per square feet, and why should we waste that money on something non-tangible? And therefore, logistics can really help you in managing your back end well. You can have less vehicles during the daytime, and you can be really, really, really more efficient. What is in there for retail brands? We manage a lot of global retail brands and brands in India. I think economies of scale, sustainability, flexibility, standardization, plug-and-play model. You can manage the troughs and the curves very easily. You can manage your seasons well. So a lot of things happening there. And I think the other part is around sustainability. When you talk about it in terms of walking the talk, for example, as far as we are concerned, 100% of the two-wheelers that we employ in India now are on EV, for example. So I think that's the kind of things the industry can lap onto and work with us. And that's what is in it for all the stakeholders from an environmental perspective. And this is really lovely. I think when you look at the reuse of products from a retail perspective, we believe that there is $500 million worth of reusable material available which can be reused. And that's where companies like us are working. We work with a lot of players who are there in this forum, where we work with them to see that we are able to refinish a lot of product which others are not able to do. And that's where we believe. So when you get a reusable product, when you get a product back, 60, 70 product is good and you just put it into inventory, there's about 20% of the product which needs refinishing. And I think we're talking about converting that refinishing product back into use is about an opportunity size of $500 million in India. And that's what we have been madly working on to see how we can help all of you in making supply chains more sustainable. We can then reuse the product and bringing it back. And all these examples are real India examples. And we can always talk about that and encourage all of you to see that how we can bring this $500 million straight into your bottom line. That's straight money going to the bottom line. If you look at beyond that, I think we'll show, have a look at it.
People are choosing to protect our planet by simply switching from buying new to buying used. The concept of reusing, recycling and reselling has evolved over many years, but now through e-commerce it is shaking up retail markets around the world. Re-commerce appeals to environmentally conscious consumers, as it saves energy and reduces waste by recycling instead. But it also taps into pivotal changes in consumer behaviour. Shoppers are exploring the retail space and trading in unwanted products for extra cash flow and buying better value used goods at knocked down prices. It means more cash in their pockets, especially important in tough economic times. Re-commerce sites are making this easy, efficient, and opening up a massive online market reach. With re-commerce growing over 11 times faster than broader retailing, retailers and manufacturers are purchasing, repairing, or refurbishing all kinds of goods to resell into the secondary market, extending them well beyond their first life cycle. Brand commitment to re-commerce is a commitment to a more sustainable environment. But it makes business sense too, plugging declining gaps in demand and broadening the brand marketplace. DHL has the supply chain networks and processes in place to enable you to realize this ever-growing market opportunity. We can collect, check, repair, and deliver used goods for every sector from fashion to technology, helping you deliver a better tomorrow. Interested in finding out more? Talk with us today.
I think we talked about re-commerce here, we talked about reusability here, and these are the 5 key areas. As I talked about, I think the number one bucket is about smart transportation. So it's about, in India, using 100% EV for your last mile. So that's a big one. If you look at the warehouses in India that we run, 50% of the warehouses will be running on solar power, and that's what we are talking in India. By the end of 2024, 50% of DHL footprint would run on solar power warehouses, which means that we are making the supply chain green, and you can make it green as you go by with constant use of the product. When you look at the fulfillment network, I was talking about a plug-and-play model which is more sustainable, which manages your crest and curves, which manages seasonality. And I think that's a model which means that you can be closer to your customers, you are able to meet the timelines, you can have listing on your brand.com and still achieve all the good things that you want to achieve through a marketplace. I talked about the return center where we talked about a €500 million opportunity or $500 million opportunity in terms of our ability to clean spots and bring the material back to life and add value to the P&L. That's a big one. Sustainable packaging we talked about, and analytics in terms of how we can stitch it. So when we talk about the re-commerce piece, these are the kind of 6 key pillars of that. Starts with analytics, talks about the brick and mortar, and these are all examples that we are talking about, or the products which are available in India as we speak about. So I think what I wanted to share with all of you was the fact that sustainability is good for business, it's good for retailers, it's good for supply chain, it's generally good for India. And I think that's the whole theme about moving from a linear to circular economy and working towards helping retailers to make more money, be more sustainable, reuse more products, and make more sustainable cities and a better earth for all of us to live in. Thanks a lot for your time and listening to me. Thank you very much. Wonderful. I hope I stuck to my 15 minutes, right? So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Look, you've got a present as well. Don't run away. It's a very expensive present that we've got for you that I chose yesterday. No, I didn't really. Thank you very much indeed for that little insight into DHL. Oh, yes, our team in the middle, they want to take... I thought we were going to go back and do it again. There we go. You'll be famous tomorrow, or even more famous tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. Right, well, thank you very much, guys. We're going to motor on as we move on through the day. Now, during the course of the day, I've been having a quick look around the exhibitions here and the wonderful event that we've got. And I've been bumping into this lady more times. I've never met her before in my life, but she stands out in the crowd. Please welcome to give a keynote speech on bridging the physical and digital in eyewear. Very cool lady indeed. Please welcome Jo Black, the CEO and co-founder of B-Base Design Group. Jo, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. So yes, my name is Jo Black, and I am the CEO and co-founder of B-Base Design Group. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I have been asked to come and speak to you about how we bridge the physical and the digital in eyewear. So I have 15 minutes with you, and I hope I can share some insight to the learnings that we've already had, and super excited about the future of retail. So let me begin. Just a short story, just to give you some context in who I am. I've been in the eyewear industry for nearly 40 years. I started when I was in London. My journey began in London. I was working for design luxury houses in design, production, and licensing. My initial introduction was really triggered by a very human emotion. I came from Australia, and in Australia, we grew up in beaches. We wore sunglasses the entire time from when we were very little until the time that we always will. When I arrived in London, my first comp shops and looking at brands and what my new role was going out to Harrods, Harvey Nichols, Selfridges, looking at all of the sunglasses, the licensing brands through all of these stores. I was just totally in awe of the fact that when people tried on sunglasses or glasses, their body language would change. It was a human emotion that really triggered my connection with eyewear. I still actually see that today. When you try on a pair of shoes or a pair of pants, it's not quite the same. You put eyewear on your face and emotions will change. So it was at that moment that I really, really was hooked on the product category of eyewear. So, just a little bit of history where I was. I've worked through, from London, I was working through, as I say, licensing and branding and production in luxury. I then moved or transitioned over to the USA, where I was working with a company that really opened my eyes into the industry. We were making for luxury right through to value big box. They took me around the world and they showed me how to design and produce from factory floors. So my experience in the eyewear category just compounded. I also, from learning how to produce sunglasses from Ms. May's Chicken Factory, where workers sat on two-legged stools and welding, to going into NASA, and we were making visors for space helmets. I would then cross the border to Nogales in Mexico and learned how sometimes crossing borders is not always as we expected. So my journey through eyewear has been right through, or very detailed through the markets themselves, in brand positioning, in price positioning, and also clearly what surrounds us with global economics and the journey that we've all had through. So we land today where we are. And where we are today was, oh, sorry, I missed one point. B-Base. Okay, so with B-Base, after I'd been to the USA, we got to a point where fast fashion was really taking off. It was getting ground, and the high street was changing. It was at that point that we looked at the market to see what was our part in that market. I got excited by this market. It was a very fast market. It was fresh. It worked not like luxury, not like big box, and it was exciting. So we set up a company that was eventually B-Base, based in Hong Kong, looking at the product and how we produce product and design product and took product to market. When we did that, we were in that place where there was a lot of duplication in the market, and product was coming very fast. So it was our pivotal point on how to transition what we were doing as a business, what we were doing with our product, and how we're going to take it to market. This was our pivot point. First of all, what we found was we wanted to focus on creativity with consciousness. It was critical to us. An example of how we did this was through sustainability and digital innovation. What you see in front of you, or what you see in front of you on the screen, is our first journey into NFTs. Now, this NFT that you see here has been created. It's a digital art that is being created and driven by data. The data that drives our NFT is coming from our sustainability production. So as our production in sustainability grows, and it is, this artwork that you see changes and morphs. We gave a token of this artwork from a very famous digital artist to all of our partners to come into the NFT world with us in the digital world. This was also a nod. It's called BB20 because we celebrated 20 years. So therefore, it was a look to the past, and with gratitude, we lasted 20 years. And then it was also a view to the future. So it was a way to bridge the past and the future as we saw it, driven by sustainability, which is at the core of what we do. And it's a beautiful piece of art that recognizes that. We then went to our next vision statement, which is we calibrate humanity with nature. So how do we do this? With calibrating humanity with nature, we look at innovation and sustainability. As always, I just want to give you a little look at our roadmap. I won't go through all of it with you, but a few highlights here. In 2020, we launched the Bow Index. It's an industry-first tool. It's an industry-first tool for eyewear materials. It measures eyewear materials for the industry, whether it's injected product or handmade product. It's not price-specific. It's right across the market. We launched Incubase, which is our pilot program, which is an educational program we ran with Hong Kong PolyU for 3 years. We've just launched with LaSalle in Singapore and also FIT in New York. We're about to take Incubase as a design and mentorship to the students of the design world to teach them how to design sustainably. So it's our give back to the industry, to students that are coming through to mentor and to educate. We then launched in 2021 BB Lab, in-house 3D design lab. Many companies now have 3D print houses. We have one in-house in our Hong Kong offices and about to roll some more across the border in China. In 2022, we launched BB Virtual Showroom. I'm going to take you through this a little later to see what this means. What is a virtual showroom, or how do we see it? And then in 2023, digital platforms to reduce the sampling. So what you'll see here is a number of milestones that we have reached. I won't take you through them now, but you can see that our journey is a serious journey. We're committed to it. What else do we need when we're talking about bridging the physical and the digital? Whilst we brought together creativity with consciousness, We're also looking at digital platforms that we now are either operating in or here today and over these days to look at how to do it. The digital platforms that we need to be looking at, certainly for sustainable shopping. If this is your market, it's all of our markets. It's the generation that is now. It is the generation which is following. So we need to be gearing up, suiting up and showing up for this generation, whatever product we're selling. The next is BTO and fitting with VR and AR technologies. We know that they're key. We know that whatever in a small form or a short form or a longer form, we know the benefits and the value this will bring to our business. We look at digital supply chain management, clearly on resource and efficiencies, track and trace will definitely not only bring customers to our brand and to our product and to our business, but also make them more cost effective, lessening the time on resource and bringing what it is that we need for future chain management. And then we've got data-driven insights and AI. So data-driven insights and AI is it's the food that feeds us. The data, we know data, it used to be product is king. Product is still king, no question about it. But the data that is with the product is what we all need to be addressing. We need to be working with it, whether you're a vendor or a retailer or a brand. The data there will help drive our business. So what will shape the future of retail? This is a question that we ask. We've asked ourselves. We continue to ask and go back and review it. We know what it is. It's sustainability and ethical practices, without question. The second circle here is the digital transformation. Now, the digital transformation is about the platforms that I just shared with you. There is a third circle here, which is super important, in fact, critical. It brings it together, which is strategic partnerships. Now, with strategic partnerships, we know the benefits of working together and making us stronger. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that in a moment. But first, I just wanted to show you this piece of art. This is what sits in our Hong Kong HQ. This is a work by Adonian Chan, and the meaning of it is to be present, and to live your purpose. It is actually the mission and the vision that we abide by at B-Base. So with that in mind, we look at what strategic partnership means. It means shared vision and goals. When we come together, we understand what we're looking to do or to achieve. If we can do that together, that is a retailer, that could be a brand, that can be the vendor supply chain. Okay, all the partnerships coming together is what is key. We look at complementary capabilities, and that's why. Because you bring the expertise to the table and you put those in the mixing bowl, we do achieve our goals. Data-driven insights, as mentioned earlier, this is where I really believe that the management of our numbers is really going to help us succeed. Customer-centric focus, we care about our customer. And our customer is actually what is going to shape us. Performance measurement and accountability, we all know KPIs. When coming together in a strategic alliance, this is where together we figure those KPIs out. We're vendors. Our responsibility as a vendor is to put in the support and the structure for our brands and for our retailers. The product and the category, we are experts. We get it. I've been doing it for 40 years. As an example, we get product. But what comes with that is the collaboration. This is where the value will definitely allow us, support us, and drive us to achieve our goals. So how do we join the dots? I've shared a little bit of information here today about what it is that we believe as a business and our responsibility as a vendor within it. I'm going to show you how we join the dots. This is the world of BBase. This is what we were a few years ago. We were a design group, we still are, leading the way in innovative eyewear, in sustainable materials, and innovative thinking. We make for global brands and leading retailers. We are still that engine of business. We understand the market. However, times changed. We focused on the center of sustainability. What is the center of sustainability? It's everything that drives our sustainable practices. Whether it's tracking reports, the materials, the Bow Index, which is what this is here, to measure what we're doing in the Sustainable Material Index for eyewear. This is where this lives. We then also added our BB Lab, which I mentioned earlier, the 3D print lab, cutting down on resources, cutting down on sampling, getting product to market quicker. We all need that because that increases sales. We then went to our digital, BBverse. BBverse is our sphere, our pillar of it is our 3D virtual showroom. Here, our clients can come in, they can look at our product, they can change our product, customize product, see the new samples, click it and go to order. Incubase, as I mentioned earlier, is our educational program. This is where we guide and mentor, we give back. And then we've got Orb Studio, which is where we're connecting BBase clients with Web3. We provide the skins, we provide VTO, we provide all the digital assets that we make for you in physical product. What does this do? This takes the opportunity, my time's up. That gives the opportunity to ensure that we've got you prepped and ready for Phygital World. State of the Vision is an annual forecast that we share to all of our clients. It is the future forecasting of where eyewear is going, irrespective of where the brand or the retailer is sitting within the market. And then we've got BB Lounge, which is a VIP lounge, where we invite clients in if we've got special capsules. So what you see here on the screen is the phygital and the physical. This is where we began. We are still the black dot, but this is what we have in these last few years integrated into a vendor supply business. And with that, I can actually now show you how that works. What? Nope, I can't. It's not moving. Oh, it is. B-Base world. So the question that I will leave you with is the new high street, the new bustling high street and fast fashion going to be Web3? And if it is, are we ready for it? So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for joining me today. I know everybody's got very busy schedules, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I'm very honored. And I wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Great stuff, and of course, a fabulous presentation indeed. It's my pleasure to be here with you over the course of the next 2 days. We've got the awards tonight, as I said, awards tomorrow night, but we are going to move on at a rate of knots to our next panel discussion. So, opportunity to create sharper brands for specific segments is the theme of our next panel discussion. Please give a very big welcome to your panel. We have Anchal Saini, the CEO of Flyrobe, Agnes Raja-George, the founder and MD of Pippin Fashions and Retail, Arun Sharma, the business head of Retail Wildcraft, Hashim Patil, the MD and CEO iTech and RFID, Raghunandan Saraf, the founder and CEO of Saraf Furniture, Vishal Mahajan, founder and MD of Optimal Retail, and your moderator for the session, Dheeraj Agarwal, CEO and co-founder of Campus Sutra. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Hi, is everybody awake? Yeah, I hope we keep you awake for the session, right? I'm really excited about this topic, right? And before people start thinking कि ऐसे hype कर रहा है, let me say why. If you look at how the business of building brand and retail has evolved in the last 10 years, you see a trend, right? So 10 years back, you had the likes of Flipkart, Amazon, come and set up shop here, right? So all the big categories, or just being a generalist, that space was taken 10 years back. And then if you look at how it has evolved, 5 years back, you had people coming and taking up the vertical spaces. So you have a Myntra taking up, say, fashion, you have a Nykaa taking up cosmetics and things like that, right? So even that space is gone. So if there's any young guy here looking to start his brand, either a brand or entering retail, right? You have to look for a niche. And that's what we are here to talk about. How do you identify niche and how do you create a brand for a niche product? At the same time, how do you make it scalable, right? Because if you, as everybody would have told you, building a business is difficult. So, जब पूरी मेहनत कर ही रहे हैं, तो 100-200 करोड़ का brand बना के क्या फायदा? How do you create a niche and how do you ensure that it is, say, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 crore brand? We have a very diverse panel here. We have people from the food industry, people who are running hypermarket, rental, you name it, and we have them here. So I'm really looking forward to the session. I'll start with Achal. Achal runs a fashion rental company, and my first question to you, Achal, would be around this stigma. I still remember watching movies earlier, right? And वो लोग सब बोलते थे कि भाड़े का सूट पहन के आ गया है. So in India, people in the upper middle class and the rich class, they're averse to the whole idea of renting fashion. How did you break that? How did you create a business around renting fashion?
So for us, of course, it's almost a decade-long journey. It's a mindset change business. When we started Flyrobe 10 years ago, the idea wasn't people are already renting garments in India. Let's just tell them to come and rent from Flyrobe. The idea was converting the buyers to renters. So we identified the problems. Of course, we say that we are India's first and the largest rental company, but we are not the first ones to be renting garments in India. There were mom and pop stores renting in their own way, and we identified the problem. The problem with the existing rental setup was hygiene, lack of designer clothing, and of course, acceptance was because of these reasons, that there was no acceptance. So the idea was that we need to reach the masses. And how do we do that? We solve the problem of kind of clothing first. It has to be a designer wear. It has to be absolutely new. Like, we created stores which were very inviting. You enter a fly rope store or you enter any other designer store which is for selling, buying product, it's the same situation. And I have these very raw examples that I always give in, that, we use hotel rooms, right? Are we the first ones to be using those rooms? That's the most personal thing, that you living in a bed where somebody slept, you're using the washroom where people have been using it. And over years, our user base has changed. I would say 10 years ago, our users were aspirational. Okay, fine, they can't afford, that's why they are renting. But today, that has gone. People can very well afford to buy these clothes, but the idea is that not to waste money. One-time use, fashion changes, we don't have storage spaces. And for us, at the moment, we're doing the occasion wear category, which is highly expensive, completely one-time wear. So today, the youngsters, they can go burn 20,000 rupees in a bar, but they don't want to own outfits that they will never wear again. So that's the journey for us in 10 years, I feel. Okay. And one important aspect I definitely have to add this on, that for us, we understood that, to convert this segment to try rentals, we have to hit the market with the influencer strategy. So for us, influencers and celebrities have been the top way of reaching the market. Now, when Alia Bhatt thinks that rental is cool, or when Sonam Kapoor talks about it on Karan Johar's show openly, that hum pagal thode hain jo itne mehenge kapde kharidenge, all our clothes are borrowed, then that makes a difference.
Sure. I would bring in Arun here. Arun, he has spent a lot of time with Bata before moving to Wildcraft, right? So when I think of Bata as a kid, right, Juta matlab Bata. That's the only shoe that you could afford, and that's the only shoe you could wear. So it was as massy as it can get, right? Ki juta pehenna hai, brand chahiye, to Bata kharid liya. From there to moving to a brand which is more adventure, more niche, right? How has the journey been? What are the things which have been different?
Okay, so I think it's been a very big transition. You rightly said, juta hai matlab Bata hai. So you don't need to tell people what you do. You don't need to tell people where to come if they need a pair of shoe. So the previous company I was working with, Bata, has a TG from a 2-year-old to a 100-year-old probably would need a pair of shoes. You just walk into that Bata store. A very wide TG, a 100-year-old heritage, a 100-plus-year-old heritage, a very high level of awareness. So I think it was just about being at the right place, and people would walk into a store to pick up a pair of footwear whenever they needed one. Cut to where I am today. Wildcraft is a very, very niche brand focusing on a segment of people wherein we just don't sell products, we sell a solution to their need state which arises out of an interest for a certain activity. So what we do currently as a niche brand is not just sell a product, but we sell a solution. So the transition is when you sell a solution than a product, the level of convincing you need to do to a customer, the level of confidence that you need to instill into a customer, because this is not just a guy who's coming to buy a product, he's coming to buy a solution. So he's well read, he's well aware, he's more informed, he's well traveled. So people who walk into a Wildcraft store probably know as much about a product as the sales staff who's standing there to sell it to them. So the guy needs to be much more aware of the product than the customer, if not, say, more than him. So I think that's one big transition that has happened, that the focus on people who are selling as your assets and not just product being the core of your brand. The focus on convincing a customer that you are the right choice for them over something else. The focus on making them believe in your product and your solution that will continue to be with them throughout their adventures and ups and downs. I think that's been a big transition from working with a mass brand to working with a niche brand, because the TG shrinks as you move from a mass to a niche. So when the TG shrinks, the effort that goes into selling to a smaller TG to ensure that your business keeps growing, I think that's very, very high, because that same smaller TG brings repeat business to you. It becomes your brand advocate if they are convinced about your brand. So the kind of questions to ask them, the kind of, I think the attention to detail that you need to work on with such a TG which is very, very well read and very well informed, I think that is what differs from a mass to a very niche brand. I think so that's been one change in approach as to how do we approach a customer, how do we work towards making him happy and making him convinced and confident about using your product. I think that's a big change from a mass to a niche is what I've seen.
Sure. Guys, feel free to kind of chip in, right? I don't want it to be like one-on-one. Anyone can pitch in any time, right? Agnes, you are almost selling, dal atta of fashion, right? Leggings is as much of a commodity as it can come. How did you think of creating a brand in this space? What have you done? What has been your experience?
So when we started Demosa in 2016, there are a handful of brands who was focusing on bottom wear. So Go Fashion is the only brand which was there. They were focusing on only legging, all cotton. So when you looked at quality and pricing, we saw an opportunity to do a viscose, which is much more sharper, much more durable product. That's how we started. We started off as a basic legging brand. But when you start working very closely with the customers, understanding customers' needs, customers asking, do you have printed leggings, do you have pants? Within 2 seasons of brand launch, we actually moved away from just legging to a fashion bottom brand. So, we introduced cigarette pant in 2017. Now it is actually very much in trend for women's. And culottes, 2019 we launched. It's one of our top selling product. It's a very comfortable solution. So the journey has been today we do about close to 1 million pieces in a season. Only 25% is leggings. Now balance everything is completely fashion bottoms. We are looking at what are the opportunities for women's which are looking at with more and more international brands coming in. People understand silhouettes. But there are customers where still they cannot reach because of the affordability, because of they don't know how it fits. So our retail presence actually helping them to reach out with a more focused offering on bottom wear.
Sure. Vishal ji, aap to hypermarket chla rahe. I thought that was the most difficult business to do, right? Even people like Walmart and Reliance and everybody has tried and burned their fingers. So what is the niche that you have found? How come you got into this business? What is the different thing that you're doing from, say, a Reliance or a D-Mart or whatever?
Yeah, we started in 2015. We started a small supermarket around 2,000 square feet. We have no idea that we are.
Thoda closely you have to.
We started with in 2015 with 2,000 square feet supermarket with no idea to how to move over there. Then we started gradually moving to second store. Then we to third, fourth. Now we have the 6 stores. Then came COVID. Primarily, our focus was on F&B business. We have some restaurant chain with us. We were running around 12 restaurants before COVID. Then came the COVID, all the restaurants were shut down. So then we shifted towards necessity supermarket. Now we have around 500 hypermarkets under fit outs and 26, 28 odd we are signed and will be operational by end of this financial year. So let's say by start of 25, we'll be having 40 plus hypermarkets with us. And I'm coming to your point that how we are going to compete with the D-Mart or Reliance. Our primary focus is not only on upper class, middle class and middle class segment, which are not the price conscious segment. They are basically primarily focused on the things which we can use at home. Because D-Mart is primarily focused on garments or masses project, which are very price sensitive. But our customer basically targeting on middle class and upper middle class, they are not price sensitive, but they are quality conscious component. Another advantage we have is we have always below MRP. We sell always below MRP products, whether it's a 10 rupees or 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees. Always you find always below MRP, beside other offers and schemes which we are already running. Another USP of our brand is we do free of cost home delivery, whether it is you buy for 1,000 rupees, you buy for 5,000 rupees, you buy 10,000 rupees, it will be free of cost home delivery. This is advantage 3 USP which we are giving with other lines. Even though Reliance is a very big player, we are not even in front of them, but we are just creating some healthy competition. And this primarily we are focusing on these 3 USPs, which we are going great.
Sure. Raghu, you are in a category which has been the Achilles heel for most retailers, right? Everyone knows that.
I can't hear you actually.
Oh, you can't hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Okay. So I said you are in a category which has been the Achilles heel for almost all retailers, right? Everyone realizes that furniture is a big category. but most of them have found it difficult to scale that business, right? So what has been your experience? How have you scaled this business? How do you see this going?
Thank you. So what I believe, furniture in itself is a niche category which initially both the sellers and the customers fail to realize. Why I say this is because it's more need driven than want driven. You need a bed, you need a dining table, you need a sofa set. And if you are buying something which you really need, you invest more time, effort, and judgment into it. And when you do that, when you invest more time into buying a product, you want the product to reciprocate in terms of usage or longevity or its durability. And that's how we came up with this specific category of furniture, which is Shisham wood furniture only. Like if you're buying a product, if you're buying a bed, it's very dear to you. It's going to last for at least 20 years in your home. And the only way you can make sure it does is if you buy a solid wood product. And this is how we started to create a niche out of the product instead of the customer segment.
Sure. Ashim, you're into RFID, right? I remember in the early 2000s, RFID was like the buzzword. It was like, sab kuch RFID ho jayega. But from at least what I see, it has not scaled to that extent. Something has stopped retailers and brands from adopting it to the level that it should be, right? While it has grown, it is not what people projected it would be at. So what do you think is holding back RFID?
Thanks. Very interesting question. So RFID has been there since World War II, So it's a very, very old technology. Yes, the commercial applications started coming into reality into the late 1990s, and it was mostly in engineering and heavy manufacturing and everything where RFID was used in industrial environments. Until in 2006, the Massachusetts University in the US and the UHF technology, which we are using, the wideband of 865 megahertz, it became delicensed in India, in Europe, and in the US. US is using a different band, India is using a different band. And then we started talking about a 5-cent tag or a 10-cent tag then, where business applications and applications where object identification and traceability was, something which people envisioned is a possibility using RFID. But yes, it is a long journey. We are walking on this journey for the last 23 years. What stopped? It has grown though. If you see today, RFID is there in everywhere we see. Your FASTag in India, which you put on your windshield of your vehicle, where you are passing by the toll booths, it's RFID. The custom export and import containers, whoever are exporters sitting over here, they're sealing their containers with RFID today. Your tap cards, whether you're using a Visa or a MasterCard or an Amex card, instead of a chip, you're tapping your cards, that is RFID. All your phones are having NFC inbuilt, that is RFID. In retail, however, an object identification in apparel or in jewelry or in furniture or in other formats, the traction started with the Walmart mandate in 2006 and 7, where it went to the peak. And then people realized that there is so much of data coming with RFID, but we did not have the right kind of IT infrastructure to handle that data. The cloud was something which had to happen before the RFID came into the picture, So people invested into the infra, people invested into the data communication over the air rather than data capture on the air. And now since 2016, in India, if you see all the big retailers or organized retailers like Reliance, Tata, the Birla Groups, the landmarks of the world, everybody has now invested in RFID. Today, our customers range from stores which have got an average selling price of rupees 300 to rupees 3 lakh, with a store size which is around 300 square feet to 3 lakh square feet. And which stores which have got maybe 10 outlets to around 2,000 or 3,000 outlets. So yeah, it has been a long journey. The adoption was more on the building the use cases, and like any other technology adoption, whether it was digital payments, where COVID became this thing, and now even a 1 rupee transaction you can do using a UPI. It was always there, but it took off after that. Now, because of the cloud and the infrastructure and the SaaS models, I think RFID is a reality. So this was the hindrance and the use cases being built around it. Thank you.
Achal, I would want, so if you look at the Western countries, right, all the businesses which are involved in rental, for them, one of the unique selling proposition is about sustainability, that when you're using the product again and again, you're creating more of a sustainable environment, right? How do you see the Indian consumers being aware of sustainability aspect of renting, and how much of a marketing point or a pull it is for the Indian consumers?
Sure. So, of course, almost a decade ago, when we were a fashion business, yet obviously we call ourselves green fashion because sustainability is the core of the business. 10 years ago, it was more of we spreading awareness about if you take a product on rent, this is how you contribute to saving the environment. And just for your information, the contribution is if you rent a product and do not buy a product, you save 24,000 liters of water by just making one rental choice. That's the impact. 24,000 liters equating it to probably like a small residential swimming pool. So that is the impact that you can create. And I feel post-COVID, awareness has drastically gone up. Reason being that, we've spent a lot of time at home. So we've been cleaning our homes, making sure that, what we have, we use it multiple times. And also that today, you open any social platform, fifth out of every portal, every news that you say is talking about how the heat wave is struck and what all environment damages we've caused so far. So I feel in this particular space, when we talk about fashion, it's a huge number. Fashion waste is a huge number and there's a lot of debate there. But here we were able to create a business where the consumer is saving money, saving the environment, and as a business owner, we also are able to make money here. So the whole ecosystem is complete here. And of course, we understood that, this market is parallel. Not everybody is renting. There are buyers, there are people who are renting, there are people who are still hoarding products. So we sort of wanted to expand the sustainability narrative, which worked beautifully in our favor. We opened up a marketplace model. Earlier, the marketplace model only had designers that they could rent their products via Flyrobe and make money. But we opened it for consumers. It's called a C2C model, where customers who have their own products, like somebody owns a Sabyasachi, she bought it for a wedding is done, it's lying in the bed box, completely an NPA. She rents out that designer product through Flyrobe and makes money off her closet. So, we realized that so much clothes are lying in people's closets, might as well take it out and put them to use. Technology helps, we create dashboards, people are able to track their earnings, their rental share, monthly payments are made. And with this logic, 6,000 plus people are renting their products via Flyrobe today. So, that angle added a huge advantage to us. Also, one more interesting thing, this sustainability space, sustainable fashion space, the government decided to take a lot of interest here. Today, Ministry of Textile, at every event, we have we've got a table there, we've got a chair on the table that, we understand this sustainable angle of it, how fashion has ever changing and how our bit is sort of helping the entire game. So, that phase is important because government is taking initiatives.
Sure. Ashim, can you give us some case studies around, brands that you might have helped in terms of, targeting a particular niche, or anything that you have done to ensure that, the brand is able to identify those niche and kind of cater to that in a more stronger manner?
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. There are many case studies, but the number one use case for RFID is the physical stock take, at the store or at the DC. If we look at a store, typically for an apparel store or any other store, you do the physical inventory once in 6 months or once in a year or once in a quarter max. Because it's a time-consuming activity, there is a lot of manual. Now, all our customers, they do the PI every morning. because what RFID brings in is more than 20x of speed and accuracy. So we can scan around 500 to 1,000 products per minute. So if a store is having 10,000 products in it, and these are all apparel, in less than 10 minutes or around 15 minutes max, you can finish the entire PI. So that is the number one use case. As a result of the PI accuracy, the omni-channel fulfillment, the safety stock for omni-channel has become zero. In the DC, we just concluded one DC inventory for one of our very valued customers. They have a DC which is more than 500,000 square feet with around 70 lakh apparels in it. They used to typically take 200 days to do a PI of this DC with 70 lakh apparel, and it was in more than 4 lakh bins. We, using the technology of RFID, we have implemented the solution. We completed the last cycle count from 200 days to 7 days, 193 days of saving. So this is another excellent use case, and with a bin level accuracy. So the picking improves, the online fulfillment improves, everything. These are all on the operational side. On the customer side, we have something called as fitting room analytic. In an online store, typically when you are browsing through the product, the retailer is able to gauge what the interests of the customer, because all the touch points are captured. But in a brick and mortar store, if you pick something and try it out into the fitting room or a trial room, there is no visibility. But now with our fitting room pug marking scanners, we are able to give the retailer, okay, this is attracting the eyeball, being tried out every time, but the conversion is only 40% or 0%, or something is always being sold and never being tried out. So these kind of analytics, then the customer experiences on smart mirrors, the self-checkout, I can go on and on, stock aging, so the entire traceability of the product from the manufacturing to the point of sale and the returns journey, at every step. And we are not capturing any customer data or commercial data. It is purely the object ID, and this, whatever analytics you have to build, whatever business intelligence you have to build, the data which we are capturing is fast, accurate, and highly reliable. So these are the use cases.
That's a great example, right?
you.
So I'll open this question to everybody, right? What we have seen talking to different friends, and we have seen at Campus Sutra as well, that for a niche brand, or when your targeting is super solid, right? When you're going narrow, usually having a community really helps. You create a community of customer, and that helps you get that, get you off the ground. So any one of you would like to share where, how you have used a community to build this niche brand, or build a brand which has more narrow focus in terms of positioning? Any one of you can go for this.
So yes, we have. Of course, we were supposed to build a community community of renters, people who understand sustainable fashion, do not want to repeat clothes, etc., etc. So on a large level, we built Flyrope as a main community, as page. And now we understand when we are opening franchise.
Help in creating niche brands. At Wildcraft or any other brand for that matter, have you seen that, having digital marketing at your disposal, has it helped create a niche brand much faster than it was earlier?
I think it certainly does. I think digital has opened up the market so much, and you've become accessible to a customer irrespective of the geographical boundaries that are dividing you from between the brand and the customer today. Just adding to the previous point first, so as an outdoor brand, so for the interest of everyone who does not know what Wildcraft does, Wildcraft is an adventure lifestyle brand which creates products which solve for your need state when you step out of your comfort zone. So we don't want to call ourselves a product company. We say that we create products to solve for a need state for the customer who's an adventure seeker. Adventure could be, it's not, say, skydiving for us or scuba diving for us. Adventure is, we define adventure as stepping out of your comfort zone, period. That's it. So adventure seekers, just by the virtue of the nature of the mindset, actually is a very, very strong community-driven network of people. So we do a lot of events where we have people, where we used to take people on treks, say in Lonavala, on the outskirts of Pune or Bombay or Bangalore for that matter. We've gone to the hills in the north as well. So when we have community of such people who are like-minded individuals, digital plays a very important role in getting these people together and also communicating your philosophy to these guys so that the community becomes bigger and wider. And even through a word of mouth, it spreads very aggressively once you initiate it on digital. So I think digital has played a lot of a very important role for us, yes, in sharing our philosophy with our like-minded consumer base, in making that segment of people wider than a smaller base which used to exist earlier. So yes, I think that's a very important tool in the current day and age today.
Sure. Let's make it a little interesting, right? Like a quick fire round that you have in current journal show. So I want all of you to tell me one word, use one word to define the niche that you're targeting, and one sentence to define what you're doing for that niche. Just one word to define the niche, and one sentence to kind of, tell us what are you doing to target that niche. Anyone can go,
So our niche
Keep it to
is...
one word.
Yeah.
What's the niche?
Destination bottom wear.
Okay. What are you doing to target that niche?
So we are creating more engaged customer portfolio to understand their requirement and keep creating products to be top of their mind if any new trend is coming up.
Sentence thoda lamba ho gaya. Next.
One word, very difficult. The sentence is buy the basic, rent the iconic.
Very nice.
For us, it's simplifying the operations and enriching the experience.
For its value for money and convenience.
Value for money is the niche.
And convenient.
Okay.
Okay, for us, the niche is how dear is the product to you and your family together. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think our niche is clearly adventure and outdoors. And because of the type of the niche, at the cost of sounding repetitive, I'll say, we don't create products, we create solutions for customers. So that's how we distinct ourselves from the others.
Okay. Let's do some future gazing. Again, one sentence. Which niche will become big in the next 5-10 years, right? With all your experience, doesn't need to be your category, right? One thing that you think will niche that will really explode in the next 5-10 years.
I think active lifestyle as a segment to me, I'm not just saying outdoors, but I think as an overall active lifestyle will I think become a big segment over the next couple of years, I think. In fact, more than a couple of years. Because I think the growing awareness towards health and its benefit, I think, is very, very widespread these days. So I think that will become big.
Sure.
Well, that might not be a very big niche, but I think that's the mindset change that I see happening across these days.
Sure.
I think
I hope
experiences over ownership.
Okay.
I think rural retail is going to become big in the next few years.
Okay.
Something I hope it's furniture and I'll work towards it.
Yeah. And as usual, our business is always there.
Yes.
Sorry,
Any niche that you see becoming very big in the next 5-10 years?
in the next, I think as I am a technology company, I think the penetration of the technology and the investment in technology is happening, but the more important thing is the usage of the technology. Every organization we are belonging to, you must have invested in so much of technology, but how much of it is actually being used? Let's just take a software. You can look at your mobile phone applications or your laptop or in your organization, they must have invested in so many applications. So what is the niche in the coming years we are saying is the technology becoming an enabler in such a manner or in such a simple way that people start using it and start benefiting from it.
Sure. Let's open it up. Guys, anything that you want to ask the panel?
If a starting company, if my vision is I have to achieve 10 crore value of turnover for year, what is the marketing expense I have to plan for that?
Okay. It usually depends on the category, right? Very
fashion.
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 In fashion, okay.
Fashion.
Again, there's no straightforward answer. Coming from fashion, what I can tell you, there are 3-4 channels and all of them have different marketing requirements. So if you are just starting a brand and your primary channel is D2C, right? Then initially, when you're taking the journey from say 1 crore to 10 crore, it is a lot about performance marketing. And usually that works on a certain multiple where you talk about a certain ROAS that, for every 1 rupee invested, what is the multiple that you're getting. Now, if you go to marketplace, that marketing budget might be again very, very different. Can range from 10% to 20%. Offline, it requires a different set of ATL, BTL activities. So there's no one answer that I can give you.
Okay, for digital marketing alone or performance marketing alone, what the fund has to be allotted for marketing?
It depends on the revenue that you're looking at. Usually, as I said, it's a multiple of the revenue. So if you're looking for a 10 crore revenue, you should be ready to spend anywhere between 3.5 crores to get the 10 crore revenue. This is only from your website. This is not for other channels. So online can also mean you're working with some online retailers. I'm talking about only from your own website. I think if you're looking for a 10 crore revenue, I'm just giving you ballpark figure because there are a lot of permutation.
You did 20 to 30% has to be.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? I think time's up. Maybe 1 or 2 more questions and then we are done. हमने सुलवा दिया सबको. Yeah, okay. चलो. Thank you. Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much indeed, guys, for taking the time out of your very busy day. Appreciate you immensely. So our next session this afternoon is going to be all about navigating the digital frontier, no less. Personalization and targeted marketing strategies will be the theme of our next panel discussion, and I'll invite them on the stage in a moment. Well, thanks again to the panel. So, moving swiftly along, once you've heard your name, our panel members and moderators, please join us on the stage. Firstly, please welcome Isha Chakraborty, the head of brand marketing at Clinically. Also, Megha Agrawal, marketing head of Time Zone Entertainment. Prakash Patel, the MD of Boomi World. And, of course, your moderator, helping it steer through these wonderful waters, Harpreet Singh Tib, promoter of Tib's Frankie. Please welcome everybody to the stage.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So, we were just sitting out there and listening to the previous panelist, and we realized that everyone's talking about digital. Unfortunately, that's the theme of this entire 2-day session, which is Phygital. Our session today, and I think we have a lovely set of panelists with us today. It's all about how do you actually focus on the right target audience, use the right segmentation strategy, and ensure you can engage consumers in the physical and the digital world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually ask each one of the panelists to introduce themselves and tell us in terms of how's the digital world actually impacting life or marketing for them or the operations in the respective segments that they operate in. And we can start with Megha. Over to you.
Hi everyone. This is Megha Agrawal, and I head marketing for a brand called Time Zone Entertainment. So, moving on to Isha, who can introduce herself.
Hi everyone, this is Isha and I head brand marketing at Clinically.
Hi, this is Prakash Patel. I am the founder of Boomiwal Factory Outlet.
Great. So, Megha, how is the digitalization actually impacting life at Time Zone? Can you tell us a little bit about how difficult your jobs become?
In fact, I would say my job has not become difficult, but it has become easier with digital, because in the old era, without digital, it was so difficult to reach out to your TG, right? It used to be more of some kind of visibility inside the mall. It used to be some kind of groundwork, on-ground activation. And that's about it. Marketing used to consist of all these product mixes. Now things have evolved to a level that, be it a Facebook ad or something to do on GDN or any kind of announcement that you want to make through an emailer or an SMS or a WhatsApp campaign or any of the channel. In fact, influencer has picked up so well in last few years that it has become the most important marketing mix for us. And we are dependent a lot on influencers. And most of the lifestyle brands, if you see in India, like us or any of the lifestyle brand for that matter, influencer marketing is playing a key role over there. And when it comes to customer segmentation, in terms of digital and all, there are user demographics, there are user behavior, there are affinity segments that we create through multiple tools to segment this audience. And then an effective communication which is delivered to them in different formats in terms of video, in terms of a static ad, in terms of a banner ad, which kind of helps us in involving our marketing strategy.
Care industry, it's very personal to everyone. Our hair, our skin, how it kind of shows people how we are. That is the first thing that people see. So targeting people in this niche is challenging, but we have taken that challenge up very sportingly. We have segmented our users by looking at prescriptions from over 7 lakh plus consultations that has happened on the Clinically platform, and using those along with an AI analysis model that we have created, using a mix of both, we have been able to create recommendations. Okay, if you are coming and if you are buying, say for example, minoxidil for your hair, we can then recommend you other products that can help you in your hair growth journey as well. So essentially engaging the audience in a way that it helps us get a higher AOV out of them every time they come as well.
Fantastic. That's really nice. And I'll come back to you because, I think you spoke about the AI model that you're deploying. And I think everyone in the audience would like to know more about that. So before that, we move to Prakash. So obviously, he comes from a real estate industry. And, I can tell you that Tips Frankie, we are present in many malls. We are present in many retail outlets. And we are seeing that obviously the malls are seeing a lot of challenge in terms of attracting footfalls. And it'll be interesting to see, when you're opening a new mall, what's the kind of concept you're looking at? What's the kind of TG you're trying to attract, Prakash? So I think, can you just share your views, please?
So when we talk about the malls, so there are lots of footfalls come into malls. But we can't basically justify where these people are coming are either our buyer or not, or they are coming just to visit the mall. So we are making one AI tool. With the help of AI tool, we are going to focus where each person who is entering to mall will be getting the label. And when he goes to all brand outlets, to some of brands in the mall, how much time he has spent in that particular shop or store, and how much time he is circulating himself and which brand he is going into. So we can see the consumer behavior, how the a person is focusing on which brand is not getting good footfall inside the mall. So when person is coming inside the mall, we are not able to justify how many footfalls came into which store. So we can give the figures to the retailers. He can also have research about how he can improve. And there are lots of footfalls inside the store, but he can't convert. So how he's people inside the store, how he can improve. Likewise, we can give a research format where a retailer can have a help where the quality crowd and the good conversion ratio can be happening through that AI tools.
Well, this is really lovely. So what I'm hearing about is that the mall of the future, we're actually going to chase the shopper. और हम ये मतलब देख पाएंगे कि वो कौन से दुकान में जा रहे हैं, कौन से retailer के जा रहे हैं, and अगर वो नहीं खरीद रहा है तो क्यों नहीं खरीद रहा है. And I mean, that's fantastic. So how are you planning to do this? Are you going to give an RFID tag or something?
So we have lots of, basically my background is we are making industrial parks across India. So we have a client who are into it will be starting in maximum when we are launching our mall in the month of October, November. And by that time, we will be having the full-fledged research about that product, and we will be implementing it.
Fantastic. That's really nice. Ishita, coming back to you, can you share a lot about, the AI model that you have? And how do you go about actually segmenting and creating cohorts for yourself?
So essentially how it is working is that we analyze the prescription, their past orders, past purchases, and the demographic data to understand what kind of products they are buying and why they are buying it. Sorry. What problem is that product solving for them? And then we are kind of tying that insight that we get with an outcome. Because whenever you come for a consult at Clinically, you're expecting an outcome out of it. You're either expecting your skin to lighten up or your hyperpigmentation to clear up or your hair growth to be a little faster. So with that, the insights that we get and tying that to an outcome-driven product and solution, we are able to create that relevance which the consumers actually like and want most in any e-commerce platform, especially a marketplace like ours. Because you cannot just go and type, okay, I want this product and expect it to work for you. You will need some help, some hand-holding, some guidance when it comes to products that are not otherwise OTC relevant products. Another thing in AI that we are also doing is that our search bar also has an AI recommendation engine that is running into it. So when it comes to keywords, especially in our industry, people call sunscreen in various ways. So someone can write it as SPF, someone can write it as sunscreens. So it is very important for our AI model to understand that SPF also means sunscreen as much as sunscreen means sunscreen. So whenever someone is typing SPF in the search bar, they are immediately able to see a list of all the sunscreens that we have in the platform, which is otherwise a very difficult task for a lot of e-commerce brands to actually achieve in this market.
So tell me something. So how many cohorts and segments would you actually have developed that you actually use for targeting your marketing communication?
Mostly for marketing communication, we have the purchase cohort and the order and the consult cohort. So I'd say around 3 or 5 cohorts that we have.
Okay, cool. So, Megha, you obviously look after time zone. And, my daughter's now turned 21. And, I think till the age of 12, every weekend we had to go to a time zone to actually have fun. That was a savior for all parents at that time. But as soon as she obviously graduated, entered her teens, we stopped coming, right? So I'm sure this is a challenge you might be facing, that you have a lot of loyal customers, but after a certain age band, they're dropping out. So are you doing anything to attract this kind of a TG back to your time zone?
Yes. In fact, this is the biggest challenge that we have been trying to address in last few years. So earlier we were known to be a kids-only brand, right? And people used to say that this is a gaming zone which is meant only for kids. But that is the kind of shift we are trying to bring in consumers' mind by changing our product mix. So if you see that, in earlier days, we only used to have arcade games, which is essentially those video games and those ticket games. Now we have introduced bowling. And that is a strategic call that we took because we wanted to cater to a youth audience. Then we introduced something called VR Rides, which is again catering to a much larger audience and not just younger kids. So, the shift that we have seen in last almost 2.5 years is the fact that from a kids-only brand to a brand which is known to be a family entertainment destination, to a brand which is known for celebrating parties, celebrating reunions, celebrating corporate parties, everything, So we are offering everything in-house now.
Lovely. I can tell you, you're not reaching out to me, definitely. Yeah, so I think it brings me to my next question, Megha. I didn't know about this till now. So, I guess for a lot of marketers today, reaching your TG with the right communication is one of the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's talking about the right ROI, the right bucks. I think finance guys keep troubling marketers saying, it's not having the right ROI, let's not spend money. So what are you guys doing in terms of your communication strategies, and how are you going to reach out to parents like me to come back to Time Zone?
So we have also developed a lot of cohorts when it comes to consumer behavior. So for sure, we know that there are some people who come and play only bowling. There are some people who only come on the days when you have a specific offer on a certain game, right? There are people who come only to play arcade games, like the video games and the ticket games. So we know that probably he is a parent of a little kid, right? So those are the kind of behavioral cohorts that we have made. Also, basis geography, basis the locations, basis the kind of venues that they are visiting, basis the frequency of visits, basis the dwell time. So which is on an average about 30 minutes, but there are certain consumers who are spending about 2 hours as well, right? So all these cohorts are there in the system, and we develop communication. that resonates well with this kind of audience, right? So if I have a bowling day in time zone, I know these are the guests who are definitely gonna come. There are loyalists, right, who keep waiting for such kind of offers from us. And in fact, if you see our social media page, there are people who are coming and asking for offers proactively because they know that we keep on coming up, with special curated offers for such kind of audience.
Great, thanks so much. Prakashji, coming back to you, just shifting to real estate, you're opening a new mall. And my understanding is that this is not a regular mall. It's going to be an outlet mall. And, you were jesting with me. I think you were telling me that you were going out to...
Example, I went to BD to meet a BD in Delhi, who is a retailer, big giant retailer. And I asked him to come to our mall and take a space here. He was not aware about the Bhiwandi. Where is Bhiwandi? So, and what is the catchment, how people will come here. I told him, you have a software where you have all the billing data of the particular persons. So I told him, you just ask your team and data of this pin code. And you will get the idea how many sales is coming around that particular area. So he says that a Bombay sale having 35% of sale from your area where you are putting the outlet mall. This is the technology where we can prove that customers are coming from where. And for the retailers, so basically we have experienced, we have still one more outlet already started before 1 month. So we know that 50 to 60% of the people are coming to shop who are the first time buyers for that particular brand. He has not bought that brand before because whenever you put the numbers, you will get the data when he has bought before. So now there are the new catchment. So about the retailers, we are convincing them for coming there for outlet for like sale. I will give you a small example. Person is having store in Linking Road by paying 700 rupees a square feet rent. We are getting the only sale of 50 lakh rupees per month. When he comes to the outlet, where he is paying from 700 to 150 rupees a square feet, and he's getting the sale of 3 crore rupees a month. This is the dynamics of the outlet, which is creating right now in India. There are lots of expansion is coming for the outlet. There are lots of new customers are engaging into the outlet. If you, Harpreet, get the discount of 50% or buy 4 and get 6, you will definitely travel from Andheri to our outlet mall because you are going to get the discount. How the discount is the psychological factor where people will. So we are not an ordinary mall or fresh mall. We are outlet. We are going to give 365 days discounts in the retail brands where people will be having attraction of discounts. And for the attraction, we are going to create a entertainment zone. We are going to create 55 outlets for the food avenues. We have 86 brands. Is almost all the brands of India is coming here. So we are growing, like making a destination to come for one day, shop, eat, entertainment, and you can enjoy your whole day there.
Very nice, very interesting. Ishita, coming to you. So, how do you actually reach out to your consumers? Are you doing stuff only digitally, or are you also looking at doing physical camps and physical consultations that you're doing? Can you just
That's a wonderful question, Harpreet. And I think there is a very delicate balance that needs to be maintained between being too intrusive while engaging with the audience and being intuitive. What we do at Clinically is we kind of walk a very fine line and try not to be too intrusive with all the messages and communication that we send across to our customers. One of the most important things that we do is we notice how a customer is interacting with the communication that we send to them. Based on that and based on their purchase history, we then start upping up the ampere on the communication that we send to them. So we're not being too intrusive, but we're just giving them communication that they want. Say, for example, if someone has bought skincare in the last 7 days, we would give them tips, tricks, and some other recommendations on new launches. We will not essentially go out of our way to send them supplements because maybe their purchase history does not tell us that they have bought supplements. Okay, today someone is putting some different sheet mask, I'm also going to start putting it without understanding if it is even right for my skin or not. So it is very important that we create a trustworthy community of doctors and people who are experts in this field. And we have done exactly that with our Instagram handle. And we are able to consistently impart knowledge that the customer wants that eventually then results in good amount of sales for us. So that is essentially what we do to engage our audience at Clinically.
So, skincare and hair care, actually, if you ask me, are very complex categories, right?
Yes.
And you need to really build a lot of trust because, people are going to be very concerned saying my skin.
Yes.
Is it the right product for me? Will I lose hair? So do you see challenges where people are also saying, rather than reaching out for a digital consultation, I would also prefer a physical experience? So are you faced with that kind of a challenge?
Yes, and we believe that going omni-channel is the best way for an industry like ours, and we are in the way to become an omni-channel brand very soon. Right now, we are having all of our consults online. Sometimes here and there, we do have a few events wherein we will take a doctor with us and people can come for free online consults and free physical consults and all. But as of now, mostly everything, all of our efforts are going into online. The trust factor that you're talking about, it is actually a very big thing for us because it takes such a small time frame to break that trust on people. Like maybe they have ordered something and it had given them a bad reaction, and maybe before ordering that product they've not consulted a doctor, so they just used something out of the blue, it gave them a reaction, they will come pitchforks and knives out at the brand ke tumne mujhe kya bech diya. So we always try to kind of have that thing that talk to a doctor first if you're trying to use something like maybe a vitamin C that does not go well with all skin types, especially it is not recommended for sensitive skin type either. So if you're using an active acid, always go for a doctor consultation first. We are not trying to sell it to you, but we believe it is important for you. Another thing that we do to build trust is, especially for new customers, is that they don't want to immediately shell out their money, because we also have an entire Lux segment at Clinically wherein we have products that are ranging above of 2,500, which is a lot in terms of skincare for the average Indian customer. We have Is Clinical and other brands like that. So in order to maintain trust, build trust that, okay, pay us 2,500 for this really amazing product, we have also incorporated cash on delivery options as well as same day delivery options. The same day delivery option is currently only available in Delhi and NCR regions, but we are slowly expanding that. Adding that options, these two options into the marketplace funnel has drastically improved the trust that users had, because then they're feeling that, okay, I'm not making too big of an investment. I'm going to get it today by 6 p.m. itself. If it doesn't work for me, I'll not buy from them again. But if it does work from them, they become a lifelong loyal customer for us.
Sure. Okay, I think, very interesting. You're obviously spending a lot of money.
One is the end revenue that you are achieving, right? And then you can drill it down to multiple segments, like how many people engaged on social media, how many people opened your emailer, how many people clicked on the link which was provided in the SMS, right? So those are the kind of matrices that somebody needs to monitor closely. Also, for a fact, everybody is talking about digital, everybody is talking about omni-channel marketing, but I think there is a missing piece over here. And I would like to highlight that, which is something called neuroscience in marketing, right? So digital in isolation is not the way forward. While I am a strong advocate of digital marketing, but I honestly feel that, in isolation, it's not going to help us out. So you have to have an integrated, a cohesive, and an omni-channel strategy to take your brand forward in the near future. And there are certain ways in which you can measure your conventional mode of marketing as well. Like for example, you do a radio ad today. What is a typical tendency? When you listen to an ad, you probably may not be able to gather the entire information at one go. And what's the next tendency? You go on Google and search for that particular offer that you just heard about, or maybe a new launch that you heard about, right? You land onto the website, or you land onto their social media pages, you land onto their Instagram, right? So you should see that spike in your website traffic. You should see that spike in your organic traffic somewhere. So that is the kind of science that you need to build upon when you're planning your marketing campaigns, right? So when you're evaluating it, at the end of the day, it has to be evaluated in a more integrated manner and not just measuring the number of people who would have heard your radio ad. But how has radio ad impacted your website traffic is an important integral means to measure it. So, yeah.
Ishita, what about you? What do you all do?
I think I definitely agree to what Megha has said. Before, towards the start of, marketing and everything that companies used to do, the primitive traditional marketing, people used to speak out their messages to avoid. Now we have data, now we have segmentation options, so we are able to target our messages to specific people. As Megha said that, you listen to a radio ad, but it sticks in your mind. Or maybe you see the same ad maybe on Instagram, you see a billboard of it. So the more touch points we have with the customer, the more recall that it is going to happen and the more revenue that it's going to drive for your brand. So say for example, today if I'm here, I'm talking about clinically, someone in the audience is constantly still Googling what is clinically, what do they sell, etc. And then maybe that someone might end up on our Instagram page, grow a follower for us, and then that just keeps multiplying, and then eventually it will either end up with that person taking a consult because they're really interested in it, or they'll just end up buying a product. So I feel like right now we are no longer in that zone where we are completely marketing things with guesswork. We have the tools, we have the strategies, and we have the technology with us to kind of just go to a customer's house, knock at their door and say, ye khareed lo.
No, I think it's a very nice point. So, though you obviously jested about it, but very clearly today for brands, if it's only going to be digital, I think it's an amazing ocean of advertising out there, and grabbing eyeballs really tough. And therefore, I guess phygital is a really good word, because today, if you can create physical experiences, experiences like this, where you're able to actually make sure you land your brand, recall happens, people search for you. I think that's omni-channel marketing at its best, right? It's a very good point that you made. Prakash, coming to you, aapke yahan, matlab in the industry, how do you measure the ROI of all your marketing efforts? So how do you tell your marketing guy, well done?
So our thing is very much investment driven. So it is a capital investment where we have to having a huge investment, and we have to take the ROI. It is not basically ROI, it is a valuation, basically valuation of the rental you are going to get. So in our thing, we have to invest in land. We have just invested land in 2010. I am making the mall in 2024, and I have spent 14 years for making the maturity of that particular market and waited for that. After this market is matured, we are now constructing it. And whatever rental we are going to get, it is on the cost. So, and this is how the, it is not like a manufacturing or a retail story. We have some different story. We have a valuation where if whatever rental I will get, it will be depend on if I go to a REIT, so it will be valued at X price, and after consider the EBITDA, and then will be the valued as a property. So this is the how we are going to get the if is rental revenue is constant. There are lots of malls which is fantastically driven for 5 years. After 5 years, it went down, right? And because of that, the valuation is going down. So this is how there are lots of dynamics changes every moment. So if you have to be constantly updated, you have to be constantly focused on your product, and it should give a revenue to your retailer also. If retailer going to gain out of the sales, then only we are going to get, because we are connected with the revenue share percentage with the retailers. So our rental is a part of sales of their particular retailer. So we have to. So this is not just we have given space and now you are run yourself. A mall developer also have to focus on the crowd pulling to the particular mall, how crowd is coming and how crowd is going to spend in that retail stores. So this is the very much 50% journey, where retailer also has to focus on their conversation, and a mall developer also has to pull the crowd to the malls. So there are two where we also need to have a marketing budget. We also have marketing campaign every festival we have to run. So this is not a real estate, basic real estate like high street, where I have given space to tips and he's going to give me 1 lakh rupees rent per month. This is not a game for the high street. It is a different game all alone. And if you are having grip of that, you are going to expand.
No, I think it's a very nice point. I can tell you, pehle ek zamana tha that the minute a mall opened, all retailers would run into it, and expecting that it's going to be a boom time. But now I guess it's become challenging time for malls, and I guess it's very interesting that each one has to reinvent in terms of the product offering, in terms of what kind of brands you want to pull in.
The
Because
distinction factor is very important for any developer right now.
yeah, so absolutely, so I think product differentiation and now even come into a retail space, very honestly. I think that's what I'm hearing you say. Yeah.
What?
मैंने कहा product differentiation, किस तरह के brands आप लाने वाले हैं, that's making a big call or big difference.
Yeah, basically, so before some days, when I was small, I used to go to, Papa used to go take us to a space in Bombay, just having shopping and come out. And it is only for two times in a year, one time in Diwali and summer vacation. Only 2 time of shopping, like enjoyment for the year. Now, every week, you are going with your kid for 2 time zone and landing up to spend 10,000 or 50,000 rupees by shopping their shoes or some toys or something like Hamleys. And this is all the ecosystem is running around, and this is pulling the wholesale out of the people who are reaching to the mall particular destination. So why it is called destination? Destination is the ecosystem where everyone is enjoying their sale because one person has come there. So this is the right. Everyone is complementing each other. If you only retail, it is a plain vanilla. If you have retail plus entertainment to your kids, your whole family will go there. If you have entertainment, retail plus your food, you will take your the guest to the mall also. So for Bombay, you don't have a place to visit. It is just a mall. So if you ask yourself in a whole month, in 4 weeks, where you went, 4 weeks we went to mall, a Geo Mall or a Inorbit Mall or some else mall. So we have only space right now to enjoy our weekend is a mall, because you are going to get everything, food, entertainment and retail, everything.
No, I think it's a very good point. I think very clearly we are seeing convergence of experiences. I mean, it's no longer about I'm going to go to place A for experience A, a different place for experience B. It's all about providing multi-sensorial experience in the same place. I think what I'm hearing you all say is that, segmenting consumers using AI to make sure that you can make the right cohorts is becoming critical. So investment in technology is becoming very key. And third, very clearly, omnichannel marketing is here to stay. And I think across different industries, be it entertainment, be it skin specialization, be it real estate, we're actually looking at the entire gamut of experiences to create for people. Anything else that you guys would like to add before we open it up to the audience?
I think I'll just echo to what Prakash had said, that the only reason why retail spaces and malls today are adding time zones and all of these things is because जितना time आप एक mall में रहोगे उतना उनका धंधा बढ़ेगा. It's all about that stickiness factor, and I believe we have a lot to learn from this exact thing. Everywhere, all the marketers, even e-commerce platforms have a lot to learn about what can we do to make our customers stick to a landing page. Can we throw in an offer right when they're about to make an exit out of that page? Do we give them some bundle, a free gift, anything and everything that makes them stay on that page for a little bit longer, kind of pushes them to buy something, add to cart kar deti hu, buy kar deti hu. The longer you stay, the longer you are going to buy. And that, as marketers, is a very big lesson that we have to learn and start implementing in our strategies.
No, I think very well put. It's all about saying, thoda waqt aur.
Yes.
Right? So it's all about some more time on the landing page, some more time in the entertainment zone, some more time in my Tips Frankie outlet, some more time in the mall out there. So I think each one was saying thoda.
Yes.
Bas thoda aur. I guess that's the summon theme, I think, what I can pick up in the way the world's evolving right now. So with that, I think we'll just open up the questions to the audience. Anyone in the audience wants to ask us anything? I hope you guys are not bored. Yeah, I know it's evening time, chai time and everything. So good, I guess we've answered everyone's queries for this session. Thanks so much, everyone. Really fun chatting with you all. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much indeed. Your photographs are required at the front there. With me? Oh, come on. Why not? I haven't had a photo all day. Somebody loves me. At least I saved it for the good-looking bunch, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All the others were too ugly. Oh, sorry. That's accidental. Thank you very much, team. Thank you very much, panel, indeed, for your time here on our wonderful stage. Okay, guys, we're going to be moving on to a quick keynote speech now. Not attending normally for this room, but we're going to move on a rate of knots. Just wait for our current team to leave the stage with their goodie bags. So thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Our next speech is a keynote speech about the future and potential of AI in omni-channel era. Please welcome to, sorry, it isn't actually, it's a keynote, accelerating frontline hiring in retail is the theme for our next one. Please welcome Siddhant Jain, the co-founder of Apna, to the stage. Please join us.
Hey, good evening. I hope all of you can hear me. I won't take too much time. Over the next 7-8 minutes, one, I'm very happy to be here, and good evening to all of you. It's a fantastic event here. I won't take too much time. Over the next 7-8 minutes, I'm going to show you what we, at Apna, are building for frontline hiring for retail. And that can actually help your teams cut down about 40% time for hiring, as well as convert more people. So I think having spoken to a lot of our customers here, we've realized that hiring is a business as well as an HR problem. Because every day that you don't have people manned in your frontline stores, you're losing revenue and you're losing customer experience. We already have 120 million square feet of area, and we're adding that every year. We will create 25 million new jobs. And retail is going to contribute to about $2 trillion to the Indian economy. Those are big numbers. But to realize that, I think the need for fast frontline hiring is just critical. And with that, I want to just quickly introduce Apna to you. Apna is India's largest frontline hiring platform for retail. We have over 5 crore candidates, out of which about 30-40 lakh candidates come from retail experience. We have over 1,000 enterprises using us to hire. And we are present across 825 cities in India. What do your teams need, as per us? They need volume, which is a predictable access to talent. They need velocity, which is the speed of hiring, that they can hire these people really fast, not in 30, 40, 45 days, in 10, 15 days max. And then you need this across India, in tier 2, tier 3 areas where there is a real resurgence of retail space that's happening. With that, I'll quickly show you how the product works and how you can actually, how your teams can actually use Apna and hire almost 40% faster. So we've built capabilities. So let's say we are hiring for a retail sales executive in Mumbai with 2 lakhs, with 4 lakhs maximum salary and 2 years of experience. So what your teams have to just come and do is come and just put a prompt here, and our AI will do the work. It'll pick up the right keywords and it'll search in our database and return the right candidates for you. Maybe we can move forward. So if you see, the AI has populated all the right keywords that you added in the prompt. Maybe we can move forward. Next thing is you just go for a search. The candidates get pulled out from the right database in terms of the industry, in terms of where they are, etc. Your teams can then access the profiles without us charging you till the time you find and like the candidate. So it's economical that way for your teams. We've also built capabilities in terms of resume auto generation for improving the coordination between hiring managers as well as recruiters. The next thing we've learned, and we can just stop here, is that for retail hiring, hyper-local access to candidates is just critical. You need to find candidates who are very close around your office, and that information has to be accurate, for which we've built area filtering, which is GPS-based. So let's say we look at candidates around Bandra, because that's where we are right now. We can easily, our AI sort of has a list of 10,000 areas across India. We mapped the entire Indian sort of geography with partners, and candidates can be searched easily. Moving on, what we've also done is, in order to create more relevance, we have enriched the users through AI in terms of what products they sell. if we can just stop here quickly. The next stage of hiring is that you found the right candidate. Now you have to sit and call them. That's an old process and that's pretty inefficient. What we've done, what we've built here is we've built a very high sort of engagement communication system where once you've liked the candidates, you can WhatsApp message them in bulk and actually showcase the job that you're offering to them and only connect with those candidates who actually then accept the job invite that you've sent. So actually we could move forward. So let's say Shopper Stop would come and easily just create an invite, as you can see on the right. And I'll show you how this looks on the candidate side as well. We'll basically put all the details. We also have the capability of adding walk-in details. That, hey, this is the job, this is the time that you have to show up, this is the location. And after we've sent that application, we can track and manage candidates through our invite center across our teams. So here you can easily comment on the candidate, you can essentially put them onto the next stages, etc. How would the candidate see it? The candidate will get a message through our channel. They'll evaluate the job, and then they'll be like, yes, I want to interview for this job. And they'll be given the details, and the next thing you know is that they've showed up to your doorstep, and they are, potentially they can be considered for hiring. This helps cut down the communication time by almost 40% for our partners. We could move forward. So this product works for all kinds of models. If you could go back to the presentation, please. So if you have a company-owned, company-operated model, you have franchisee-owned, franchisee-owned operated models, or you have franchisee-owned, company-owned stores. All models are supported through our platform, and you can centralize or decentralize hiring to your teams the way you prefer to work. But we're just not stopping here. Along with building hiring capabilities and tools, what we also want to do is we want to really make retail awareness and retail as a career option very exciting for our candidates who come on the app. We've recently launched communities where essentially candidates come and engage on industry insights. They engage on polls and engagements around how can they become better at sales, how can they become better as retailers, as well as they understand functional learning in terms of getting access to more and more structured learning through their peers as well as some guided content that we put on the platform. We're super excited to work with retail, and we are very confident that India is going to be the retail capital of the world very, very soon. So visit us at our booth here, close to Hall 1. We are there tomorrow as well. And thank you so much for listening to me. And as I said, I will close this in 8 minutes. I'm at 7 minutes. See you all. Thank you.
Well done. You did promise 7 minutes. Great delivery there. Better than I can do anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our final session of this evening. We hope you've enjoyed us here today, and we've had great pleasure in having your company. It's been a long day, but a fruitful one, and we hope you've all enjoyed it as well. So, I've got a couple of little bits in our next panel and final panel of the day. It's redefining the next decade of retail. Please give a warm welcome to your panel and the moderator. Please welcome Mandar Dandekar, the partner of Sorin Investments. We have Salil Sachar, founding partner of Huddle Ventures. Vinod Naik, the co-founder and chief business officer of New Me. V. Muhammad Ali, CEO of Forum Mills Prestige Group. And Yogeshwar Sharma, the chief of leasing, and BD at DLF Retail. And your moderator is S. Rangadunan, the founder of Light Store Co. And another member of the panel, but also having a little chat to you before that gets underway alongside the panel, is Rama Bijapakar, the thought leader on market strategy and consumer behavior. We got there in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel. Hello there. Nice to meet you. Can I ask you to sit on the end? Who's moderating? Who's going to be your moderator? It's better if the moderator's at this end for the microphones, because everybody then has to look at the wrong way. There we go, sir. And madam? You're going to start. Okay, over to you. There we go, guys.
I think you should take that.
No, they don't want anyone to sit.
Are you doing opening remarks?
No, I'm not. You just go ahead.
Okay, Raghu's not doing opening remarks. So I've got visibility here. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Last session of the day. I think you don't want to hear a lecture. But first of all, thank you, Raghu, for giving me the opportunity to speak to this group of what I would call the creamy layer of new age marketers who are defining the future of the Indian market. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to lay out the main messages of my new book, which you can see up there. It's called Lilliput Land, How Small is Driving India's Mega Consumption Story. And I hope you will find it relevant and useful to the future that you are collectively building. In case you're wondering why it's called Lilliput Land, it is the title that has been borrowed, inspired from the book Gulliver's Travels, which, as you know, is an 18th century classic. And it tells the story of how a collective group of small people, Lilliputians, overcame the giant Gulliver and tied him all up. So India's macro numbers are, India to me, Lilliput actually is a metaphor for me about India. So India's macro numbers are great. It's the 5th largest economy, the 1st most populated, the 2nd largest or the 3rd largest or the 1st largest everything that you can sell. And it is in actual fact, while it is at a macro level huge, it's a large economy made up of lots and lots of small people. It's a large market made up of lots and lots of small consumers who earn and spend a little bit each. While we are the 5th largest economy, we are below a rank 100 in per capita income. So it's lots of small consumers earning and spending a little bit each, served by amazing, nimble, innovative, small suppliers. Just go onto pavements and you find the pavements are more vibrant sometimes than the shops. And they're served by gig workers, and they are served by small transaction digital warriors who have collectively, this group of small people has given many MNCs and many large local companies a good run for their money. So my first proposition to all of you is, in order to fully exploit the potential of this mega consumption story that is India, you have to understand it through what I call a people lens, or through the lens of consumers who make the story happen. Without your consumers, this could not happen. It would not happen, no matter how cool the supply side is. So today we know what is being sold often, but not who is buying. PIN codes don't count as people. We need to look beyond valuation at creating customer perceived value advantage, which is the value that I get from using this is more than the value I get from experiencing that. And customer perceived value advantage is not just about a race to the bottom on price. Value is about reducing pain. It's about adding benefits. And value is benefit minus cost. So that is really the name of the game, is to add value to your consumers and extract value from them. My second proposition is that if you want to really understand India's mega consumption story, you need to look at 3 things. One is what I'm calling in my book as well, structure of demand. The second is the behavior characteristics of consumers. And the third is the state of supply in shaping and serving demand and adding value to customers. Today, the structure of our demand is not great. It will continue to be not great, and I will tell you why. It's low income, modest education, occupations we don't really like to give predictability of income. The behavior characteristics of consumers absolutely rock. And so we spend a lot of time discussing behavior and very little time thinking about structure. And finally, the state of supply in India. I think the consumers are way ahead of suppliers. The supply side has, at the moment, been disappointing in terms of adding value to consumers. We are probably the market where the consumer really wants, and the supply side is really lagging behind in terms of underserving them. The structure story, as I was talking to you about, is challenging, and you're going to see that in your business economics, and we may as well embrace that. And that's why the future is digital business models, because the only way you can manage the structure of demand is through having as low cost positions as possible. Incomes are low, they will remain low. The richest 10% of India scrapes the poverty line of America. And most important, occupation demographics. How your consumers actually earn, how we Indians earn, determines the nature of how we spend. Almost everyone, 80% plus, and even half of your richest lot, do not have regular incomes. It is a glorious country of gig workers. Construction labor is a gig worker, petty trader is a gig worker, I'm a gig worker, many of you are gig workers. It's what the ILO calls own account workers, who have varying levels of skills. Plumbers, carpenters, electricians, whatever it is. They are very optimistic, but you have to really put away all theories and stories of the middle class and say, this is who we're trying to serve. The good news is that rich people are scattered everywhere in this country. Rural-urban blurring is real. So you have large markets, and we are even more heterogeneous than before. Just think about our politics today. The behavior piece, as I said, works and works perfectly. We have a really deep desire to consume. We love digital. People ask me, is the Indian consumer ready for digital? And my answer simply is that when our temples went digital, there's no longer a question of whether we're ready for digital or not. Also, digital gives you status-blind service in a country that's so hierarchical. People absolutely love it. And the bad news is that we have monster consumers who are getting more monstrous all the time. Chinese goods added to monstrosity, Amazon's return anytime, no questions asked, adds to monstrosity. We want to be high-tech, and we want to be high-touch as consumers. So it's talk to me when I want to recognize me on my RMN, recognize me the minute I walk into your bank branch, when I log on. Consumers also jugaad suppliers out of their revenue models. And so this high performance, low price, and profit, that's the trinity that people find very, very hard to balance. And that's really why omni-channel that you talk about is so important. That's also why you have space for a lot of small brands, because MNCs and big Indian companies don't really want this pain of high performance, low price, and profit having to be made. And that's why on the supply side, you have a lot of small, nimble suppliers. So the most exciting development, actually, which can finally crack this problem of price, performance, and profit, is the movement that many of you are a part of. It is the new economy, digitally powered business models. So how do they manage this price, performance, profit tension? You aggregate small suppliers, you aggregate small consumers, you enable sharing of high-value items. A lot of people can have a little bit of a car or a little bit of a dress. You crash costs through digital processes, and you use digital to be able to manage all this aggregation drama very smoothly and seamlessly. Think of any of the new economy models, and I have a lot of that in the book. That's really what they do. But I want to end by saying that while we found the keys and we're seeing the models, the supply side needs a desperate upgrade. It is not truly customer-centric. There are many, many unsolved pain points. There is a herd mentality, very little understanding of how consumers process value, and more importantly, there's so little demand-stimulating supply compared to what is needed. So for example, when I traveled abroad some time ago, there was someone I knew who had an engagement ring that was loose. I walked into a jewelry shop and I said, do you have anything for an engagement ring that's loose? And of course, they had a little clip-on that's a false bottom on your engagement ring. And they said if it's silver, it's $130, and if it's non-silver, it's $10. Being a good Indian mother, I picked up the $130. So similarly, if you look at the number, it's only now that you're getting a heater cum cooler air conditioner from LG. If you look at the whole range of unresolved pain points, or if you look at who's the category captain on working women's wear, which is not Fab India, a little higher, which is not Western, but which is appropriate to whatever it is that where women work. At the mass market level, we're still waiting. And I could go on, and there are a lot of such examples. And also, there are so few real brands. I mean, brands are not labels and trademarks with recognitions and price points. Brands have the question of who am I and why buy me, and why am I better than anybody else, or why am I adding more value to you than anybody else, and what is my functionality, what is my personality, what is my relationship to you. So you've got some way to go on the supply side. It's not just small supply, it's big supply. And the reason a lot of niche brands are coming up is exactly for this particular reason. So if you look at the future, and I will end with that, digitally powered marketplaces and platforms will proliferate because it is the small getting aggregated. More small suppliers will come in because there are fewer entry barriers for market access. Hyperlocal and niche can eat your lunch. Full-service platforms will take on monoliners. Phygital models, because of the monster consumer, is the new default option. And the consumer India is becoming even more of a monster than it has been before. So welcome to the land of Lilliput. And we look forward to a lot of action from the new age marketers here. Thank you.
Come on. Very nice. Summarize that.
Thanks, Rama. Okay, that's a great lead-in to the discussion that we want to have with the panel. We have a pretty good and interesting mix. We have venture capitalists who are funding startups, funding D2C business, new brands. We've got mall experts who are actually running malls, who are giving space to these brands. We've got new age brands. Vinod is representing Numi. And sort of cutting across this whole ecosystem is a service offering like what our company does, which is Lightstore, which is bringing D2C brands to the offline world. So I'm going to start by asking Mandar and then Sanil to elaborate on how they see the whole market changing, what are the dynamics, why are they looking at D2C brands, why D2C first of all, that's a big question. Why is that happening, why are they investing, what are the risks, what are the potential rewards, and their whole view of this new emerging powerhouse of brands. So let me start with Mandar first, please.
Thanks, Raghu. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for... audible? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying back this late in the evening. Interesting question, Raghu. A couple of points from my end. Look, as India, the GDP per capita keeps on increasing in India. There is an inherent desire to have, say, from the consumers, to want new brands. Especially the millennials, people across different demographics and strata, they want different brands that they can resonate with, that they feel that resonates with their personality, and they want options beyond what is obvious and what is available today. And hence we see a lot of great founders coming up with interesting ideas about new age brands. 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe 7 years ago, there were a lot of brands which were initially internet only, and then they became internet first. But what we have realized over the last few years is that for a brand to become large, you need it to be omnichannel. And there, the online strategy is where you create brand awareness. It's easier for them to do that, but the customer acquisition cost over time still doesn't come down as much as what the brands think, and hence you need an offline strategy to go along with that. And with this omnichannel strategy done right, you get the brand awareness and the brand pull from the online, and from the offline you get brand recall as well as a strong unit economics which your offline provides. Also, if you just look at India at a very macro level, right? Today, India is what, a $3.4 trillion economy. 28% is still retail. and that will continue. India inherently is a market where you will have retail as a large part. Consumers today still need, they have different touch points, online, offline, and they still need, they want those touch points. And hence, even if you know or if you experience something offline, then they want to know about it more online. They experience first online, they still want to touch and feel offline. And hence, having both of them together is a strategy that we think will win in India. And that is what we are seeing in most of the business that we have seen or funded. And that's what we are seeing. I'll pause here. Probably, Sanil, if you want to add on what you are seeing.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on to Sanil, and I'm going to ask him, because he funds a whole lot of startups. You know, what is it that a fund like his looks at when they decide to invest, and how do, the other thing, just leading on from what Mandar said, what's growth? I mean, is growth 10 crores, 100 crores, 1,000 crores? You know, how do you see, when you assess a brand, how do you assess the potential?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me here alongside a extremely esteemed panel. I'm a learner more than a contributor to what I'm going to experience. And thank you for being here for this session. A lot to learn from you all. I'm actually going to add to what Mandar was also saying, because it's complementary to the question that you asked. I think India's, the position we're in today, I always believe that India is an incredible adopter and an even better adapter to the consumer trends that are coming. Now, what do I mean by an adopter? There are trends that are there in the way India has consumed food that have evolved, be it wellness-oriented, be it fads that could be deemed as for diet, etc. But they've been adapted to this whole Indianized manner, and I think we can attest to that when we look at how fast food has a very specific menu in India. So I think India adopts and then adapts to the Indianized manner. And why that's exciting for me today when I evaluate early stage ventures is because that's when I start to segment the many Indias or the Bharats that we have and really see which wallet is a Huddle venture-backed company going after. Now, when I evaluate that, the next step I evaluate is how is exponential scale going to come? Now, exponential scale for me is defined by two factors. One is the defined ceiling of the online growth. I think what we were all discussing earlier is that people used to believe offline had a ceiling. Truly, I think online has a limited ceiling of growth. Offline is exponentially large in this country. I completely agree with what ma'am was mentioning. Digital is absolutely enabling people to both experience online, but also recognize that the true growth of a venture after a while, and I say this confidently agnostic to any sector, will happen offline, and the reason is the following.
Yeah, please note this. Please note this. I mean, the malls are very important and relevant. You know?
The reason is the following. That if we all sitting here had to close our eyes and think of a family outing, family can be defined as two people going or many people going. You end up going to a location that has multiple touch points for every member of that family. And you can't do that in the online world. In the online world, you're stuck to your phone and you're having your experience, they're having theirs, you're not sharing it. In the offline world, you have that experience, and I don't think Indian values will allow online to take over offline. So I think that, that's the kind of evaluation we go into. I'll sort of conclude on one point, how we evaluate founders. I know I actually haven't answered that. We look at obsessed founders, someone that is just absolutely obsessed in what they're doing, convinced about knowing their consumer. I do want to give a special mention and a shout out of founders that I love working with. I mean, you know, with y'all as Lightstore, there's an obsession of building for the consumer ecosystem. With Dhruv over there at the PAN project, he understands every consumer he has been able to cater to. And I think that's what speaks about the founders. We love knowing, hopefully backing, and being a part of their journey.
Okay, well, that's great insight from both of them. I'm going to now turn first to the mall experts here. And let me start with Ali first. I've worked with Ali for many, many years, and it's, you know, the case of his company, Prestige, is quite unique. Built a large portfolio, sold the portfolio, and they're recreating the portfolio from scratch. So they've already launched 2 centers and a smaller shopping center. So Ali, how do you see this whole D2C brand business? How do you evaluate when, say, forget Light Store, if the brands come to you, you know, what is missing in your portfolio that sort of says, okay, let me look at these brands. What value add do they bring? And what other criteria do you look at? How important is all this whole D2C influx into the shopping centers?
Well, we have been building malls for 21 years now. 21 years. So when we started our first mall in 2004, Bangalore, Koramangala, the Forum Koramangala, about 40% of the stores were startups because retail was new. Most of the established brands today were startups then. And if we look at the mix, the tendencies that we had then, we don't have more than 50% of the brands operating anymore. So what mall started doing, Hero is the brand. So when we lease the mall, and I can see some leasing executives here all around me, brand is the hero. So when we start with a clean slate, whether it's a new mall or it's a churn in an existing mall, brand is the hero. We just go behind the brands. Okay, it's international brand, you know, bigger the mileage, bigger the weightage. And if it's a more proven brand, bigger the weightage. We are not worried whether this brand is already there in 10 malls in the city. We are not worried if the same brand is already occupying in High Street very close to us. We are not taking that effort because we have seen a lot of startups fail. We have seen a lot of brands who were there are not there anymore. So that's a risk that we have to take. Space is limited. So when it comes to malls, brand is the hero. But when it comes to the startups that we are talking about and what I hear now, the product is the hero. And what our customer is interested in is the product. So, and the established brands, for them, the priority is expansion. The priority is revenue targets. The priority is growth. But for the startups, the priority is the customer, how to get that edge, how to get a leverage which is more than what others are offering. So this is making life interesting for everyone. So now we are seeing hyper-personalized products. What Rama also mentioned, the small things. People are finally paying attention to smaller details, which are differentiating products, giving more options. And that is creating very interesting times as far as malls are concerned. Because we have been apparel heavy. 65-70% of the space is apparel. And the sad thing is the same apparels are repeated in a department store, outside the department store, so on and so forth. So the depth in consumption isn't there. So one exciting thing is that product is the hero. You guys are backing brands which are established and we get to see them. And second is we are going beyond fashion. We are going beyond wardrobe. And we are trying to address and sell things, and we ourselves consume them, but we don't realize that these things are not taking the organized space. So it's time to bring the larger consumption inside the buildings, and you guys are helping. So that is the most interesting part that we are seeing in our malls.
Okay. Yogeshwar's experience is simply superb. He ran for many, many years, probably the most successful shopping center in the country, Select City Walk, and now, of course, he's spearheading business development and leasing for DLF. So, you know, I just want to ask Yogesh, tell me, what attracts you potentially about bringing in all these D2C brands?
Yep.
Why would a DLF even consider giving space to these brands?
Yep.
And, you know, what's missing in the mix today?
Yeah.
Just to take on from what Ali was telling you.
Sure. So thank you, Raghu. Thank you, everyone. I mean, I'll go back to the basics. Very simply put, no brand is good or bad. Either it's relevant or not relevant to a consumer. No, so never undermine a brand. No, I mean, that's the first principle. If the mere existence of a brand says that there's a consumer of it, and especially for malls, similarly, there is no one catchment. No, even within the catchment, there are subsets of society. Like within fitness, I mean, looks like one fitness, but within fitness, there are many kinds of like consumers, yoga to runners, to cyclists, to Zumba, to, so a person has to know the mall well and the catchment well, and then the selection of brands becomes very easy. The next challenge comes, like as ma'am said, no, the consumers are always ahead of the supply. I mean, consumers know. Like 20 years ago when Mac and Clinic wanting to enter India through Shoppers Stop, our leasing team, I had no clue of that brand. No? Similarly, I see and I come across a lot of leasing teams where they are not the consumers. So supposing I'll take a very realistic example. I'm head of leasing. You mentioned that I have a lot of experience, so thanks for believing that. If I have to decide between a beauty brand, between Armani Beauty or a Prada Beauty or a YSL Beauty or a Bobbi Brown or a MAC, I mean, I have zero experience, So my qualification should be that I have to be open-minded, and I have to believe in the collective wisdom of the team, and I have to keep the consumer in the center. If these three things are in place, then the selection of brands becomes very easy, and the chances of failures are very, very less. So D2C brands are a very, very good addition to the malls because they are selling. There's always a proof of concept that there is a consumer. And the same, they're not two different consumers. The same consumer is buying online and same consumer is coming to the mall for various needs. So if the malls have to remain relevant, they have to include D2C brands for many reasons. One, that it will bring the consumers to the mall. Second, these brands have proof of concept. They want to scale up. And when they want to scale up, they want to experiment. I mean, they're a little hesitant to go all out. So we can take advantage of that. I mean, advantage is a strong word. I mean, but we can take advantage of that in the sense that the brand wants to come in and want to experiment. And many times in mall, we have gaps between the leases. So we can have temp stores, we can have markets, we can have experimental marketing to test market that the brands, how the consumers are responding to the malls. So I love it because it gives us more options, and we can fill spaces. That's our primary job, and we can make some money.
Okay, that's great. I'm now going to turn to the one person who represents an incredibly fast-growing Gen Z-focused fashion brand, a new me. At Lightstore, we're very happy to be their partner. They were a pure online player, and last year we spoke to them and said, why don't you actually take a leap of faith and open a store? And after several discussions, Sumit and Vinod bought into it, and we actually opened our first store with Ali in Forum in Bangalore, the new Forum. Rapidly scaled to 5 stores. We're looking at, 20, 25 stores in the next 1 year. That's the rate of growth, while they've kept their focus on online. So I want Vinod to sort of share the journey, why they decided to go offline, what's in it for them, while they continue to grow online, and how do they see the road ahead, especially in this whole new offline world for a brand like this?
Thanks, Raghu. I think very interesting that when we started our online journey, and we are 18 months old, we never thought that we'll go offline so soon. I think thanks to Lightstore, I think we started the discussion. And what has really, like now getting into insight is that the places where we open store, our online contribution has also increased 25% in that zone. That's a very interesting insight. So that's a very interesting insight for us. So apart from the trust that is getting built for a new age brand like us, because obviously we're a new brand, it's a journey that we'll have to go to ensure that trust is being generated. But apart from that, the entire incremental sale that we're getting from those pin codes where we're opening store, that's one, I think, a big win for us. And also in terms of metrics, the online comes with their own challenges, right? we spoke about CAC. CAC is always the challenge. Returns is still a big challenge online. So the advantage of going offline soon is also your gross to net gets better on, because your returns are not there, cancellations are not there. And the entire omni-channel experience that we are building in, I think that's evolving big time for us. And specifically for a brand like us, who are a new age brand, we are targeting to the Gen Z customer base, which is 16 to 24 years age. They are very demanding. They know exactly what they want. They are very tech savvy, right? This is the first generation who are born with mobile phones, right? They're very tech savvy. They know exactly what they want. And they are on Instagram. We call them the Instagram savvy customer base. They want instant gratification. They look at anything which is trending. They want it real time. So I think that's been made available through the offline journey right now, the way we are doing it. And in fact, if you look at the stores that we are building, be it the tech part that we are playing, there's a lot of data that is going behind the way we open stores. We don't open a store in a city. We do first pop-up. We look at the pin code data in that zone, what type of sales we're getting, and then we log the city or a mall. And the stores also, the way we're building the stores, you look at the entire VM of the store, and like there are a lot of points where people come and create organic content. So that's also helping us creating a lot of organic content, which probably we have to do to the paid zone. So every trial room, like for instance, is different. You know, there is a different story across each trial room. There are a lot of VM points where people come and create selfies. So it's a selfie generation, that's what I call him. So I think really, to be very honest, I think we have seen a drastic improvement in terms of overall sales. Also, I think we're able to engage the customer probably in a way that they're coming to a store and creating a lot of trust, creating a lot of content, which is helping us in terms of building this brand much faster. So that's been our journey, and I think we are expanding now. Like you said, we are opening 15 more stores, and we are looking at an average store of 5,000 square feet, because we are an online-only brand, and we launch almost 600 designs on a weekly basis. So we change the freshness of our store every 15 days. That's what I think we are trying to do, so that every time a customer comes in, he sees a new collection in the store. And if you don't make your decision of buying that time, that stock might just run out. So that's the impulse that we're creating within the store also. So I think that's really helping us in terms of building this entire new age store.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to ask Rama to share her insights. I mean, we talk of D2C, online. I don't think customers look at it anything like that. How do customers, the Gen Z customers, look at brands? What is it these guys have to do to figure out how to even launch a brand, how to target customers, what they do? We talk of D2C. I don't know how relevant that is for a consumer. So I just wanted her insights on how, brands especially should look at this whole area.
Okay, so the toughest question comes to me. But you're right that I don't think customers really care. The promise of D2C, I mean, let's talk about what is the promise of D2C. One is that, of course, your screen works. I mean, in online, if you can do that, I mean, be my guest, that's fine. But you're not able to do that. So I think the D2C promise, if it has to be fulfilled, requires you to know your customer very well. Because whoever's buying online, if you expand it, maybe that well is run dry. You will never know how dry that well is. You will never know, which is why scaling is so difficult, right? You can scale to 100 places, but are you scaling with a customer group that you know very well? I think that's really one part of it. So while there's a lot of talk of customers, it's knowing your customer, that's really important. Customers truly don't really care a lot about any of the supply side stuff. But if your format, your promise is choose the value, deliver the value, and signal the value. I think it's the signaling the value that has a lot of value to customers, because if they understand what it is that you're all about, from the way they come across to you, that you come across to them, then it makes a big deal difference to them. So customers do recognize online, and they do recognize offline. I don't know that they recognize how the offline happens. And I think that's really where I see things. I think customers understand the value language, the relevance language, the what do you have for me language. So I mean, the whole point about business is to add value to that guy and extract value from that guy or girl. In whichever form you do it, they
Sure.
really don't care.
Okay, I think we're running late, but I'm just going to ask each member of the panel just to sort of, any thoughts, any areas we haven't covered, anything else you'd like to say, just as a wrap up, and we'll just go around.
So, I mean, it's as I mentioned, D2C brands are very relevant, and we welcome them in the offline space, and it helps them, and it helps us as small developers. It's a very, very good proposition.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, Manu.
Look, I think D2C in a way is just a channel, right? And it got as in direct to consumer, and it got amplified mainly during COVID. And the thesis was that a lot of it could be sold only through marketplace, initially only on the website, then marketplaces, and then everybody over the years have found out that you need offline for it to become successful. But there is a large opportunity to build great brands in India. There is a big opportunity for new brands to mushroom in different categories. And like I said before, like just from a structure point of view, GDP point of view, demographic point of view, India is at a stage of inflection where consumers need new brands that they can resonate with, that they feel attached to, personalized. And we feel that there is this sector of, say, consumer brands, D2C, like it's a large sector which is just at an inflection point.
Ali, I'll quickly come to you. And Forum South was planned many years ago, got delayed, got launched now. Now that you're doing another 5, 6 new malls, is your planning going to be any different in terms of how you look at consumer segments, brands, space allocation?
Yeah, so when New Me opened, we learned something. We gave them space on second floor.
Right.
Yeah. And it was about 1,500 square feet store. And of course, these brands have this ego. They don't want to go to upper floors, and ground floor is the only floor. It's either ground floor or nothing. So that kind of situation that we all face. So Yumi opened on second floor, and they did about 65 lakhs in the first month. So that's a phenomenal number, which is more than 2,000 rupees a square feet trading density. And they're consistently doing that. And what I learned was they did even better when they opened in some mall in Mumbai. So one is they're changing the theory, they're changing the rules. So rules are going to change when more players come in. So that is something that will change. So it will not be restricted to ground floor, first floor. And second thing is, people in India spend more money in their homes than wardrobes. And that we haven't seen. Though we know of these brands and we approach them, we put a lot of effort in reaching them, but they are not confident whether it will work in malls. So that is something that we're hoping to change. The store sizes we are hoping to change. And repetition of brands, the usual suspects that we go and lock space. So there is this need that you immediately commit 60-70% of your space, even when you're constructing a building. So that is not going to happen now. So we're going to wait because we don't know what new trends are going to happen and what new brands, and I don't know how many more D2C brands are going to become, superstars like some of you guys and Dhruv there with Pan Project and Snitch, one more brand that we know of and who's not here. So it's important for us to hold our cards till the end, and we're not going to lease out to the usual suspects 80%, 90%. And sometimes, we boast that, my mall is not yet open, but 100% of the mall is leased. I think even after mall opening, even after running the mall for a year, we should still hold 20% of the space and not lease out the space, because we don't know what's going to change. So that is going to change, at least from Prestige. We are not in rush. And we're going to wait it out, and we are going to look for depths. We are going to look for more products and more offerings beyond wardrobe.
Well, that's good news for the DTC. Sanil, any thoughts?
I think one of the areas that I'm going to highlight very quickly is going offline is, it's a matter of when, not if, in the journey. But it's important and I've seen this having, fortunately back so many brands that they all aspire. There's an aspirational value of going offline, which will remain and it's only going to grow. But don't just be rash about it. Therefore, I'm just speaking out what I've spoken to a lot of our founders about, therefore partner with the right people. Going offline is an experience, and you have to own the entire experience, be it the location, the environment, a lot of points have been mentioned by the good folks over here, which is why, I mean, when it comes down to what everyone over here has spoken about, it's a full stack solution that becomes your playbook. And then there are multiple playbooks, again, just resonating with what, ma'am's said, and I can't wait to read her book, is that there are multiple playbooks that work. But what's your playbook? And then being able to replicate it, right? Numi is a classic, great example of that. And we were discussing that. He's created his own playbook. Now, it doesn't mean it's relevant for the second Numi. That's not their playbook. And I think that's where, you all come in as Lightstore and just ensure that you're being able to aid. And I think that's what really resonates with me, because I think a founder is great at one thing, good at many things, and has to learn the rest. And I think in offline, you can't jeopardize trying to learn on the job. That's where the entire ecosystem comes in.
Okay, great. Last word from Rama, just to sort of summarize on what she's heard and any last thoughts.
This market abounds with opportunity, and the big guys have seeded all the space, and the smaller, the consumer is really, I'm going to end with a quote that I borrowed from someone called Santosh Desai, that to Indians today, life is not a condition to be endured, but a product to be experienced. And the big guys aren't there, and there's lots and lots of opportunities. So I think you can create and write your script, provided you genuinely add value to consumers in whatever way you choose to add value.
So nice.
Great, thanks. I think we've been told we're way out of time. So thank you very much. I want to thank the panel. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you to the moderator.
Thank you very much, panel. Sorry about that. Yeah, we have a rock band who are going to do a sound check on the stage, and they were supposed to be on 20 minutes ago, so sorry about my timings, but thank you very much indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. Wonderful hand again for our panel. Great stuff indeed. Thank you very much. That concludes today's sessions here in Hall 2. Don't forget, tomorrow morning we've got... guys, could we ask you to have a photograph? Panel, would you come back to the middle? We need a lovely photograph, a memory. Also, just to say, Rama is on her way in a moment to do a book signing over outside Hall 1, which is on the Images stand. So if you want to see Rama, have a chat with her and get one of her books. She's doing a book signing outside Hall 1 at the Images stand, so you can go and have a chat to her there. Tomorrow, we've got great fun to start up to tomorrow morning. We've got that quiz competition, so with the legendary Indian quizmaster himself joining us at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And then tomorrow, we have the Retail Images Awards tomorrow night. So listen, thank you for today. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever you're doing, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you, guys. Good night.